good it look. Just read this book and it'll tell you everything you need to know.
There's another N-word we throw around in and out of the black community called nappy. We have taken that word like the other N-word, nigger, and made it a word of adornment. I have heard the word nappy my entire life, which was used to insult, degrade, and hurt someone. This word is a derogatory term that was used in our ancestors to insult people.
Available now.
I love myself.
Same tree, different brand.
I hope you love yourself, because love is only love when you love somebody else.
Peace to everybody tapped in, man. I like the show, share the show, tell a friend that we're live. Lafayette. John Mayan Boca to all my West Africans out there. It's your boy Sean P in the place to be. I'm live right now, man. I shouldn't be live, but I'm live right now. I wanted to go live because I wanted to deal with something that just was a pest in the chat yesterday. So I don't know how many people got an opportunity to watch the show from yesterday. And I'm sharing it on the screen now. But if you haven't, I highly suggest you go back and watch this show, Aboriginal Ignorance and Why Outdated Sources in Science Are Unreliable. If you go back and you watch that, what is it?
On the porch.
All right. Aboriginal Ignorance and Why Outdated Sources in Science Are Unreliable. If wow, you watch this show, the first hour, let me see, it's about an hour and a half, a little over an hour and a half, about an hour and 40 minutes. You deal with that, that's the first part. Then, you know, we kind of building the rest of the particular show, but it's about at this moment in the 2.5 hour mark that I want to kind of deal with some things. I don't know why it's keep asking us to approve messages, but we keep trying. Old dog, new tricks. So real quick. This guy, A Marvelous. He had a lot to say yesterday in the chat. He talked about, because I said that there was evidence for the land bridge, and I was explaining it and showing people what I was talking about. You know what I mean? If you look right here, I'm explaining it, showing people around this 220 mark, showing them the Science with Sean channel and where other bills are and giving them the origins of. I even gave him a book that I know he doesn't have, but I gave him the name of the book. So he tries to go and read like a little summary of what the book is about. And he was asking questions in the chat. Well, if he watched any of those shows and he look in the description of the videos and, you know, kind of like this right here, he will see that there's resources for him to obtain any information regarding to the show. So he hasn't done his work, I should say that. But this brother joins us, which probably may tune in later or may even be in the chat. I don't know. He called himself Real Rap, and he begins from the 2:30 mark all the way until I really end the show is about this dude, a whole hour of this dude talking. Right? So I want to play back some of the stuff that he said But I really want to kind of get into the guy in the chat. So, with all due respect, I want y'all to like really listen to this real rap guy a second time for right now until I see that comment that I'm looking for specifically in the chat. Then I'm gonna deal with it. But I want you to pay attention because this is a problem not only for the brother real rap, but a lot of people who tend to tune into those channels and buy the bull junk.
Some great questions, and pretty much they
So you could take the position of not knowing because out of ignorance, because you can't then period point blank.
yeah, they was up there. They was up there doing their thing.
Yeah, that's what
Old dog Nutrix was on there. He had some great questions, and pretty much they ain't had no answers for him. And you know what I'm saying? They got rambling and gish galloping, and then it turned into I don't even know, it was like 5, 6, 7, 8 different people giving their opinion on life, and nobody was answering the questions. So I'm like, man, this is great entertainment. It's great. Yeah.
I got that's always what it turned into, especially when you're dealing with the abo females. Hey, peace, bro. It's my first time on this channel, man. Salute, bro. My name is Real Rap, man. How y'all doing?
Real Rap, what's good?
Oh, what's up,
John, you remember Real Rap? He was on there last night.
Yeah, he was on there last night.
It wasn't this channel. I thought it was your channel, not a coincidence.
Nah, it was mine. It was mine. Yeah, it was mine. I was just asking if Sean remember you.
I got you. Yeah, man. We had a good convo, man. We talked till like 3 a.m, bro. And then y'all kept me up all night, man.
Real quick. So this guy, A Marvelous, is in the chat. He says, I am talking strictly archaeology. I will watch the video. If there's a ton of archaeology, then you should have more than one video. Why is it only one video? What's the name of the culture and the points of archaeology wise found? So what he's referring to is the archaeological evidence for the Bering Strait. Now, this is a problem, right? Because he's trying to say that there's one video. I don't care if it's one video. In the one video, I am going to provide you with a multitude of evidence or information supporting what that show is about. I've never did a show and never gave a source or multiple sources. I exhaust sources. I don't believe in the 2 or 3 source thing. I give people about 10, at least 5 to 10 sources from different people, because that's the rule for me. 5 or more sources substantiating whatever it is that's being argued. Now, he goes on and he says some other things while this brother Real Rap is introducing himself and speaking. Excuse me. Him and Sutek are going back and forth in the chat. He says, since you only have videos, I will watch the videos. Having no other source for archaeology outside of videos is crazy. This lets you know that he's never, ever watched a show that I've ever done. I don't do videos. All of my material has sources. I share my screen. I put my information on the screen. And I am never live without sources. So he made a claim that there's no archaeological evidence for the Bering Strait. I point him in a direction with sources with sources of the evidence, he denies evidence. But he wanted to have a conversation over something that he ain't found the time to even digest and review. So that's why the name of this particular show is called African Science DNA Deniers Straddle the Aboriginal Fence to Claim Paleo-Indian History and Culture. Who disagrees with the title of the show? Do they not deny Africa? Do they not deny science? Do they not deny DNA in particular? Have we not, show after show after show after show, demonstrating, cleaning up messes, all of those things? Do they not show that they're denying Africa? You can correct me if I am wrong. Now, I'm going to use Brother Real Rap as an example of what I'm talking about. Although he seems to be up for correction, he also seems to be up for trying to learn more. And that's dope. But here you go.
I had to catch up on that sleep today. But I saw clips of it. Grateful made a face appearance. She showed her face. Man, bro. I ain't gonna say who, man, but my boy said she looked like Tales from the Crypt. I said, come on, bro, stop it. These dudes, man. Anyway, not to be petty. Abos ain't got it, bro. And that's why I'm on my own, bro. I'm like Rambo. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm aligned with some of the talking points, you know what I'm saying? But I'm from Louisiana, bro, and I don't tell Africans that they're not African. I don't tell nobody nothing of who they are outside of me, of what I can prove. So it always, to Lucky's point, is always going to do that, bro. Women had a way, some women, not all, because you got some sharp women out there, but you got some women that have a way, bro, of just, it starts turning into this venting, then it turns into trauma bonding, and it's like, bro, nobody wants to hear that bullshit, man. Like, respectfully, like, that's what it turns into, because they just don't have enough information. So they got to turn it into this kumbaya, my lord, oh man, abola, my lord. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's a big abo fest, man. I'm sick of it, bro. They ain't got no information, fam. Yeah, I'm a renegade abo. That's right. I'm the abo savior and the abo destroyer. That's right. I'm the real Charleston.
He said he the savior and the destroyer.
Think about what he just said. The impact of his comments. I am the abo destroyer and the abo guy. Just listen. Listen.
Turns into trauma bonding, and it's like, bro, nobody wants to hear that bullshit, man. Like, respectfully, like, that's what it turns into, because they just don't have enough information. So they got to turn it into this kumbaya, my lord, oh man, abola, my lord. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's a big abo fest, man. I'm sick of it, bro. They ain't got no information, fam. Yeah, I'm a renegade abo. That's right. I'm the abo savior and the abo destroyer. That's right. I'm
the abo savior and abo destroyer. What kind of dilemma is our dear brother Real Rap in? He's in a real dilemma. So, how do you get someone that's in a dilemma out of that dilemma? You have to show him the tools to help him edify himself. Because, because he would need to know how to correct himself in the moment of his belief. When he starts to believe something, he would need to do further research to either substantiate the belief based on evidence or remove the belief because it does not have the evidence. It has to be shown to him. And let me finish, because he's going to deny Africa.
The real Charleston
He
White
said he the savior and the destroyer.
facts.
That nigga rap.
You know, what happens with, because I know yesterday I heard you say something about like doing your DNA and all of that.
Yeah.
I think that's important for two reasons, right? For two reasons, because you know it can help substantiate your history, your family history, your oral history, as some would say, and then it will support anything that you needed to do moving forward. If there's land grants and stuff like that, that could be available to you. So, or it could do a lot of correcting. How would you feel if your genetic evidence comes back and reveals that you need to make some corrections in your position?
Genome wise, DNA wise, I'm gonna do it because I'm gonna show the fallacies in DNA testing.
The fallacies in DNA testing. So let's look up, and let me share my screen to see, right? Let's do this live. DNA fallacies. Not genetic fallacies. DNA. So let's look at this 2018 article. Let's see what it says. Nope, can't use it. Why? Because DNA test results, probability versus fallacy. This has to deal with a testimony and argument at a trial. But it could be an example. But look what it says, the Tar Heel State Killer. Y'all already know how this is going to end up. That's why I said nope, can't use it. Can't use it. But this could be a learning experience for someone that's watching. So I don't want to bag out of it. Now, the state of North Carolina goes to trial against Donnie Defendant, who is alleged to be the infamous Tar Heel State Killer and charged with committing a series of brutal assaults and murders several decades ago. The state's case depends heavily on matching DNA evidence from the crime scene to a sample of DNA taken off a cigarette butt discarded by Donnie. At trial, Special Agent Wanda Witness testifies as an expert in forensic DNA analysis for the state. After explaining the science behind the PCR, STR, the loci and markers, Wanda opines that Donnie's DNA is indeed a match to the DNA recovered from the crime scene. Sounds like good news for the state, but what exactly does a match mean? And now how may the significance of the statistical probability of that match be expressed to a juror? It's an important question because that might sound like two similar ways of expressing the same probability can have dramatically different meaning and possibly even be considered an error on the appeal. So the testimony and argument at the trial. Continuing her direct examination, Wanda testifies that the random match probability in this case is calculated to be 1 in 10 million. She explains that this means if one were to go out and select an unrelated person completely at random, that she compared the person's DNA to the DNA sample taken from the crime scene, the likelihood that those two samples would have to be a match is only 1 in 10 million. Wow, strong evidence. Paula Prosecutor thinks so too. If she makes it the central focus of her closing argument, reasonable doubt, ladies and gentlemen, give me a break. The DNA evidence tells you that the odds are literally 10 million to 1, that it was anybody but him. Wait a minute, is that right? Paula probably thinks she's just saying the same thing in a different way. 1 in 10 million versus 10 million to 1. But is she? Unfortunately, the state, no, it's not the same. And in some cases, it could be viewed as an error on appeal. All right. Now, prosecutor fallacy. See, they go through all of this junk. Although this mistake of logic can just as easily be made by judges and jurors, the phenomenon is usually described as the prosecutor's fallacy. Jessie Smith has summarized this issue in her bench book, entry to expert testimony. But let's dig a little deeper into the rationale behind it. Hold up. Now, the key to understanding the fallacy is to recognize that we were talking about two fundamentally different questions. Assuming the person is innocent, what is the likelihood that his DNA would be a match to the sample from the crime scene? Assuming the DNA is a match, what is the likelihood that the person is innocent? The prosecutor's fallacy takes the answer to the first question and uses it as an answer to the second question. That's flawed logic because you're actually talking about two very different concepts: random match probability versus source probability. The U.S. Supreme Court explained it this way in McDaniel versus Brown, 558 U.S. 120 back in 2010. If a jury is told the probability of a member of the general population would share the same DNA as 1 in 10,000 random match probability, he takes that to mean that there is only 1 in 10,000 chance that someone other than the defendant is the source of the DNA at the crime scene, then he is succumb to the prosecutor's fallacy. It is further error to equate source probability and probability of guilt, unless there is no explanation other than guilt for a person to be the source of crime scene DNA. This faulty reasoning may result in the erroneous statement that based on random match probability 1 in 10,000, there is 0.01% chance the defendant is innocent, or 99.99 chance the defendant is guilty. All right, not trying to lose anyone. Just want to make sure that you're flowing. Clear as mud, stay with me. So here's the defender's fallacy. I find it easier to understand why it's a fallacy by looking at it from the other side. That's right, there's also a defender's fallacy. And one version of it could go something like this. You just said the odds of a random match are 1 in 10 million. Well, the current US population is a little over 320 million, which means that there must be at least 32 people in this country who could match this DNA profile. So according to DNA, the odds are actually 31-1 that the defendant is not the person who left this DNA at the scene. In other words, there's a 97% chance he's not guilty. Obviously, that's not right. For one thing, it ignores the fact that some of those 32 people have to be excluded as possible sources, like infants and people who live in Missouri. But more importantly, this statement is of probability fails to take into account other factors in this case, which point to this defendant, like motive, opportunity, corroborating evidence, eyewitness identification, or whatever it may be. If, in addition to the DNA evidence, there were also a dozen eyewitnesses who personally knew the defendant and saw the crime happen, plus a video of the entire incident as it occurred, and a signed confession, would it make any sense to say there's only 3% chance the defendant is guilty? Of course not. But by the same rationale, the state can't say that there is 99.999% chance the defendant is the source or is therefore guilty based solely on the DNA match, because an actual likelihood of his guilt depends on the weighing of all the factors in the case. For example, even if the state has a DNA match from the crime scene, the odds of the defendant being a perpetrator would be dramatically lower if he had a solid alibi and could prove that he was in the hospital at the time of the murder, which is exactly what happened in this fascinating case from California. Think about that. So they find a cigarette butt that has DNA on it at the crime scene. Could that cigarette butt have been discarded hours ago or a day ago, and the crime was committed a day ago or a week ago or whenever the case may be? At the time of the actual crime scene, this guy is actually at the hospital. Could that be right? What murderer is leaving a cigarette butt at the crime scene? So let's deal with the case. So will Donnie's case be reversed or appealed? Probably not. While the witness was pretty careful in how she explained random match probability during her direct examination, she didn't get it mixed up with the source probability. In fact, Wanda could have gone even further and expressed her opinion that it would be significantly unreasonable to conclude that any other than the defendant is the source of the DNA from the crime scene, as long as she refrained from directly equating random match probability to source probability. As for Paula, she was clearly mistaken in a way that she rephrased the probability evidence during her closing, but it's possible the Court of Appeals would allow her a little latitude, since counsel are permitted to draw inferences from the evidence during the arguments to the jury. So, see the State versus Spinks, 244 NC App 345, 2015, unpublished. No error where prosecutor argued because the random match probability was one out of more people than are on the planet. Defendant must be the source of the DNA profile found at the crime scene. Court found that the prosecutor's comment was not beyond the latitude allowing during closing argument. The greater risk of error seems to arise when the prosecutor asks an expert witness to provide or agree with a specific number related to source probability on direct examination. Watch out for those questions that start with words like so. Basically, what you're saying here is, and end with the witness saying, yes, I guess you could say that. For prosecutors, I think the main takeaway is that they need to carefully plan their probability questions in advance and be mindful of what the witness can and can't say on the issue. Defense attorneys may also want to pay close attention to any source probability questions, since several of the cases cited overturn on the fact that even if the testimony was in error, the issue was not properly preserved. Here's another case. This is a different circumstance, so I'm not going to get into that, and it ain't talking DNA. So we got to be real careful here what we're understanding things to be. What up, Pure? I'm late. Is Sean going over the O.J. Simpson case? Nah, you fool. If the glove don't fit, you must acquit. But people should look this up. Go and look it up. DNA fallacies. Understand what are they actually saying. But in this instance, what we're talking about is unrelated to what the brother is saying. That seems to be the issue, because the brother's issue is he thinks this is what he thinks of DNA.
I'm gonna take as many DNA tests as I can to show there's no variable, there's no consistency. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna pay my money.
Hold on. All right, so he says that there's no variable, that there's no consistency. Now, everybody in the chat, how many people in the chat took a DNA test? If you took a DNA test, put a 1 in the chat. If you did not, put a 2 in the chat. If you let me see. If you don't care, then don't even say nothing. It's a lot of 1s. Juju ain't took a DNA test. That's sad, Juju. They had them jokers for $50. Many people, how many? Okay, so for those of you who have taken the DNA test, Keisha ain't took a DNA test. Wow. Y'all need to take DNA tests. But I want to ask you something. Do all companies test the same thing? Chavis said no. Brilliantly Bree, who has a new YouTube name, she says no. African Culture Concept says no. The Cali Enigma says no. What up, Callie? It's a bunch of no's in the chat. I have to take one for my contract. This fool says she want to do African ancestry, and my future husband is paying for it. Psh. Boy. So, based on the responses in the chat, everyone knows, right, that if you take multiple DNA tests, right, they're not all testing the same things. So they're going to end up with different results according to their databases and what they're testing for or what they're looking for. Yesterday, you heard me talking about the HVSI or HVS1, right? But there are other instances where they're looking at different things for different reasons, and they get results. But it is the results that matter the most. Do you agree or disagree? So I'm saying that to say, hold on, let me do this real quick. Man, I hope I don't get I've already did it once, but I hope I don't get a ding. All right. Everybody knew that was you trying to be incognito. Don't have me blow your top, because I'm gonna blow it. Oh.
In Albion.
All right, so real quick, mute.
You can be anything you want to be, as everybody.
If you've tested with multiple companies, one of the things
Okay, so y'all can hear the audio.
that you've inevitably come across is that you have some matches that are on both databases. And what you might see is that the amount of DNA that they share is different. Now, it's not necessarily vastly different, although sometimes it is, but it is a little different. So today I'm going to go over what this looks like and some of the reasons of why this may happen. We test with different companies and we get different amounts of shared DNA. So let's start with an example from my family. Now, I'm going to use my dad and his siblings because I have several of them, and we've put their DNA on lots of different websites. And so we're going to look at this match named John. And the reason why I picked him is, one, because he actually shares a sizable amount of DNA with these people. I know the exact relationship, and he's also, of course, on multiple websites. So John shares 68 centimorgans with Gloria, 65 with Russ, 145 with Scott, and 75 with Marla when we're looking on Ancestry. Now we take this same DNA. Now, this is what's interesting, is this is the same kit over to GEDmatch, and Gloria, she shares 66.1. Russ shares 84.5. Scott shares 126.9. And Marla shares 66.1. Those numbers are different. If we take a look at the percentages, we can see that those percentages are actually a little bit all over. The high is a 30% difference, and Russ has more on GEDmatch than what Ancestry has. The low is Gloria. She only has about a 2.8% difference between Ancestry and GEDmatch. But then Scott and Marla have more than a 10% difference as far as the amount of shared DNA. Now, if we were looking at small matches, let's say 10 centimorgans or 20 centimorgans, then you could easily have some matches that may show up on Ancestry that when you go over to GEDmatch, they don't show up at all. It's 0. Or it might be doubled. Instead of 10 centimorgans, it's 20 centimorgans or 25 centimorgans. So when you get to smaller matches, these percentages differences can be quite different. Let's look at another example. This is Randy, and this is going to MyHeritage instead of Ancestry. Gloria has 50, Russ has 77, Scott has 137, Marla has 118, and Marianne has 127. But when we look on GEDmatch, we see Gloria has 34, Russ has 0. Remember, I just said that with small matches, we might go down to 0, but this is one that's at 0 at 77. And Scott has 133, Marla is 125, and Marianne is 120. So we look at the percentages, and of course, the high is 100% difference with my dad because it goes from 77 to 0. But even Gloria has a 30% difference in the amount of shared DNA between these two websites, while the other three are within 10% of what you would be expecting. I'm going to look at something even different, which is Ivy, and this is Randy's daughter. And so there's something that we want to be looking out for here. First off, on MyHeritage, Gloria shares 18, Russ is 52, Scott's 51, Marla's 43, Marianne is 52. But when we go to GEDmatch, Gloria goes to 0, Russ is at 72, which is curious because Russ was at 0 with Randy. So there must be something error-wise going on here because Randy gave his DNA to his daughter. So it's impossible for Russ to match Ivy and not match Randy. Now you may say, well, what about through Ivy's mother? Well, it could be through Ivy's mother, except that we've checked that and they are not related as far distant as we can grow out 7 or 8 generations to the fact that if Ivy was sharing 72 centimorgans with Russ and 0, Russ was sharing 0 with Randy, is just impossible. Particularly when we look at Russ's siblings that all share DNA with Randy and Ivy. So Scott shares 56, Marla 49, and Mary Ann 59. And we look at these percentages, and again, we have a few of these that are centered right around 10% difference, but there's one of these outliers that's 36% and another one that is 100%. It goes from 18 to 0 in this case. All right, so why is this happening? Why can't all these companies get the right answer all the time? That's why you came to this video. Reason number 1, there's always going to be multiple reasons. Each one of these companies is using a different SNP set. Even GEDmatch, which is not testing, they are only looking at a specific set of SNPs. And depending on what test you're using to upload to GEDmatch, you may have more or less SNPs in your overall set because of what they're looking at. Now, since we're looking at different SNP sets, where we say a match starts and ends is going to be different for each company because that SNP may be closer to the actual recombination point or further away from that actual recombination point. Likewise, some of the SNPs that might actually be different might be missing, in which case you might have a place where there's a bigger segment, but really should have been broken up into 2 segments because of some SNPs that are missing in that point. So that's reason number 1. Now, reason number 2, each one of these companies uses a different algorithm in order to calculate where these matches are, how many SNPs they need, and where the different parts of this is. So with matching other people, the algorithm is usually pretty simple, but it is still a reason. Remember, we saw that one case where my dad didn't match anything on GEDmatch with Randy, but he matched on MyHeritage. But then when we go to his daughter, my dad matches his daughter. So there's something missing there, and that probably has to do with the algorithm of how it's calculating what that match is. Reason number 3, and this is what really feeds into the algorithm, is what criteria are we using? With GEDmatch, you can actually see and you can change the criteria when you're looking at matching. So for instance, how many SNPs do we have to make it a match? Is it 200? Does it have to be 500 to call it a match? What is the minimum centimorgans to be able to make that a match? How many SNPs have to be in between a no match and the next no match to call that whole thing a no match. So there's several different criteria that have to go into that algorithm to then tell where these matches are. So that is why all of these companies, even with the same people, even with the same test, if you just took the Ancestry test and uploaded it to everybody and looked, you'd still see differences in the amount of shared centimorgan matches, which leads us really then to the ultimate lesson we should learn from this. And two things. First off, test everyone. You can see here the fact that I had multiple siblings that are from the same family. I can find some of these matches, even though I might share 0 centimorgans with one of those people, the other people did show up. So test everyone you can and test everywhere. Don't limit yourself to just one of these databases. Test with Ancestry, test with 23andMe, test or upload to Family Tree DNA and MyHeritage and GEDmatch. All of these databases, like I pointed out, they use different SNP sets, they use different algorithms, they have different criteria. And because of that, you're going to have different levels of matches with every single one of them. So if you haven't tested, then this Christmas season is actually a great time because there's going to be sales going on.
All right, so that should help some of y'all understand it, but I do know that some people don't get it. Even though he kept saying algorithms and they look for different things over and over. So 23andMe versus Ancestry DNA. All right, this is just for beginners, okay? This was last updated on 5/23. So this just lets you know, y'all, that this article that was published a couple of years ago is, last year is updated. Look, he updated it, okay? So quick comparison of 23andMe versus Ancestry. The main difference between 23andMe and Ancestry is that 23andMe offers health testing and basic Y and mtDNA haplogroup reporting. By contrast, Ancestry is much more focused on DNA testing for genealogical purposes. Both companies offer ethnicity results and cousin matching, but Ancestry DNA has a much larger customer base, which is a gold mine for genealogy. So for all of those people who do genealogy, I'm telling you, you do your DNA to help. Now, this is comparing the companies at a glimpse. So this builds off the back of what was just said. Now that you understand that the algorithms are testing for different things and they're looking for different points in your DNA for matches and so on and so forth, you now need to know about this other side of it. The other side of it is the best verdict: genealogy, family history, research, DNA matches, or health screening, basic Y DNA and mtDNA haplogroup. All right, and then you can check out the pricings, ethnicity estimate regions. They both have that. Test offered autosomal ethnicity, and then 23andMe does bundled autosomal, broad Y DNA and mtDNA haplogroup and health. So that's why we say go get 23andMe, because they do a little bit more. Now, family matching and database size, they say they have 18 million. 23andMe 10 million, but I'm willing to bet it's probably more than that. And then there's the rest. And then they also have a little video here doing comparisons of all of that information. However, for those who are new to DNA testing and genealogy, we provided a simple, thorough comparison of 23andMe versus Ancestry based on 6 most important factors to consider before choosing DNA. Whether you are looking for basic ethnicity estimates, searching for living relatives, or interested in genetic health screenings, we help you sort through the noise and find the DNA kits is best for you. All right, so ethnicity estimates. All I want is ethnicity, then you're going to look for that in either company. And going from there, you need to know that. Now, why am I even saying this, right? Why? Because this is what Ancestry's DNA looks like. You got to add all of that up to see how much European is in the person on your own merit. 23andMe does it, they do it exactly like that. So they give you your admixtures and they break it up like how you want to have it broken up. So the profile just looks a little bit different. Now, for those of y'all who just joined, the reason that I am actually saying this is because yesterday we had a brother say this. Anything that you needed to do moving forward, if there's land grants and stuff like that, let me write, could be available to you.
So it always, Lucky's point, is always going to do that, bro. Women had to wait. Some women, not all, because you got some sharp women out there, but you got some women that have a way, bro, of just, it starts turning into this venting, then it turns into trauma bonding, and it's like, bro, nobody wants to hear that bullshit, man. Like, respectfully, like, that's what it turns into, because they just don't have enough information. So they got to turn it into this kumbaya, my lord, oh man, Ebola, my lord. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's a big abo fest, man. I'm sick of it, bro. They ain't got no information, fam. Yeah, I'm a renegade abo. That's right. I'm the abo. I'm the abo savior and the abo destroyer. That's right. I'm the real Charleston.
He said he the savior and the destroyer. That nigga real.
You know, what happens with, because I know yesterday I heard you say something about like doing your DNA and all of that.
Yeah.
I think that's important for two reasons, right? For two reasons, because you know it can help substantiate your history, your family history, your oral history, as some would say, and then it will support anything that you needed to do moving forward. If there's land grants and stuff like that, that could be available to you. So, or it could do a lot of correcting. How would you feel if your genetic evidence comes back and reveals that you need to make some corrections in your position?
Genome-wise, DNA-wise, I'm going to do it because I'm going to show the fallacies in DNA testing.
Now, that's why I played the video and then went through just a brief comparison of the two different companies after you understood that they test for different things. The algorithms are set up differently. He thinks that he's going to find a fallacy in the testing differences. He is already at a disadvantage because of the lack of understanding here, right? She said, please not an Aboriginal. But these are the things. And this is why I asked the question. I was like, yo, bro, you need to go study, ask geneticists questions. So African Ancestry does this show, was doing this show every Friday. Dr. Tracy, who is Dr. Rick Kittle's partner, they were doing live question and answers on Facebook Live every Friday on African Ancestry. Easy opportunity to ask any DNA questions you would have to a real geneticist. And here we are, right? And they were doing this they did this for like 2 years. That's why I said I don't know if they still do it. Here we are, 2023, and we have people, right, that don't know the fundamental intent of that. Yeah, most of the shows are still, they still should be on Facebook. They still should be, which should allow a lot of people to go get some edification. Like easy work. So let me play a little bit more of this, and I'm gonna bring up something.
I'm gonna take as many DNA tests as I can to show there's no variable, there's no consistency. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna pay my money.
Hold on, real quick before you go too far. You said that you're going to show the fallacies. Okay.
Yes.
How are you? What are the fallacies? Can you give me like the?
Yeah, like for instance, genealogy. If I got you, genealogy is not linked to geography. So if you're dealing with human history, bro, as far as if you want to say current out of Africa theory, 200 to 300 years, out of Australia theory, 400 years, out of Asia, going to be in the same, out of Europe, going to be the same. There's no official out of America. And that's why, just to, I'm going to answer your question. I just want to give you deeper context. That's why I stated last night, I have I call it water world, but the concept is showing that there's no out of anywhere. And that's why the Abos hate me. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't support out of America. It's no evidence stating that. There's no evidence stating that all the world's population came from one distinct common ancestor, aka mitochondrial Eve. You know, like I know, when you double up the DNA strand, for instance, if you were to have, I'm not even gonna use you, if someone was to have children and their children were to make or try to procreate, bro, you're getting double the genes, bro. All right, nothing in life. What I mean, what I mean is you need a different source. Like you can't keep going through how science would kind of what they lead into is kind of like incest. Like
No, hold on. So now, this is why I asked what I asked, because he was going places that he didn't know that he was going, that is irrelevant to what we were discussing or what the intent and purpose of my question was. So what I'm trying to find now, right? Let me see. I'm looking for the interview that was done with Dr. Gina Page, which is Rick Kittle's partner, right? I forget who interviewed her. Ben Black Panther, he's the one who set up that. So yeah, I remember Dr. Maya interviewed Dr. Gina Page on African Ancestry. And that interview was done like a couple of years ago. And she answered a lot of questions in that interview. Right? Some people since then have snipped the interview and uploaded it to other areas and stuff like that. But that also is available. So we got Dr. Rick Kittles because of Ben reaching out to Dr. Kittles and closing that process out, giving us an opportunity to fully understand DNA. Now, I'm not going to play that interview, but I did want to let people know that there's two interviews that do exist with experts on it, with Dr. Gina Page and Dr. Rick Kittles. Again, there's two interviews that exist. Dr. Gina Page, Dr. Rick Kittles. He needs both of those interviews. So he can go put in Dr. Mad interview Gina Page. Then he can go put in Amar Rasquar interview Rick Kittles. That should begin the basis of the confusion. Well, that should clear up a lot of stuff for that brother. But he demonstrated yesterday a lack of command for the subject matter, and he didn't know what he was really getting into.
All the science on it, but I do know I have a little bit of knowledge about alleles, and I have a little bit of knowledge about, like I said, okay, pardon me, I say alleles.
You good, bro.
All right. I have a high school education, so pardon me.
Nah, man, you good. At least you got a high school education. Most motherfuckers ain't got.
I'm just joking.
Yeah, you'll be top elbow around this bit, bro.
Right, top elbow. High school. All right, so yeah, real great question. God damn, that's a great question. So let's deal with that, right? This is a great question. At this point, where are there abogeneticists and abo databases to validate their claim of this ghost population? Because it's excuse me, it's interesting that they want to deny DNA, but they don't have the evidence to deny DNA. They can't understand that all it takes to tell the difference between X, Y, and Z is the 0.1%. So let me let me get into something real quick. Let me bring up that video that I want to bring up. It would be a pleasure to have both of them on at the same time. They went on the White Dude show. All right. There go Black Panther. Look out.
A particular type of people associated with their DNA. Is that correct?
Right. Our company, African Ancestry, specializes in tracing the ancestry of people of African descent. So we can actually look at these lineages and tell you where they are common within Africa, which ethnic groups and geographic region and all of that. We have one of the largest, we have the largest African lineage databases in the world. And so we've been working on collecting that data for a very long time, actually since like 95. And we're able to perform these tests with pretty good statistical power, given the comprehensiveness of the database. But yeah, we are the only ones that can do that. Actually, we were at the time we started the company in 2003. At the time, there was only 2 other companies in the world. One of them was Family Tree DNA out of Houston, Texas. The other one was called Oxford Ancestors out of England. And so we were the third company that emerged in 2003. There was nobody doing this as it relates to African descent people. There was, tests for Jewish lineages. There were tests for Native American and European ancestry, but nothing for African Americans. And so we fit that gap. We filled that gap,
Wow. So not only do we have a African geneticist here, but a pioneer in this field as well. So, it don't get no better than this. People, what you provide people is something that is priceless. People want to know where they're from. Where does their DNA lie in Africa? It's something that was stolen from us that once you get that back, it's very emotional for some people, as I'm sure that you encountered in your years in the profession,
Yeah. I mean, I've seen, it's funny because I've seen all kind of responses from people who get the test. And there are many reasons why people get the test. I mean, if you think about, there is no other community in this world who has experienced what people of African descent, in particular West and Central Africans, I'm talking about those that were enslaved and brought to the New World, has experienced. And so when we talk about African Americans, I mean, it's a very unique population history. And so we are now at a point where there is this excitement and strong interest around using this technology to say something about ancestry, because we don't.
Look at the date of this. 5 years ago, y'all. 5 years ago, y'all. 5 years ago. 5 years ago. If I go back to the first video, the brother said he broke his ankle around what, 2018? So this information was available to the brother then.
Well, no, I mean, we've been just ripped of all of that information for generations.
Absolutely. Sister Naya, you want to chime in on that?
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Hi, Dr. Kittles. It's a pleasure to have you on the show. My name is Naya Amara. We've talked a few times in our inbox, and I've asked you for some feedback on some of the research I was doing, learning about DNA. So I'm just excited about you being here. You talked about really being in the forefront of genetics and DNA, specifically to African American people. Could you tell me a little bit about why that was important in terms of in the scientific world? Why was that important, and why did you feel the need to kind of bring a product that helped people like us who have a historic lineage in Africa, including the transatlantic slave trade? Why did you think that was important for us?
Well, it was important to me and my family, and I felt my community. I felt that I wasn't disconnected from my community. You know, it's funny because when I was in graduate school, everybody was like, "What are you going to do with your PhD? What are you going to do with your PhD?" You know, some people got PhDs to make a lot of money. Others wanted the prestige of writing papers and getting all these scientific achievement awards. But I knew that if I was going to invest this time and effort, that whatever area I was going to focus in on, it was going to be used for the betterment for African people. And so I've always been committed to that, always. And so it's just something that was instilled in me from the start. I study, the biology and the genetics and the environment around people of color for whatever purpose, be it health or ancestry or family history, genealogy, all of that is and it's funny because it's all intertwined at some level. I mean, we're not isolated entities, right? Even within our bodies, we have DNA that interacts with other pieces of DNA in our body. We have DNA that interacts within the various different environments within our body, the physical and social environments in which our body interacts with too. So we're all connected in some way within, with each other, but then also our environment within our community. So I've always had this very, very strong interest in wanting to make sure that I contributed in some way to people of African descent. It's funny because when I was in even before grad school, when I first started, my education in college, I remember reading a lot of the Black scholars at the time. At that time we called them Afrocentric writers, right? Afrocentricity, and folks like Charles Finch and Ben Sertima and Sheikh Annie Joe, and a slew of important characters in the history of science for people of African descent. And I just wanted to play my part in that whole. So I saw an opportunity for me to be a part of those lineages, those scholars. And I said, I want to contribute and inspire just like they did.
Absolutely. We all understand the willingness and the want and the desire to contribute to the great body of knowledge that our people have produced throughout time. Brother Ong, you wanted to get in on this? You got to unmute yourself, Ong.
Okay. How you doing, Dr. Rick? How you feeling?
I'm great. How about you?
Hey, man, it's absolutely a pleasure to have you on our platform. Like we like to say around here, if there's a need in the community, then we need to be the ones to fill it. And you absolutely have done that. Really appreciate that. And so you're in a field where a lot of people that are not scientifically literate they will actually call it, specifically in this community, they'll call it DNA. Well, that's the white man's science. So let me ask you this question. How does it feel to be in a field where a lot of Black people consider to be the white man's science? How do you feel to be in that field being a Black man?
Actually, I don't feel that way. I mean, you know, what inspired me to get into this were folks like I said, Charles Finch, who was a physician out of Atlanta, who was understanding, who had a very strong understanding about science and the African component and the history of science in Africa, and Sheikh Annie Joe, who actually, you know, in terms of biological anthropology and the role in which the history of human populations emerged out of Africa, you know, his contribution was just phenomenal. So I see myself in the line of folk who were, you know, I continue that line. So I don't see this as a white man's science. And you know, the funny thing about science is, folks say science is unbiased. You know, you learn, and if you adhere to the scientific method, it's unbiased. Well, that's a lie. Every nation uses science for their benefits. You see what I'm saying? And so I think a lot of times we have to think about or contextualize what we're learning within the framework of being people of African descent, and stop worrying about somebody else saying this is their, or saying that this is their science or this is their knowledge. You know, we can utilize that knowledge for our benefits, and actually expand on it through our own efforts.
Excellent point. Excellent point. So let's get into the nitty gritty, as we say. What is the study of genetics in your estimation, Dr. Rick?
Well, the study of genetics is the study of the chemical bases that make up DNA, deoxyribonucleic acid. And those chemical bases, there's 4 of them for short. We call them A, T, C, and G. Those nucleotides. Genetics, the study of genetics explores the transmission or the heritability of traits due to the inheritance of DNA. So we look at what individuals inherit from their parents, 50% of their genome for the most part from their mother, 50% from their father. We study the transmission of that genetic material, right, that we inherit, along with the transmission of particular traits like skin color or body height or body weight or even susceptibility to disease. So early in my career, I was trying to understand how genes travel throughout the world, and use that to show the migrations of people throughout the world. And I said, well, you know what? Genetics is important for particular traits. So if we understood more about the genetics of skin color, it might tell us something about the history also of these populations. Because, you know, there's always these debates about East Africa and the Middle East and who came first, was there back migrations, blah, blah, blah. Well, if you can really utilize genetics to help answer those questions, and we're doing that more and more. Scientists now are doing that a lot more by exploring what we call population genetics, exploring the genetic history of populations. That's what population genetics really is. And we're trying to understand how these genetic variations are scattered throughout populations, and how by populations moving around, how that influences also the genetic variation in those communities.
Wow, that sounds like a serious study.
If I'm
go ahead, Ujawu.
All right, I had a question to kind of come off of that. If Dr. Kittles, if you could explain the difference between the different tests that the results that people are getting on social media. We see a lot of people post percentages, and those percentages are a result of a certain test, and then they'll post up test results that will give the groups on the maternal and paternal side. Could you explain the difference between those, if there is a difference between those results?
Yeah, there are. I mean, so there's 3 different types of tests, and almost all the companies out there perform these 3 types of tests. The first test is what we call mitochondrial DNA, which looks at the maternal. It's a maternal lineage, meaning it's inherited maternally. Everybody has mitochondrial DNA, and men and women have it, and they get it from their mother maternally. Everybody has mitochondrial DNA, and men and women have it, and they get it from their mother, but women pass it on. So it's a situation where if you're a male, you get it from your mother, she got it from her mother, she got it from her mother, but you don't pass it on. But if you're a female, you can pass it on. So it's what we call maternally inherited, and it's directly inherited. So it doesn't change unless there's like a mutation. It doesn't mix or what we call recombine or anything. So it's what we call clonal inheritance. And the funny thing about mitochondrial DNA is it's a separate genetic system in the body, right? So within our cells, we have DNA within the nucleus of our cells. And there's over 3.5 billion of those nucleotides that I mentioned earlier, A, C, T, and G for short. But mitochondrial DNA is not within the nucleus. It's in organelles called the mitochondria. And I'm getting a little too technical right now. I didn't want to get this technical, but the bottom line is mitochondrial DNA is its own genetic system, and it has its own sort of history. And you can utilize that marker for the history of maternal lineages in the world. And you can actually trace them all back to this mitochondrial Eve in Africa. The second test is Y chromosome DNA. Y chromosome is paternally inherited. So that means you inherit it through your father. Men only have that Y chromosome. So the male transmits it to the female. Transmits it to another male, the son, and then they transmit it to their sons. And so it's paternally inherited. The Y chromosome is one of the 23 pairs of chromosomes. So on the 23rd pair, which is what we call the sex chromosome, there is an X and there's a Y. We can look at the Y chromosome and some markers on the Y to say something about the paternal lineages around the world. And in fact, we can look at all of them and trace them back also to Africa. The atom, right? The Y, or the paternal atom. The next set of genetic system that most of these companies test is called autosomal markers. And that provides what we call an admixture estimate. Earlier that you guys said that you see folks posting their percentages.
Yes.
Those percentages represent admixture, and those markers come from the DNA that's within the nucleus that I mentioned earlier, and they're scattered across those 23 pairs of chromosomes. Some companies actually perform a test with almost 1 million of those markers, those genetic markers, or what we call genetic variants. These are different types of changes in the DNA, different polymorphisms. We call them SNPs, single nucleotide polymorphisms. And there's actually, tens of millions of them that have been found throughout the genome. If you compare any two people, there's going to be over 1 million variants across their genome. But for the most part, these companies test a little less than 1 million, maybe 700, 500,000 of these throughout the genome. You can pull that information together and come up with an estimate of what we call continental ancestry. And by that, I mean percentage Native American, percentage West African, percentage European. Now, some populations actually have more dimensions to that, but for the most part, they represent those 3, what we call parental groups. And so those are the 3 systems: mitochondrial DNA, Y chromosome DNA testing, and then autosomal markers, or what we call admixture testing.
Okay. Thank you for that. I just have one follow-up to that. This is a question that's often asked as well. Based on that, can a person be autosomal, their autosomal test results be show that they share DNA with continental Africans, but yet their maternal and or their paternal be of a lineage of non-African lineage? Yes. Based on their haplogroup? Is that possible?
Yes, it can. I mean, you got to remember, each one of those systems tells you something, sort of almost like the potential is there to tell a different story. The Y chromosome will tell a story about all the men in your family, that line of men that come from your father. So it will tell you something about your father, your father's father, your father's father's father. You see what I'm saying? But just that one line of males. The mitochondrial DNA will do the same thing for the females, your mothers, your mother's mother, your mother's mother's mother, that one line of females. But guess what? Within our families, we have multiple lines. And so just if we go back to your grandparents, those are four different lines there that you can test from just your parents. If you go back another generation, it'll be 16. So when you think about it, if we go back to the period of slavery, there's over like 16,000 people that contributed to your DNA. And Y chromosome and mitochondrial DNA is not going to tell you everything about all of those lineages. The admixture test, though, will give you a really good estimate generally of what that mixture looks like. So yes, your admixture can say that you are, let's say, 25 or 30% West African. And then you look at that person's mitochondrial DNA and it goes to Europe. And then you look at their Y chromosome and it goes to Europe also, or to, let's say, Asia. And you're like, well, I didn't see the African in those two other systems. It must not be true. No, we are a hodgepodge. Almost all populations are a hodgepodge or a mixture of many different continental groups. Of course, there's isolated groups that haven't been mixing for the most part, but most what we call outbred populations, like here in America, represent a mixture of various degrees of different continental groups. So yeah, you can actually have an individual's admixture test be completely different than their mitochondrial and Y.
Okay, I definitely appreciate that clarification. That's a question that comes up a lot, and I think people misinterpret the three results that you just went over, and they kind of cross them up and misinterpret and may think you have certain assumptions that they'll get disappointed at and not really understand the results.
Right. So I think you have to be clear that each one of those genetic systems tells you something about that particular lineage. Doesn't tell you everything about your entire genome. I think we think the average person thinks that they can buy $100 or $150 or $200 or a $300 test, and they're going to get an answer to everything about their genome, and that's just not the case. I mean, there is no test that's going to tell you everything in one test.
That's good to know.
It's important. That's very important. So you can tell. Oh, you want to go ahead, Sister Nye?
Yeah, I just wanted to kind of segue into the discussion about race, given that that's kind of a hot topic. And could you talk a little bit about race? You talked about populations and how the study of genetics looks at populations. Could you explain to us if you feel like race is biologically meaningful, and kind of contrast that with the social construct, and how we can look at it to best kind of become a more educated people as it relates to the subject?
Nah, you couldn't wait. You couldn't wait one more minute to get to that.
I know. Man.
I hear you. She couldn't wait. I understand. It's good.
No.
Boy.
That's good though. That's good.
Right. No. She's asking some serious questions. And so, but this is race is one of the most contentious areas out there in the sciences. And it's not just science; it has a social political meaning too, right? And so that's why folks really get upset and they argue and argue. Different scientific organizations, every couple years, they have a meeting and they come back with this white paper and they say race is not real over and over and over. Folks are like, when are we going to stop talking about this? We're never going to stop talking about it because race is a social construct, okay? So it has very strong social meaning and context to it. But biologically, there are no human races. Now let's go back a second, and then I'm gonna get really into this race thing because this is what I've been working on for a very long time, and I've always wondered why people just don't get it, and they don't get it because it's one of those things where you feel, as the average person on the street, you can just look at somebody and say what race they are. Oh, I know what race that person is because look at their hair or look at their skin color. For many African Americans, race is based on skin color and to some extent ancestry.
Mm-hmm.
But that's not what race is. Race is a zoological construct. Okay, when I say zoological, so the evolutionary biologists use race to define subspecies. So we have these different classes of organisms, right? And so you have species and you have subspecies. So an organism can be a subspecies. You can have several subspecies or what we call races if they have been isolated from each other for a long enough time that the genetic markers are starting to differ. That doesn't mean that they can't reproduce. It just means that genetically, those two populations of, let's say, salamander or some shrimp, some brine shrimp or something, starting to differentiate. They're moving out, diverging to different genetic outcomes, right? That's what we call a race. And for the evolutionary biologists, they actually have a criteria for the genetic differentiation of races. And for the most part, if it's above FST, average FST is above, I think it's 0.3 or something like that, 30%, then you have these separated groups that are races. But races can interbreed for the most part. Now, if we were to look at human populations, do they represent races in a zoological framework? No, they don't. And why is that? Because folks can have, okay, number one, folks can, it doesn't matter, as long as you're a human, you can have babies with another human, right? For the most part, unless you're just infertile or whatever. And I tell my students all the time, genes don't stay in your genes. Anytime you bring two people together from different populations, they're gonna mix. But the point is this, humans' populations have not diverged or been isolated long enough to develop what we call races. Now, if those European explorers back in the late 1400s didn't do what they did, you know, maybe we would have been on a route towards races, human races. But what happened? Folks started coming in from other continents and mixing, okay? So human populations have not been around or isolated long enough and around long enough to actually differentiate into different human races. And it's very clear. When we look at the genetics, we see, for the most part, very similar in terms of genetics, but there are some differences. But those differences do not define races. Those differences are defined by ancestry, family history, and geographic distance, meaning the further away populations are from each other, the more genetic difference they are. Because people mate with people close to them. They don't go, you know, to the other part of Africa just to have a baby. You know what I'm saying? They're gonna get down with folks in that community. And the further away you are, and you compare two groups, the further away they are, they're gonna have more genetic difference than they will if they're closer together geographically. Also, what has shaped the genetic variation that we see has been selection. Okay? So while all human populations share a lot of genetics, what the little bit that we do see that's different is due to how those groups reproduced, and then also what environmental stimuli they were exposed to, meaning pathogens, infectious disease, right? Malaria created a major shift in the genome of many West and Central Africans, because in order to survive in an area where there was high malaria, there had to be changes to certain genes than they will if they're closer together geographically. Also, what has shaped the genetic variation that we see has been selection. Okay? So while all human populations share a lot of genetics, what the little bit that we do see that's different is due to how those groups reproduced, and then also what environmental stimuli they were exposed to, meaning pathogens, infectious disease, right? Malaria created a major shift in the genome of many West and Central Africans, because in order to survive in an area where there was high malaria, there had to be changes to certain genes like Duffy, G6PD, beta globin gene. Those genes were shaped by the history of malaria in those communities. Now, does that mean that they are a race different from other West Africans? No, that's just a small set of genes. But for the most part, we share strong similarity in terms of our overall genetics across the genome. So we have to move away from this whole race thing and genetics. Race is real. I'm a Black male. When I get pulled over by the cops, I know better than anybody that I am a Black male, okay? I do not sit up there saying, that even though I have a European Y chromosome, that I'm European and all this blah, blah, blah. In America, race is real. So we have to realize the social component to race. And also, since I study disparities, I also want to know and be clear that when we look across different populations, there is a differential in incidence of mortality and the distribution of resources. And so sometimes we categorize that in racial terms, but that doesn't mean that there's a biological race. That just means socially and demographically, we call those groups races. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. African Americans, Native Americans, Latinos, Hispanics, whatever you want to call it. Some people call them races, but the bottom line is that is an opportunity of measurement of those social demographic groups, not a biological term.
Mm.
Wow, that was a very great response. I'm glad you hit all those points. In our community, in the last 3 years, Amara Squad has kind of been at the forefront of talking about race and genetics. What do you think about haplogroups? Do you feel that haplogroups is enough to justify race? And if so, why?
I have very strong feelings about haplogroups. And this goes back to what we were talking about earlier about, folks say that genetics and science is European or white. And remember what I said? I said all communities utilize science for their benefit, right? So we have a bias. Everybody has a bias. And I don't care what anybody says. We should leverage our own science and technology for our betterment, okay? I don't have any
Not apologetic for that.
No, I'm not apologetic for it. No, not at all. But what gets me upset is when I study mitochondrial DNA variation and Y chromosome variation across the world, and 90%, 95% of all, 99% of the scholars are of European ancestry. And they label the different haplogroups based on a European construct. I have a problem with that, especially when all of the variation is rooted in Africa. So Africa should be the center of that explanation of haplogroups. And it's not. Give you an example. There's probably, I forget how many haplogroups there are. Just, I'm talking about the major haplogroups, 30 some odd, I think. More than half of them are in Europe. Now, if we look at mitochondrial DNA variation, in Europe, it's not a lot of variation, but they've labeled all kinds of, they have so many different labels on that little bit of variation. And then you go to Africa where all of the variation lies. If you were to add up all the non-African variation and put it next to the African variation, it still wouldn't even come close. And we just get one letter for Africa, L, the mitochondrial DNA L haplogroup. I guess it's this way for y'all. Seriously, think about what I'm saying. So in Europe, we have H-I-J-K, I believe S and T, all these different haplogroups there that have been characterized in Europe. And there's only one group for Africa that defines all of the African variation. To me, that is extremely disrespectful. Why? Because what we have to then do is frame all of the African variation just within that one letter and break that letter up. And it doesn't compare to what we have in terms of defining European variation. So for me, that's a problem, right? It also minimizes the history and the level of variation that exists within Africa. So if we were to use haplogroups to define races, it would be extremely problematic just based on that. But even if it wasn't the case, we still couldn't use it. Because throughout different continents, we see that areas where populations go in and out of that area, of that geographic area, you know, the movement of populations within an area or the movement out of an area. That's what we call these transition zones. And these transition zones have a blur in terms of these haplogroups. And so it's not easy to use haplogroups to define races. For instance, Dr. Charles Finch used to call the Middle East, he called it the Northeast African extension. I don't know if you guys remember that in his in some of his work. Mm-hmm. What he was saying was at one time that was considered part of Africa. That whole Middle Eastern sort of Sinai, all of that area was considered Africa because there was this movement back and forth with Africa, and it was called this transition zone. And if you look at the genetics today, we see this transition out of East Africa, out of the Sudan, all of this variation being like a bottleneck, a subset of what's in Sudan being a subset of what we see in the Middle East, which is then a subset of what we see in Asia and a subset in Europe. So it's a transition zone. So it would be extremely problematic to use haplogroups to define races. I think they're useful in terms of saying something about migration. I think they're useful in terms of population history, but in terms of definition of races or using them to define races is problematic because once again, they're only part of your genome, of your genetic makeup. Remember, your mitochondrial DNA may say one thing and the rest of your genome say completely something else. So why would you want to use that to define race?
There you have it. There you have it.
You know, you're dealing with a pro when you take the time, you write down all these questions, you write them out, and he answers like 4 of them in one sentence. You know?
Right. Yeah, he hit all the points.
Can I ask a question?
Go for it.
Well, this is a good question right here. This is the elephant in the room right here. Specifically in the conscious community.
You about to ask what I was about to ask.
I just need to know, based off of our presence in North America, the African Americans, would you say that we are the original Native Americans? Professor, we need to know that. We have several books popping up on the scene. I totally disagree with that, but I want to hear what the professional has to say, the one that studied on genetics. Can we talk about that? Are African Americans, Native Americans, are we closely related? I mean, talk to us about that, sir.
Here we go.
I need that.
No, that is a misnomer, a falsehood, an outright lie. Okay, that's exactly what that is. We are not the original Native American. There is a history that Native Americans have, and actually it's disrespectful for African Americans to go out and say that they're Native American to the rich Native American cultures that have been here for thousands of years. I mean, Native Americans are descendants of Asians who came here, who migrated here. And we have the archeology, we have the biological anthropology, we have the genetics, the fossils, everything is there, show and prove, okay? So there is no debate on that. We look at Native American populations. They were at one point very large with the settlement and the arrival and settlement of Europeans. Those populations were brought down to very few numbers. And so the genetic diversity, the biological diversity, the cultural diversity was lost, okay? But they were not of recent African descent, okay? Those Native Americans were not. Now, for some reason, there are African Americans who are here who want to claim this connection with Native Americans. I don't know for what, outside of maybe trying to get some money from casinos or something. I don't know, but they want to have this connection with Native Americans. And it's funny because it's almost like we are the Native Americans. And so whoever was here or whatever history that you can show coming from Asia just wasn't true. I mean, it's even more shocking that you would even say that. But I also don't understand why a Black person would want to be anything other than African. Okay? That is the real deep sort of issue that has to be addressed by those individuals from Asia. Just wasn't true. I mean, it's even more shocking that you would even say that. But I also don't understand why a Black person would want to be anything other than African. Okay? That is the real deep sort of issue that has to be addressed by those individuals who continue to argue. I mean, they continue to argue this point. Now, I'm not going to say that no Black folk came here when the Europeans came here early on, Columbus and all that stuff, right? Because I'm sure there was Black folk on those ships. I'm almost positive that there were Black folk. I'm even suggesting that some of them could have been Moors from Spain, okay? But there was no wholesale movement of Black folk to the New World and then contribute all of what the Native Americans did. And for some reason, that was lost too, I guess, in the history, that, it was the Black experience that contributed to the Native American history. I don't know, but I'm just saying there is no evidence of this wholesale movement of people of West and Central African descent being here before the transatlantic slave trade. So the African American community that's there today came from, we are descendants. I'm going to say this really just clearly, okay? The bulk of African Americans are descendants of enslaved Africans from West and Central Africa. That's it.
It don't get no much simpler than that. But since Brother Unc wanted to crank it up, let's go all the way into it. Dr. Rick, talk to us about the Olmec civilization. And are these people genetically African?
Look, I haven't studied the Olmecs. I've seen articles, I've seen pictures, I've seen a lot of that. One of the things that I think we also have to be clear on, and this is what I call it's not just me. A lot of my colleagues call this racial thinking. Okay, racial thinking is also typological thinking, meaning that there are these types that human populations adhere to. Within these types, you're either Native American type, Asian, European type, and then they have different classes: European, East, West, Scandinavian, Mediterranean, and then you have Africans, right? The stereotypic African, right? And so you see some pictures or some sculptures or some art of individuals that might resemble some West Africans, and you say, "Oh, those are Africans." That's typological or racial thinking. You're assuming that those Native Americans, the Olmecs, didn't have variation in terms of their phenotype. All populations have variation in their phenotype. You can see Asian influences in Europeans. You can see even African influence in Europeans in terms of their phenotypes, their physical features. So no, I haven't bought into that Olmec thing, and I don't believe it. I think that those are some broad-nosed, big-lipped Native Americans.
Facts.
Woo.
Facts.
I just want to go on record and say I did not probe Mr. Kittles for any responses prior to him coming on the show. because Dr. Kittles, the reason why I'm saying this is because they're going to say, he sounds just like the Army Rock Squad. I know the Army Rock Squad told him what to say before he came on the show. No, we spoke on the phone one time and multiple times through messaging.
Right.
We didn't tell this brother what to say. We didn't tell this brother what to think. We didn't give him the answer. He didn't even know the questions we were going to ask.
Right. So, right. I didn't. And that's the good thing. That's the good part is that this is all fluid and live. Right.
Right.
So it's interesting because we've had some African scholars who have explored that issue, and we have to be honest too with scholarship. I mean, at certain time periods, we may think one thing, and then as the evidence goes further, we see otherwise. And remember what I said about science. Science, for the most part, is biased. I mean, I hate to say it. I mean, you could say, "Oh, well, we're gonna do this in a scientific way." Even how you use that has a political component to it. So, I mean, it's you have to understand. You have to understand that, and we have to be honest. I mean, I don't agree with everything Van Sertima or Finch or even Sheikh Adi Job said. I mean, and if you look back at the history of how science emerges, folks have opinions. They try to prove their opinions with facts and theories, more facts. And then down the stream, you find out that they were wrong. That's cool. That's how science operates. But I have yet to see any evidence biologically of this African influence on the Olmec civilization. I mean, I know folk personally who have been throughout the New World and explored genetic variation in these Native American groups, and we do not see this signature of West African ancestry in those groups.
That's you said a mouthful. And we had quite a few people. We have quite a few people watching, and I hope this clarifies some of those questions that people have been asking, because genetics and this topic has been a running topic inside of our Facebook group for the past year and a half, off and on. And so I do see a couple of people, and I think that they're enjoying the conversation. Matter of fact, I know they're enjoying the conversation because they're saying, "Let him go in. Now I can go to sleep. He answered that. Now I can go to sleep." So
yeah, they've been waiting on that.
Right. That's right. I forget that it's late out there.
Yeah, no, I don't know if we were going to have opportunity to open it up, but Ben, I guess you can continue on. But there are some people that do have questions inside of the chat. I don't know how we're going to maybe we could read a couple of them, or invite?
We can get
Well,
to
we
those.
have like another controversial issue that we need to address before we open up the chat. We do want to address this issue of the Neanderthal and whether or not white people are a different species. And I say that in quotations because this is the conversation that often comes up in our community. And although I don't subscribe to that paradigm, could you talk about speciation in Neanderthal and if you feel that the current people that we identify in our social construct as European or white, if they are a Neanderthal, or if they're just plain old Homo sapiens sapien?
That's crazy.
Naya's getting right to it.
Oh boy, the debate.
So you know, this whole Neanderthal issue emerged in terms of the genetics when one of the skeletal remains of Neanderthals was sequenced. The DNA was isolated from the bones and sequenced, and this Neanderthal DNA profile emerged. And one of the things you noticed is that it did differ in many ways with the modern human Homo sapiens sapien genome, and which suggests that obviously it is a different species. But what was fascinating as this emerged was that there was some sequence, some actual sequence profiles that Neanderthals had that are embedded or in the gene pool of many European and Asian populations. But it's not common. It's not common at all. I mean, it's maybe at the most 5-8% of the population. And it's just these small stretches of DNA that have been defined as quote unquote Neanderthal. My take on that is this: if we were to look at the genome, the entire genome, all 3.5 billion of these base pairs, we'll find that the genome of humans has multiple histories, meaning that, remember when I was saying that part of our genome evolved due to climate and environmental exposures, pathogens, infectious disease, you know, high latitude, high sunlight intensity, being around areas with no vitamin D, blah, 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 put pressures on the genome at different time periods in the history of Homo, not just Homo sapiens, but Homo, because remember, Homo sapiens sapiens didn't just come out of nowhere. There was this evolution and this divergence that occurred. And so if we go all the way back to Homo, that means that part of our genome goes back, you know, over 1 million years. You guys see what I'm saying?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So we should look at our genome as a mosaic of pieces or chunks with different histories from different time periods. And so when we talk about this Neanderthal sequence, it's a part of a sequence from that time period. Now, what populations were around during that time period? Modern humans were around there. In Europe, they were restricted to that European area, and there's also some that were found in Asia, right? Those populations have a history with that that Neanderthal period, and so it's not surprising to see that segment in a portion of those population individuals from those populations. You guys see what I'm saying?
Yes,
absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
So, yes, there is evidence of this Neanderthal. You know, people call it Neanderthal gene, but it's really just a profile of the DNA that is old and that some Europeans have. Now, if folks had any sense, they would go to Africa and look at some of these old remains and sequence and see what archaic, what we call archaic sequence or archaic profiles, DNA profiles, are there, and see which African populations may have those. And I'm sure that it'll be those that were historically near those archaic populations. You guys see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Yep.
So now you can boot that reality up to saying that oh, whites or Europeans are Neanderthals, or a subgroup of Europeans are Neanderthals. But I mean, there's no. What are you trying to say? Are they like less advanced or something? Is that the argument?
Right.
I don't see that. But I do believe, and I've seen the evidence that there's chunks of DNA that have different histories in our genome, and there is a chunk that goes back to this period of Neanderthals that's common in Europe. Okay, modern Europeans.
Yep. You know the part that gets me though. Let me say this real fast. The part that gets me is that you can go to Africa and you can find A00. That's archaic, and so on in Africa you have inbreeding. So I don't understand why Neanderthal is so crazy, but yet we never want to talk about what happened on the actual continent. So I found it to be very, very interesting. You know, like Brother Saul always says, then why don't you just say you just don't like white people? Just say that.
I know he in the chat room, so
just say
I would just go ahead and say it.
Why you have to make up nothing?
Just
say what it is.
You don't like white people.
It's interesting. I'm telling you that if you go throughout the genome and you look at the age of these lineages in our genome, they vary because we have been around as a genus for a long time. And so that there's chunks of our DNA that are very, very old. And they were important in terms of the trajectory of evolution that we were on. You know, maybe they were for standing upright or whatever, but those chunks are old. And then there's those that change, those that we inherited from past species and the like. So it's not surprising. You know, what's surprising is that people want to boot up a behavior or a phenotype over a damn profile sequence.
I just have a question. Since you mentioned something about that, could you, and hopefully this doesn't go, this is still within the same question. When we hear things like human beings or Homo sapiens sapiens, we share X% with a banana or X% with a rat or whatnot. What does that actually mean? Like what percentage? Because this is the thing. For example, it's known that human beings share, I believe, 98.6% with chimpanzee. But yet, when people read these reports about the Neanderthal, it will say something like 4%. And so what some people will do is say, wait a minute, if we share 98.6% with the chimp, but then there are people walking around with only 4% with the Neanderthal, that means that we're more like chimps than Neanderthal, etc. So I think there's a little bit of confusion there. So can you, if you understand the question, could you kind of elaborate on what does it mean when humans share X% with, a banana or whatever the case is? Is that are they looking at something different?
So that's a very good point. So I've always had issues with how this was used, and this is another way that science is used politically. So when part of the argument of the Human Genome Project was the folks wanted government funding, and they wanted different countries to support it from all over the world. And part of their position in this was, let's sequence the human genome and show that we are 99.9% alike. And then folks was like, well, how are we alike with apes? chimps or whatever. And then it was like, oh, 98.5 or 98.6 or whatever. And what they were saying was when you sequence the genome, they look at the genes and they said, oh, these are the same genes. So we're 99.9%, but they didn't look at sequence variation. That wasn't part of that discussion. They were talking about how many do we have the same set of genes? And so there was a different set of genes for chimps. And so that's what that argument is about. And it's being used mainly for political sort of purposes, because in reality, it doesn't mean much at all.
Right.
It really does. All humans share. Humans are 100% identical, if that's the case.
Right.
But we know that's not true. You know what I'm saying? There's no population where they have fewer genes than what the other population. We all have the same set of genes. The structure of our genome is pretty much the same. But the variation, that genetic variation is what's different. And that's where the action is actually. That's what makes some people darker than others, some people's eyes bigger or nose wider or whatever, hair thinner.
And you said earlier that you said about approximately 1 million variations.
Yeah, so if we compare any two people,
mm-hmm.
right, just off the street, any two people, it's about 1.5 million SNPs that would differ between them. So at 1.5 of those 3.5 nucleotides, there could be a difference there. On average, around 1 million, 1.5 million.
Dr. Rick, this next question is something that different people have asked in the community. Can you talk about the population of genetics and what we call ancient Egypt, if you're familiar with that?
I really haven't studied a lot about Egypt, to be honest with you. I've studied a lot about West Africa and Central Africa because that was what was important for me as an African American. I'm not saying Egypt wasn't important. Egypt, was inspiring to many of us. But in terms of genealogy and family history and understanding about my potential health based on my genetics, Egypt had nothing to do with that. So I spent a lot of time studying West and Central Africa. I think it's a very rich and interesting, exciting history. I know that when you look at East African populations and that whole Nile Valley, there is a continuum of variation and this transition out of Africa into the Middle East. I think it's really interesting and exciting. But I will tell you this. If there is an Eden, it's in the Sudan. Meaning that area has so much genetic variation. And that variation is consistent with what we see in West Africa, Central Africa, North Africa, South Africa, the Middle East, Europe, and Asia. I mean, so that area has enormous variation. And you see in the Sudan, you see what we call the elongated African, tall, long limb, dark skin, the Nilotics, all these different features that's consistent within Africa. You see there. So, we talk about where is the birthplace of modern humans. I actually think it's somewhere in that area. Now, when you think about the history of Egypt and the influence that Egypt gave to Europe or had on Europe and the Middle East is staggering, right? But what about the influence that the Sudan gave to Egypt? Because that predates all of it. If in fact that's modern human origin, geographic origin, right?
Yeah, that's a fact.
That's to me, that would be where where some interesting action would be.
Can you explain Dr. Kittle's transitional morphology?
Can I explain transitional morphology? I don't understand the context.
Neither do I. It was a question in the chat room, and I'll read you the whole question, and maybe it'll give you some more context. It says, can you explain the use of transitional morphology rather than missing link?
Oh, okay. So remember I was talking about these transition zones. If you look at areas between continents where people have moved, we see this area of transition in the biology and the genetics of those populations. When you have this typological approach, you're assuming that there are these types, right? These real types. And historically, and when you have this typological thinking, there is no bridge between those types. The bridge actually is this transitional morphology. But historically, people didn't do that. They would say, oh, there must be a missing link between these folk and this folk. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
That's my understanding of what the question. That's my understanding of what he's trying to say.
Right. It's a very unscientific question because basically they're trying to, you answered the question when you discuss race in terms of morphology. We don't see one morphology in one particular population. We see variations in different populations. So there's no such thing as transitional morphology, whoever answered the question. But I wanted to say something to you, Dr. Kittles, about DNA testing, because this is an important subject in our community, the validity and reliability of DNA testing. We often have these circular arguments regarding it and whether it's valid, and as Black people, can we trust the results? Could you talk a little bit about the reliability and validity of testing and the processes that you use even in your own lab to ensure that the results do what they say that they can do?
Right. So I think we also have to understand that when you get a DNA test, the accuracy and the validity is really a reflection on how well your reference database is. So if you're asking a question about what is an individual's haplotype, those are pretty simple questions to answer. They can do the sequencing. They can look at your polymorphisms and say, oh, you have this stretch of variation, so you're haplogroup A or haplogroup C. Those are simple. But when you start saying that an individual is of Finnish ancestry or Yoruba or Fulani from Cameroon, you should have a database that's reflective of those populations and more, right? What we call comprehensive databases. And so part of the accuracy is based on how well your database is. I mean, you can have a database with 100 samples in, and you will find something. You see what I'm saying? You'll say, oh, well, this is close. Let me give you a perfect example. When I first started this, and this is, I had to learn this, the hard way. I remember I tested Henry Louis Gates early in my career. I was at Howard University. This is before I started the company. And I had at the time a pretty good database, African database. But my database was good for West and Central Africans. So I had from Senegal all the way down to Angola, pretty well sampled, really good set of samples from there in my database. I had very little data from Egypt, the Middle East, the Sudan, North Africa, right? Because for me, in my at that time in my thinking, I thought that all I needed was West and Central Africans, and I can answer the question for African Americans, not thinking that obviously some of us have different ancestries outside of this transatlantic slave trade, meaning some of us may have European or Jewish or Middle Eastern ancestry. So anyway, I tested him, and I didn't have any Egyptian samples. No, I'm sorry. I didn't have any samples from Israel. Jewish samples in my database. I had some Egyptians. I had some and Sunnis. And so when I did the test, he came up Egyptian from northern Egypt. And so I told him, I said, you know, it looks like you have Egyptian ancestry. He was all excited. He said, you know, I am a descendant of a king, he said. Come to find out, once database grew, that it wasn't Egypt that the match was in. It was actually Israel, and he had Jewish ancestry on his mother's side. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Now, the reason why I went to Egypt is because that was the closest set of samples in terms of variation consistent with Israel. So I had to learn that the hard way, but it was good. It was refreshing because it made me think bigger than just where I was thinking. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And I could admit I was wrong, but the point I'm making is that I didn't have a big enough database to accurately answer his question. I was relying on him too, telling me about his ancestry. He said, "Oh, my mother's black. My mother's black. Yeah, she's black, but her mother's not black." Okay.
Right.
So I found that to be interesting. So let me go back to answer your questions. I think I went the long way on that one. Sorry.
No, that was great context though.
Right. The database is important, but also your statistical algorithms that you use to determine the match is important. So we have the largest database for.
There's that word again, algorithms. Algorithms. These companies test differently due to algorithms. They're looking at different things in your DNA.
For African Americans, we use a likelihood method. It's a probability test to see how likely this match that we found in the database is, and by that we look at the frequency of the match, the geographic distribution, all of that stuff. And so there's a lot of components to the accuracy. The other thing that's also important too that we have to realize is that some of us have very old lineages. For instance, some of us may have mitochondrial haplogroup L0, which is the oldest lineage in the world. And it's common throughout West Africa. You can go from Senegal, Western Senegal, all the way to Eastern Cameroon, and you'll find it in equal frequency across those broad range of geography and ethnics. So there's no way to say this person is from Gabon or this lineage is Gabonese. You see what I'm saying? Because it's so common, it's so old. But then we have other lineages, like for instance, Oprah Winfrey's mitochondrial DNA lineage, which was an L3 subgroup, which is one of the more recent ones. Like for instance, the L0 goes back almost 100,000 years, 80,000 years, right? So that's why it's a broad distribution. But Oprah's was only within the last 10,000. It was very restricted to a region in Liberia. So that also plays a role too. It's like going to the phone book and saying, "Oh, I'm going to find my friend's phone number. What's their name? Brown." Or
and it's thousands of Browns.
But if you say Kittles, I mean, there's not a lot of Kittles. You see what I'm saying? So it really depends on that lineage in terms of how well you can accurately assess where it's from. So it's not a simple answer. That's why, I don't know, a lot of times we think that everything is simple. I'm going to pay this money. They're going to answer all of my questions. And what they do is they get their answers, their question answered, and they put it on Facebook or whatever. And then everybody has a billion more questions.
That's right. You're right about that.
Dr. Kittle, can you touch on that Jewish comment you made about Henry Louis Gates? Some people in the chat room, I think, are confusing what you're saying. When you say he had Jewish ancestry, what do you mean by that?
I mean, he had a lineage that was common in Israel. He had a mitochondrial DNA lineage. I forget what it was. T1, T2, or something like that.
Okay.
And again, this goes back to the difference between the mitochondrial test results, the paternal test results, and then you have the admixture. And I think this is something that people really have to make clear and distinct. Like you said, it tells three different stories, and I think people matched up. But if I may, I have the website shown and pulled up, and I know, and based on to speak on what you just mentioned on the website, this is AfricanAncestry.com, by the way, for those who are watching. You have a question here. It says, do you have the largest database of African lineages? And the answer is yes, 30,000, as opposed to the competition, which may range about 621. So that speaks volumes to basically what you were just speaking about. I know, for example, the company 23andMe, theirs in reverse. They have a high sample of European ancestry than the African component. And a lot of people are getting tested with that company, et cetera, et cetera. So it will show up in the results. And like you said, as the database grows, that's why they're always updating their database and updating their reports and things like that. So just wanted to show that for the audience on what you were speaking about. But I find it interesting. You have the first question is, can you identify an African country of origin? Yes. Competition? No. Can you specify African ethnic group? Yes, for African ancestry, but competition, no. And I think those answers are based on what you were saying. I guess the quality of the database and those samples is why you're able to do it, and other companies are. So is that correct assessment to say?
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that.
I was saying basically. The reason why the answers to the questions on the website are yes for African ancestry and no for maybe the competition has to do with the quality and of the database and the samples that are there.
Right. That's the big part of accuracy. I mean, if your question is, am I of African descent or European descent? I mean, that's a simple question, right? But to really dwell into the question of ancestry and these ethnic groups, you need to have a really good database in order to answer that. And that's why, for the most part, these other companies don't provide that level of inference. All they do is tell you that you're European or I mean, African or Native American. And because of their databases are so comprehensive for Europe, they can tell you something about Europe. Like I told you, I have a European Y chromosome. I know that because of the European databases.
And I'm the opposite. I have a non-African maternal line, a West African paternal line, and then my admixture says I'm different. 70% shared with Africa and 30% shared other. And so
what's other?
25% European, somewhere European, and then the other difference is Middle East somewhere,
Okay.
So 70-30 split altogether.
Okay.
So when I first got my results, that's what made me study and really realize the difference and the different stories that these results tell. And I can understand why people get confused, but I think people should really do the knowledge and study so they won't misinterpret it. Because I've seen a lot of people do that with the percentages.
Right.
Dr. Rick, I don't even know who this person is, but a friend of mine wants me to ask it, so I'm going to ask you. What were the test results of Cherokee Freedman? Do you know who that person is?
Yeah. No, you said it's a friend of yours, but you don't know who it is.
No, I don't know who Cherokee Freedman is, but the friend of mine asked me to ask you the question.
Oh, okay. That was kind of weird.
I mean, it gets confused.
So, yes, the question deals with a study that I did looking at the Freedman community in Oklahoma. The Freedman community is a community of of people of African descent who were part of those 5 so-called civilized tribes that were part of that Trail of Tears from Georgia, Florida, Alabama, Mississippi, marching into Oklahoma to the reservations. Their land was stolen, their communities were devastated, and many of them had, many of those Native American communities had relationships with to some extent, with Black folk, meaning they either had slaves like the Choctaw or Chickasaw, or they had them in their organization in terms of leadership like the Seminole, or they just were a part of their community and helped stabilize them, in particular during this time of instability during that Trail of Tears. Imagine that. It was very hard to for those communities to go through that period, but African Americans helped stabilize those communities. In early 1990s, the federal government gave them, those 5 tribes, reparations for the Trail of Tears, upwards of like 40 million each or something like that. First thing that they did, those tribes, was kick out the Black folk. And they said, "Oh, you're not really Native American. We just, you just hung out with us, but you can't get into this money." So the freedmen, they called them freedmen community, the Black freedmen, which were part of those. They were actually on the rolls. Some of them were on the rolls. Their families were on the rolls. They got kicked off. They then sued for some of the rights to that money from reparations. Now, at the time, these nations, once they got that money, they started buying up property, developing real estate, casinos. I tell folk all the time, they went from ashy to classy, overnight, really, because, they had the poorest wealth, poorest health. And then, with this money, they then built up their community. And in many cases, the Blacks were turned away from those communities. So I went into Oklahoma. They wanted me to do some testing of the freedmen to see if they had Native American genetic ancestry, and maybe they could use that information in court to prove that they were part of those groups. And I told the leadership at that time, I said, "Look, we can do this, but doesn't mean that you can actually use this genetic data in court. There's no real precedence for you doing that from a research project." But they wanted to do it anyway. They felt that would be at least a start in the direction to do it needed to be done. So I did the testing on about close to 100 and something individuals who themselves or their family members were on the rolls of these groups. I mean, I've seen pictures that folks had of their family members who were like in leadership. Like, for instance, one woman, her grandfather, his name was Billy Bowleg. He was a Seminole chief at one point. And she's African American, part of the Black freedmen. So some of her family members were tested. And so when the results came back, I went back out there, and for the most part, there was very little Native American ancestry. Now, there were about 4 or 5 individuals, African Americans, who had over 30% Native American ancestry and who had significant, Native American ancestry. But for the most part, most of the African Americans had just as much or less than the average African American in the country, which is around 5-6%. 5. So they were pretty upset about that. And I think it's funny because for the most part, people like science and technology when they can use it for their benefit. And so once they realized that this DNA testing wasn't going to help them, they then said, "This is garbage."
Oh, that's
they kicked you out.
That is a key. That is a key point you just made, and that is the sentiments that we see a lot. Just what you said, DNA is very good when it comes to paternal court cases to determine fatherhood, paternity tests and things. But then if they can't use it to push a preconceived belief, then it becomes garbage. It becomes pseudoscience and things like that. And I think you hit it right there on the head.
Hey, it's good for criminal court too. Get you off a case.
Right. Now, there's strong utility for genetics across many different aspects. But what I find fascinating is people value, their value that they place on the genetics is based on the utility. And if they can't use it, there's no value to it.
Mm-hmm. That's it.
If they can't reconcile that with their belief, their traditions, or their folklore, family history, they don't want to use that.
And how about the psychology of the transatlantic slave trade? You know, I think it's a deep hidden underlying psychology that we want to kind of deny it, and so people want to reach for something else. Say, wait, okay, well, we were here first. I wasn't part of the slave trade. I'm not a descendant of a slave, and they kind of latch on to that. And when the genetics don't show up, then I guess cognitive dissonance kicks in, and they just go for anything and deny the DNA and the whole science of genetics altogether.
Right. But it's funny because they're not just denying the science, they're also denying history, right? The historical record.
Uh-huh. By themselves.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I think we emptied the clip on the questions, unless anybody else got any more.
No, that was a lot of good questions, man. I really appreciate you coming through. I think it kind of helped the community. We have a very, very intelligent listening audience, and we have a few knuckleheads, which is to be expected. And so around here we teach scientific literacy, so it makes it very, very important for you to stop by, Professor. I mean, Doctor, I really appreciate that. Really, and we really support your company, and we absolutely send business your way.
All right, appreciate that.
Matter of fact, I'm going to show the website one more time, and I don't. Is there anything that you want to highlight on the site? It looked like the site had a makeover recently, because I've been paying attention now. It looks like has a slight makeover
it probably has. I know Gina Page, my business partner. She's amazing, man. She has a creative team of folk, and she's really into marketing and all that. So I can't even tell you. I don't even know how much it costs anymore. I've been in the lab. You know what I'm saying?
So
Gina's done some spectacular work, and she has a great team out there.
Matter of fact, let me just show her picture again. That's Dr. Gina Page, right?
I think we lost them for a second.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think you dropped.
Maybe he'll come back in. But yeah, that's the sister whose picture is showing now. Also a founder of the African Ancestry. But there's a question on here. Let me just show this real quick.
We need to get that sister on here, man. That would be like a trap.
I was just thinking that.
Man, come on, man.
I was just thinking that.
Yeah, that's important right there. We can't leave her out. Goodness.
No, certainly not. But look, this question here, the last question on the page. Hopefully everybody can see it. This is on the website. It says,
"Are you 100%?"
Well, actually, let's go to the question before that, because this is what people have a problem with as well. The question is, do you research or sell my DNA? The answer is never. Okay, and that's one thing I know that the company prized themselves off of. I've seen a video where Dr. Page and Dr. Kittles speak on this, and maybe when he comes back, he can address it. But the last question, though, are you 100? Huh?
I'm telling Pam, go ahead and hit him real quick. See where you at.
Okay. Yeah, the last question: are you 100% Black owned with Black scientists? And the answer is yes.
Oh, that's on the thing, huh?
That's on it. That's on his on the website.
Put them dead in the water, man. Screenshot that. That's a checkmate
right there.
That's
Dr. Kittles, he's back.
Okay, Dr. Kittles. I was just going over the last 3 questions on the site. One is, or last 2. It says, one, do you research or sell my DNA? And the answer is never. And I remember seeing a video of you and Dr. Page speaking on that, in terms of not doing that like the other companies, and also not receiving external influence by way of funds and things or whatnot. I kind of vaguely remember you all touching on that. So you can keep the science what it is, and do have the freedom to do what it is that you all do. So,
Right. Now that was very important, and also that's one of the reasons why it took a while for me to develop the company and the test, because I wanted to find somebody who had very similar sensitivities as I did about this issue of genetics in the African American community. So Gina, shares my sensitivities, and we definitely wanted to make sure that if we did this in the community, we would set up these what we call terms and conditions, where we would not any test to any test results or DNA samples, personal or financial information to any third parties. And we've been consistent with that. Not like other companies where they actually have given information to FBI databases, sold information to drug companies and the like. So.
Right, and I see that on the site. It says as far as the other companies, take a look at the fine print. Make sure you read the fine print.
Yep.
So that's
every company. Whenever you buy a test from any company, there's a thing called terms and conditions, and you have to read that, before you put that credit card information in there, because in some of these companies, they tell you pretty much once you send that sample in, it's theirs. They can do whatever they want to do.
Wow.
Whatever they want to find, and produce royalties from that, and you get nothing.
Right.
These royalties. You mean get wow.
They getting paid off it.
Get paid, man, boy. So I'm glad that was really posted on the site, and that kind of really helps our position here. And we absolutely appreciate that, and that's good. So we need to do business, more business with your company. That's absolute, and that policy right there should actually help out people in determining, what company want to use. And I think that's an excellent policy right there, keeping their information sacred. So we really appreciate that.
Right, and we did it because I don't think I'm that much different than any other brother or sister in the community. I mean, somebody came up to me and asked me for my samples. I want the same level of protection,
Right.
So.
Yeah, that's
Dr. Rick, did you do a study on an African burial ground in New York City?
Yep. Yeah, that's how I actually started. That's when I started collecting the data, the database. And that was in 95. I think I started doing that. So I was working with some scientists at Howard University. I actually started it when I was in grad school. Then I got an appointment at Howard, my first faculty appointment. And then it really blew up after that. But yeah, so there was a in Wall Street, down the street from Wall Street in New York City, off Broadway. There was a centuries-old burial ground. They called it on the map of New York City. It was denoted Negroes Burial Ground, and it went back to the 1800s. And it was actually a place where enslaved Africans and free Africans were buried over several generations. And so there were thousands of people buried there. And remember, at that time, New York was called New Amsterdam. It wasn't called New York. It was New Amsterdam. It was a Dutch sort of colony initially. And there were enslaved Africans there. Many people say, well, how would they be slaves in New York? They weren't doing a lot of the agricultural work. They were doing mainly domestic sort of servitude stuff, but they were enslaved. They were doing domestic sort of chores and work. And those communities, blacks in that area started to grow, and so they were buried in this cemetery. Now, as the city grew, as New York City grew, they encroached on that burial ground, and that burial ground became smaller and smaller. They built up all around it, on top of it, throughout bodies, all type of stuff. And so in 1990, somewhere around 90s, they were building, the federal government was building the GSA building, General Service Administration building. And they were building the foundation, and they found these remains, these burials, coffins and artifacts, and they were pulling them out every day. Folks in the area were like, this is, because this is Manhattan, and there was a lot of blacks walking around there. They were like, obviously this is part of our community. So they stopped the construction. Mayor Dinkins, the black mayor, was mayor, and we had a black president also, Clinton. That was a joke. They stopped it and said that they were going to send all of the remains that were left to Howard for study. Howard University had like a $10 million grant or something to study those remains and then to rebury them in a memorial that was built there. So the building, actually, the federal building went up. It just wasn't as big as what they wanted it to be. And there's a memorial there now. This is right next to the World Trade Center, okay, where the memorial is. What's funny though is many of the early scientists before Howard University was involved, they had all these European anthropologists studying these remains, and for some reason they would say things like, these are Europeans or these are Native Americans, they're not African, because they knew that, you know, it was African, number one. And if it was African, then they could stop the burial, they could stop the construction. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And a big hoo-ha, but you know, the descendant community in New York didn't have that. And so we actually was able to stop construction, get the remains, 427 of them sent to Howard, and we studied them. So I isolated DNA from the bones of those remains. That was my job, to isolate the DNA from the bones and determine through the mitochondrial DNA if they were African. That was the first question. Are they African or not? We could look at their skeletons and tell that they were African. We could look at the burials. They had Dinka symbols. I mean, they had Dinka symbols on them. They had Sankofa symbols on the coffins. So it wasn't hard for
it's like staring you in the face
to say, these are African descendant people. This is a cemetery of African descendant people. Then the biological anthropologist was looking at the cranial and the long bones and said, these are African people. Then Rick comes in with the DNA and says, these are L haplogroups. These are African people. So
the triple.
A lot of fighting for that to happen. But yeah, I was involved in that.
Wow, that was the triple hitter right there. The cranial, the
archaeology,
the archaeology, the materials, and the genetics. Can't get any better than that.
Yep. That was the first time I actually worked with what we call an interdisciplinary group of folk, and they were all Black, all of them. Historians, archaeologists, biological anthropologists, geneticists. I mean, it was amazing. That was amazing experience. I'll never forget. I mean, it reinforced to me what I was doing and who I was, and it helped shape my identity as an African American geneticist.
Yeah, you seem very well-rounded when it comes to like Afrocentricity and just being centered in your identity and who you are as a person. Did science help you to shape that identity, or did you have training in Afroecology, or kind of how did you get here?
It's funny. I grew up in Long Island, and my parents were not college graduates or anything. They were just hardworking Black folk who really pushed me along and wanted me to be successful in school. So at one level, I was an achiever in school, science and math. But at another level, I actually had a strong connection and love for my community. And I grew up in an area where there was suburbia, but also, poverty too. And so I didn't have to go far to see what poverty looked like. And it was Black. And that also made me sort of realize that as I progressed in life, I had to always think back and look back and try to contribute and help others along the way. So I guess it was just part of my journey that I sort of developed that connection with Africa. But I'll tell you one thing. I mean, I didn't get a PhD to write a bunch of papers on Tay-Sachs disease in Jews. Okay, I got a PhD to study Black folk, and I've published over 170 papers, and not one of them is on white people. Okay, wow.
Well,
Wow.
we're glad to have you as an asset, an ally in this this fight to raise scientific literacy in our community. Man, when I reached out to you, you know, I knew it was going to be a classic show, but you gave us more than, than what we bargained for.
I appreciate it. I appreciate it, bro. You know, another thing, this is why, you know, what you guys are doing are so important. You know, the sister asked me a question just now about my how I was anchored in the community and developed. You know, when I first started graduate school in DC, I went to GW. So I left New York, went into DC, started graduate school. One of the things that kept me grounded and also reinforced my love and understanding that whatever I did should contribute to Black folk was this African study group that I was a part of. It was called Tu Wamoja, which is Kiswahili for we are one. The African study group. So back then we didn't have the internet like this. We had the internet, but it wasn't like this. We didn't have these chat rooms and all this stuff. So we would meet at the public library. We would meet downtown in DC at King Library, and we would read Sheikh Annie Diop's book. That's the first time I read Civilization and Barbarism. I met with folks who were just average Black folk on the street, bus drivers, teachers, other students, undergrad, waiters. I mean, it was everybody would sit there, and we would sit there and chop it up on these books. And it was a lot of sharing that was facilitated, and it made me grow as a person a lot better and develop a lot better in terms of my love for Africa. One of the things that we did, I'm not going to keep you guys much longer. I know it's getting late.
We wanted the same about you.
Real funny.
Roll out.
Gotta be started. No, but I'm serious. I mean, I was like your age, Ben. I was like your age, and sister, and I was doing what you guys are doing now. And I was sharing what I was learning with the community and learning from them, right? And so one of the things we did was we were all like, we loved the Smithsonian Museum of Natural History in DC. So we would go in there, but we didn't like the African Hall. So we started talking about how bad the exhibits were and how outdated they were. And we shut down the exhibit. After a couple of years of protest, we would go there every Sunday and give tours. We gave tours at the government's museum, and we would show how inaccurate their exhibits were. And especially their African Hall and the Evolutionary Hall. I mean, they were so outdated, right? And the funny thing was, I was actually a graduate student at GW, learning from anthropologists who actually worked there. You see what I'm saying? So I had Smithsonian faculty members who worked at the Smithsonian who were wondering, like, who's this Black study group who's protesting, and I was in their class. And they had no idea that it was me, part of that group, contributing to the discussion around closing down the exhibit. So the bottom line is we were able to close it down. We're able to bring in African-American anthropologists and scientists to set up a committee so that it can improve the exhibit. And that's exactly what happened. Now, I was like first, second year graduate student. And so it was just interesting and exciting to be a part of that. And to see how much when you had the knowledge and you had the confidence and the bravery to go up against, an institution like that, and just be almost like the spook who sat by the door, in a sense, because I would hear discussions in class about the Black study group, and I would be sitting right there like
they don't know it.
It was funny. It was funny. But anyway, that was all part of my early experience in the science.
You're talking to a native DC, born and raised in DC, so I know exactly where and what you're talking about. Smithsonian.
You know what? I find that real interesting because we had like a similar experience, and that was in New York, the Museum of Natural History.
Yes. I actually went up there and met with some folk about that. I remember Tu Wamoja, our group went up there and talked to them too. Yeah.
going there, and they're a little bit behind too in their department.
Right,
so
right.
I'm talking to the people that are picking up the skulls, you know, knowing all the skulls and all that, and the professors in there looking at me like, well, who is this guy? I'm like, you know, and I'm hitting them with information. They was like, that's interesting. They're a little bit behind in their studies. So you know what? I always find it very, very important to be African-centered at what we do, and it's good to hear that you've actually used that. You know what I'm saying?
Big brother. What did you say? Say that one more time, big brother, for everybody in the back.
They're picking up the skulls, you know, knowing all the skulls and all that, and the professors in there looking at me like, well, who is this guy? I'm like, you know, and I'm hitting them with information. They was like, that's interesting. They're a little bit behind in their studies. So you know what? I always find it very, very important to be African-centered at what we do. And it's good to hear that you've actually used that, you know what I'm saying, to further and to do what you're doing. And I think the community really, really needs to hear that. Absolutely.
Appreciate it.
Definitely. Yes.
Yep. All right. Well, it's getting late, so
yeah. Appreciate you coming through.
Yeah, we should do this again though. I enjoyed this.
Yeah, we're gonna do this. We need to have the sister on too, the other doctor on.
Oh yeah,
Gina. Have on there. Yes.
Yeah, and maybe see, I've been watching your lectures that's been shared on YouTube, and I think you've been doing an excellent job of explaining things where a layperson can understand, because some of the visuals that you show when you talk about race being used as a proxy, but you give an example of how useless it is because of self-reporting, and I remember you talking about the census and stuff. So it'd be good if you come back and kind of go over that, because I think that's something very important that people need to understand.
Yep, that'd be cool.
And maybe do a reveal or something.
You know what I'm saying? I had to have that petty moment, man. Let me one more time. Let my brother, let Big Bruh speak, bro. Tell us what we need to be in our thinking. Tell him again,
With information, they was like, that's interesting. They're a little bit behind in their studies. So you know what? I always find it very, very important to be African-centered at what we do, and it's good to hear that you with information. They was like, that's interesting. They're a little bit behind in their studies. So you know what? I always find it very, very important to be African-centered at what we do, and it's good to hear that you've actually used that. But I always find it very, very important to be African-centered at what we do, and it's good to hear that you've actually used that. But I always find it very, very important to be African-centered at what we do, and it's good to hear that you've actually used that.
All right, I'm done being petty. I'm done being petty. So real quick, man, I want to address some stuff in the chat, man, before I try to move on, man. This is a classic bill that should be in the hearts and minds of everybody involved in any climate, man. This is 5 years old, and I'm talking about, look how relevant this old video is today. The relevancy of this video today. So real quick, let me clear some up for lead. The scientific community has never said that natural immunity is okay, ever. Ever since they have identified foreign pathogens, the impact of a foreign pathogen, the likelihood of a foreign pathogen attacking us is far dangerous than immunization. They always have said that. Get vaccinated. They will never say, go get sick. They were not for the chickenpox parties, bro. So that would be a very disingenuous statement. Not saying that you're making it, but the assumption of. Oh yeah. I thought I put the link in the chat. I did once before, but I'm gonna put the video. I'm gonna put this video, instead of me putting it in the chat, I'm gonna put it in the description. All right. So for everyone that's tuned in to this particular show, right? that is interested, hold up. I had to catch the mute button. So you'll get it in the description. It'll be in the description of this show. Let me switch accounts now so I can edit and do it. All right. So now the voice thing doesn't come up. So again, in the description of this video, this bill will be in there. So for those of you who need to refer back to this video, you will be able to do that. Also, there's a plethora of sources in the description of this particular video for another conversation that I felt like that I wanted to entertain. And the reason for that is because someone was saying some things that they really wasn't astute to last night, and I wanted to address those things. But then again, it says they can't explain natural immunity being pseudo at all. Who said natural immunity is pseudo? Natural immunity is not pseudo. Natural immunity is dangerous. See, there's a difference in your thought process of what you think someone is saying. You need to understand, brother, from experts and from examples. We have evidence of how dangerous natural immunity is, right? This whole thing about being Aboriginal or indigenous, that is a clear-cut case of what happened when old world diseases meet a population that they have never met people before. It wiped their ass the fuck out. To add to that, go back and just look at the pandemic. When 2020 rolled around and we began to see COVID-19 spread, right? What you think was happening, brother? In December of 2019, all the way up into the present day, people were catching, or this pathogen was just floating around. This is how you get to over 1 million something deaths in the US from a foreign pathogen. Natural immunity. No protection against the foreign pathogen. I don't know how you can't understand that, how deadly natural immunity is. Science would never say that it's okay to go get infected. Hell no, that's a risk. That's like taking a gun, a revolver, putting 2 bullets in a revolver on opposite ends, spinning that joker and putting it to your head. That's deadly and it's dangerous, bro. That's what you're doing. Because you don't know, your body does not know, and scientists did not know how we would respond to a foreign pathogen. So why in the hell would they utter something so non-cipher? Y'all are like making you making too many different arguments though, bro. The point is, science will never say go get it. Now, what science did say was infection plus vaccination was the safest protection, according to what they did. You would have to survive your infection to gain some level of protection. Even in those who did not have a high probability of a response, meaning that they had mild, you got infected, you had COVID, you had a mild reaction, right? You were susceptible to some symptoms, but you were able to get through that within a particular grace period. And now you go get vaccination, that increases or heightens your defense against the next foreign encounter. I don't know how many ways that I could dumb that down to a person. But you know what? I did write a book though. You know what I'm saying? I did write a book though. What SARS-CoV-2 taught me. So I'm not gonna argue with nobody in the chat about some shit I know y'all don't know. So I'm on top of all of that. Now, as far as the argument for scientism, no, science doesn't set out to answer everything. Science deals with the natural world, the shit we're living in. It doesn't set out to answer unnatural world questions. It is a tool that requires you to obtain knowledge and demonstrate the knowledge you've obtained and allow it to be testifiable, verifiable, or falsified. Simple as that. Now, y'all are changing the drift of this particular conversation in the chat, and I ain't even getting into none of that. You know, a lot of people still got COVID after the shot, right? Yes. Natural mystic? Yep. Some people will, because like all viruses mutate and adapt, which means that the virus can learn or train itself to mutate and adapt and evade your current protection, because these vaccines were variant specific. I don't know if you know that, but to dumb it down all the way, each, like you had alpha, delta, theta, beta, they just Omicron, all these different variants have different entry points at the, if this is the virus, right? Y'all seeing what it looked like. So this is the spike. They have different variations at the spike, which would allow it to evade your protection and enter your cell a different way. The vaccines was variant specific. We didn't vaccinate enough people or wear masks long enough to get things under control. So for the people who didn't want to wear masks and who didn't want to get vaccinated, while they were trying to vaccinate as fast as possible, allowed this virus to continue to mutate and adapt along with the climate. This is how we know that evolution is a reality, because the freaking weather has everything to do with the process of mutation and adaptation. So again, like I said, I know when people know stuff and when they don't know stuff based on how they say certain things. I'm not pushing anything on anyone. There's no need for me to push anything on anyone. I got the evidence. It wasn't a high percent of, a high percentage of people with natural immunity never got COVID. That's a lie. This is a lie. Where's the evidence for this bullshit? That's a lie. That's a big ass lie. You want to know how this is a lie? Because the motherfuckers who didn't get vaccinated that caught COVID, guess what happened? Less than 3 months later, they caught the shit again. Less than 6 months later, they caught the shit again. Less than a year later, they caught the shit again. There's instances of people who never got vaccinated but fucking had COVID 3, 4, 5, 6 times. And in some instances, it got worse for them. So this comment is bullshit, natural mystic. I didn't know if you knew that. I don't even know how you can fix your fingers to type such a shit. That is never the case. What has happened though, natural mystic, is people who have caught severe COVID that ended up hospitalized and had to fight through months of trying to recover and ended up recovering, had greater level of protection. And then when they got vaccinated, that increased their protection. That's why I said infection plus vaccination was successful at preventing. So people still don't understand that. Right now, what you're paying attention to the last 6 months is data of a highly populated community being vaccinated, again, against a variant specific pathogen. Variant specific pathogen. They're vaccinated against these variant-specific pathogens. And people who had their first and second dose of something a year ago, guess what happens? If they don't get a booster, what happens? This new variant in Omicron, 26.9, whatever version we're on, can evade your protection because it is continuing to mutate and adapt. It doesn't care about the climate. This is year round. Pathogens don't go nowhere. We don't have control of COVID. It is still a viable pathogen that can kill people, that can make people sick, that can hospitalize people, that can evade protection. It is what it is. Even the most healthiest people who didn't eat meat, worked out every day, those people were susceptible to severe COVID as well. And some even died. Kids too. So I don't know how y'all come up with some of this shit y'all talking about. I ain't even trying to talk about the vaccine. What do you get the fuck out the chat? Ain't nobody listening to your stupid ass. Yeah, I'm being rude because you just coming up in here saying the dumbest shit. Ain't nobody even talking about that, bro. Exactly, Desmond. I don't know how they fixed their lips, bro. There was no natural immunity to COVID. None. What are y'all talking about? Come on, bro. I spent the whole pandemic studying this shit. Even before the pandemic. You new niggas on the internet are not finna influence me to listen to none of that shit. Now, y'all might like some of my information how I be beating up elbows, but when it come to these viruses and vaccines, I be your enemy. You not gonna like me because I put way too much effort into this shit. Because I needed to make sure that this was a viable vaccine for me and my family first, and then the people in the community and people like y'all on the internet. And I went from one stage to another stage to another stage to another stage to another stage, arguing against ignorance and trying to properly edify and educate people. And all of those shows and sources is on this channel and the Science with Sean channel and Kofi Pie Research Team channel. So y'all ain't making it. Not around here. I'm not allowing none of that bullshit. You can say whatever you want in the chat. Oh my God. Look how elementary this is. Look how elementary this is. See this. Now I'm not calling you a child, but when it comes to this subject matter, you acting like the Aboriginals are on another subject matter. You're acting ignorant. You're showing your lack of understanding and education in this field. Now, you might be a graduate and you might be on your shit in other instances, but on this subject matter, no. What you're asking here, we already did shows on. So I'm not going to go back 2 years and talk about some shit we already addressed. To keep it very easy and simple, sugars, salts, fats, and the lipid nano to get you to where they use the sugar and salts to help get the lipid nanoparticle to get the synthetic version of to where it needs to go. Because once it hits your body it heats up. So it only has so much before it really ain't gonna be an effective thing. So they protect it in what they need to protect it in to get it where it need to go. That's child's play. Next, easy work. That's what's wrong with Black people. And that's why y'all in the chat arguing real hard talking about scientism, because you're scientifically illiterate, which doesn't allow you to really fully understand how a tool is useful for you to deal with your natural world. We talking natural world shit. When you start claiming scientism and that's rhetoric for people that think that science answers philosophical or theological questions and all these other things that are outside the natural world. The field of science deals with the natural world. Nothing more, nothing less. It doesn't come out to say that. And then whatever we can't test ain't gonna be science. It ain't gonna be science. It has a place, but it just ain't gonna be science. And we appreciate that. We appreciate the things that we can learn that are not science, and we appreciate the things that science can teach us. So I don't understand why y'all going back and forth on this subject matter. It ain't that big of a fucking deal. Real quick, I think people, the person, whatever his name is, Frank, AVH Frank or Frank, whatever his name is, he was looking for a scapegoat because he had an agenda. He needed a word. His word, put an ism at the end of science. Why would he do that? Because he felt like what he felt like. And yeah, SARS-CoV-2. That's the name of it. So you got SARS-CoV-1, you got SARS-CoV-2. COVID-19 is what we're dealing with. Yeah, it is. It's not necessarily, no. COVID-19 is not a mutation of SARS-CoV-1. It is its own entity, but it is a part of the family. And you getting beat up in the chat, bro. You got people coming from that wasn't even commenting in the chat. You got people that wasn't commenting in the chat, commenting in the chat. He came from just listening to comment in the chat to educate your ass. Everyone knows that this is zoonotic, bro. Like I said, we ain't got to argue with you. Same tree, different branch publishing. Same tree, different branch publishing. You wanna argue? Here go a whole book. Read it, get your work together, and come argue. Same tree, different branch. As a matter of factly, you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna make it available for you right here. I'll make it available for you. I don't know what this dude, boy. I don't know what. Hey, Marvelous. I don't know where you coming from, brother, but you on the wrong channel and the wrong platform. One more time. You on the wrong channel and the wrong platform. We don't do that over here. We do that work over here. We don't speculate. We don't do assumptions. None of that. Vaccines partner. Viruses have killed and harmed. This dude, look what he says. Vaccines have killed and harmed more people in the last 100+ years more than any so-called. First of all, life expectancy increased because of vaccines. So that lets me know right there that neither me and you are never actually really, and I wanted to have a conversation with you today because I wanted to beat your ass up on the whole evidence regarding the Bering Strait. But I can't even beat you up on that because now you didn't get outside your face, nigga. You just shut us all the way down, bro. We done. We can't talk. You just showed your full potential. You just showed your full potential. You just showed me that you really are pseudo and you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Because we don't get to live as long as we do now without a vaccine, nigga. Did you know that? Life expectancy increased because of a vaccine. Refuted. I said it. You made the claim. You made this claim right here. You said viruses have killed and harmed more people than that. Where's your evidence? As a matter of fact, fuck the dumb shit. Hold up. I apologize for cussing and messing up with this good educational video. My brother, where's your evidence? There go the link. It's in the chat. Don't come on here talking. Do not come on my platform talking. I want your evidence. Show me your sources for vaccines killing motherfuckers. Let's go. Let's go. Don't come on here. If you're talking, I'm telling everybody right now, if he come on here talking about something if he comes on here talking about anything other than what he claimed in the chat, let me go back. let me leave this up here. If he get on the platform and he ain't talking about this, he ain't talking. He ain't talking. I'm just finna keep it all a thou wow. He ain't. You know why? Because let me show y'all something. Let me share my screen. Hold up, Lee. I see you. So hold up. Let me show y'all something. Real quick. Now, let me do this. And let me make it real simple and plain for everybody. Simple and plain. Science with Sean. Y'all see this video right here? Right here, this one. This video right here. Attacking misinformation with Dr. N. Copeland. In this entire exchange with all of these doctors on Twitter, anyone who made a claim, Dr. N. Copeland immediately asked them for their source. He would not let them talk without a source. They can't get it out. This ain't Sarnetta. This ain't pseudo Sarnetta. This ain't Garfield. This ain't nowhere else. This me. I don't play that. You cannot come on my platform and talk without a source. You have been identified as all right out pseudo. Now, what's up, Lee?
What's up, brother? How you doing?
I'm good, bro.
All right. So first off, let me just put the disclaimer out there.
Now you good. No disclaimer. Go ahead, do your thing so we can clear it up because the chat will be crazy.
All right. So you do, like I said, I'm new to the thing. So you understand how Black people would be a little skeptical when it comes to certain things, right? Specifically talking about the COVID vaccine. Would you agree with that?
Would I agree that Black people are skeptical about
like the way that it came out? Yeah.
No.
Because from my understanding, correct?
I don't agree. Well, all right, let me be a little bit more clear. So if were Black people skeptical about a microwave? What about flying a plane?
Absolutely. I'm still skeptical about those two things. Absolutely. I use them, but I'm still skeptical about them.
Driving a car?
And anything. And walking out the front door in the ghetto.
Okay, so
but
that's different.
Are you
walking out in the ghetto? You already know the smoke coming.
Yeah, but okay. Go ahead, brother.
No. What I was going to say is, if you're a skeptic, then that's just your natural ability is to be skeptical about something, right? That's just your natural ability. Now, are you trying to obtain knowledge, right?
But how do you? I'm sorry to cut you off. Go ahead.
No, I'm saying in your skepticism, are you just remaining a skeptic, or are you trying to obtain information to substantiate your hesitancy in something?
I want the truth, because I know the truth will make me better. I know that my whole thing is that I'm not going to profess to know everything, because I don't. But at the same time, I'm not just going to accept everything just because someone said it. You know what I mean? And the reason why I said, do you think Black people are skeptical to certain things? Are you familiar with Harriet Washington? I believe her name is.
Yeah, but Black people are skeptical about stuff because their ignorance of science.
That's one skeptical thing. That's true.
That's the main thing. The other thing is how the history of Western science. That's
absolutely. There you go. That's my point.
Yeah. No. I knew where you were going, but those two are
Right.
critical things, right? So that just means hesitancy. But what are we doing to properly edify ourselves to gain understanding? You see what I'm saying? Like,
Well, I'm
go
glad
ahead.
that this. Obviously, I would definitely.
You're breaking up. I can't hear you. All right. So until he comes back, his audio comes back. We can't hear you at all, Lee. But until your audio come back, I don't want to assume in which direction that you were actually going, but to address the whole black people and skeptical
Can you hear me?
thing. Now, yeah, there you go.
You hear me?
Yeah, I hear you now.
Okay. So what I was saying was I was saying that I'm glad that someone like yourself is involved in the sciences because I would rather get the information from you rather than someone else, someone of my own
Hey
race.
man,
Right. So
you
to go straight to the
know
point,
hold on, Lee. You know something? You said the same damn thing a doctor told me,
which is
that when I wrote the book and it was given to the doctor thanked me for writing the book because it was from a layman's perspective and no one that's associated with the hospital.
absolutely because we live in I'm
Yeah.
sorry, go ahead.
No,
We live in a capitalistic world, so we know that there's agendas and things like that. But correct me if I'm wrong. Vaccines take a certain amount of years to be made. So specifically, what I'm saying is like with the the COVID vaccine, it was made in a very short time, and from my understanding, it takes longer than it takes for it to come out. Vaccines take longer to be made than the COVID vaccine came out.
The answer to
That's
your
my question.
question, the answer to your question is the way that technology advances and the way the science is married to technology. The answer is no. So let me give you a general breakdown. All right. So from inoculations, right? This is the first phase. Inoculations allowed us the ability to fight things that we knew about a lot earlier than other people. What I mean by that is if you go back and you go back and look at the smallpox epidemic here in Americas, Onesimus, right? An African slave, right?
Mhm.
He was exposed to smallpox, but he was already familiar, or cowpox, but he was already familiar with the process. So they would see that, a lot, remember, they called this like the nigger itch, right? They deemed it such. They passed
I'm
these
sorry. Say that again. That last point again. Say that again. The nigger what?
nigger itch. The
Okay.
white
Okay.
people call it. So anyway, long story short, inoculations was something that Africans have been doing for quite some time. Now, inoculations was a dangerous thing to do because that process requires you to cut a lesion in your skin and introduce the foreign pathogen directly to your skin where you're bleeding, right?
Hmm.
And you had
Right.
this little bump on your little skin or whatever, and then your body will go through a natural reaction. Naturally, before inoculations, only those that I'm gonna use this word because it may sound familiar to you versus me using a different other word. If I say like shamans or people that they said were uh what witch doctors or whatever the case may be, they
Hmm.
were the very first ones that would attempt to practice something like that. So they were very familiar with it. So when smallpox would take over in the community, right, they would just walk around unfazed, unbothered. Well, that was weird because everybody else is hiding and not coming outside because
Hmm.
there was a case of it and some people had caught it and some people had died. But the dude, he going around like it ain't nothing. So he figured some shit out, right? So from that, inoculations became known to a lot of people in Africa. It's more specifically, I'm talking West Africa, right? So now we come over here as against our ancestors come over here against their will. Now they're familiar with this thing that is with quote unquote nigger itch that is killing these white people. They ain't scared of it. The slave masters are trying to figure out what's going on. How are you unfazed? Why is nothing not happening to you? Because they already had a level of protection against it. They were already familiar with the inoculation process. So they were able to interview, obtain that knowledge, and use that knowledge. So now they began their inoculation processes, but they were looking for a safer way, right? So over time, and I'm saying about 50 years down the road, bro, just to be realistic about it, they figured out how to weaken a pathogen. When they found out how to weaken a pathogen, then then administer a vaccine and now give it to people. So not cut lesions or do none of that shit. Literally inject to get your protection against it. That was phase one. Okay. When you get the ability to be able to basically take the live virus and then inject it, still dangerous, no different than inoculations. But this was phase one vaccination. Phase two would be the weakened, right? Same process. You weaken it, you weaken a dead virus or whatever, but this time they're using something different. They're not using the actual virus. They're using a different virus, similar, i.e. like a cold or something like that. It's weakened down, and then they're introducing certain elements to it so that it can recognize the foreign pathogen and introducing it to the body level of protection. Phase three is where we are today. As technology advances, I'm running through this real quick, but I'm giving you each stage. Phase three, technology advances. They've been doing research on mRNA technology for over 30 years. This is what Black people ain't paying attention to. Remember, I told you earlier, I mentioned 50 years before they were, trying to inoculate against yellow fever and all of that stuff. Now, I could be corrected because I ain't been arguing this, specifically in a minute, but I'm pretty sure my years is somewhere around there regarding when they became, inoculating over here from that perspective. So 30 years they've been studying mRNA technology. What I mean by that is looking at mRNA viruses, because viruses are two things. There are DNA viruses and mRNA viruses, right? I mean, DNA, mRNA, whatever the case may be, whatever. Okay, so we're there, right? So now that you know, there's two different virus types. I said DNA. Let me be more specific because I'm effing this all the way up. All right, so the two types of viruses. All right, what are we made up of, bro? Do you know what we made up of?
DNA.
RNA and DNA. RNA and DNA. So to get to mRNA, they had to study RNA, right? They used to say DNA was what? DNA was what? They were high on DNA. It was like it was the lifeline of all life, yada, yada, yada. But RNA began to take the center stage. In studying RNA, in studying mRNA, they got what they needed to get up out of that. That's science. It developed. But what happened was it went through a process. It wasn't successful earlier on. They didn't have all the tools necessary. Time and technology allowed them to get the tools to go forward. So the perfect introduction for this new technology reared its head during a freaking pandemic. When the first people when they broke down the DNA of the virus, they shot it around the world. D614G. I can never forget that. That is the original strand. That is the ancestor strand to all these different variants. There's a difference between strands and variants. But the D614G, right? When it was broken down and administered to everybody, they shot it around the world. The people with the technology that they've been sitting on for 30 plus years and even got the new advances, broke it down, got what they needed to get out of it, and they started running through tests. So at the beginning of the pandemic, and I'm now bringing you to March 2020 specifically, they were already testing mice, monkeys, and other animals. After they would test the mice, they would kill the mice, cut the mice open to see if anything was going on inside the mice. They would dissect the mice to look for how the vaccine was treating the mice. If it was eroding, eating up something, doing something that would mess up the biological makeup of mice. They would clone more mice, continue their testing because that's what they're using. Clone mice. Those little white mice that quote unquote lab rat. During that process, they go into another phase, which would be after animal testing, which would be a small sample size. So there were volunteers of a small sample size who got the very first vaccinations. The same time they're doing animal pre-trials, they get a small group and they begin to do the phase 1 testing to see what would happen from them people. Journal them people, go through that entire process. So the whole 2020, we watched the scientific process and vaccine science play out. By the end of the year, the first people they're giving the vaccines to is every frontline worker. If it ain't gonna work and this ain't a process, why would they give it to the people that can help us save our lives? They gave it to them first. All emergency people, they get it first. Then the elderly. But it had to go through phases and it had to pass those phases, meaning that at each phase, they needed evidence to show that the vaccine was safe and effective. It won't go to the next phase unless it's safe and effective. And I'm talking animal pre-trials. I'm talking the very first small adult nucleus test to the second stage to the third stage, because we don't get the vaccine at the end of 2020 until the stages go through. Now 2021 come up, right? They still vaccinating people. Me and Unc, we figured out a way to skip the line. We don't get to skip the line to like late March, early April. We skip the line claiming pre-existing. We skip the line to get the vaccines because they giving it the pre-existing. So we didn't have to wait another 2 months. We get it. We in there. Other people began to get it. But we had time to watch the whole process play out and look at all the evidence because they made it open access. And then we got the actual vaccine. We knew that not the first vaccination, but the second vaccination was a little stronger because the first one was an introduction. The second one would be a little bit more powerful because it can cause some people to have a reaction. Some people didn't. Some people took aspirin right after it, didn't even have any effects. My second vaccine, for me, right? Not for Unc, but for me, I was ill for like 2 days. I didn't feel good for like 2 days after the second vaccination. I thugged it out. I worked the entire time, but I didn't feel good. But after my onsets, I was cool, but I wore 2 masks. I didn't wear one, I wore 2 masks. I still wear masks. When I go into the grocery stores and stuff like that, I wear a mask because the pathogen is still around us. You know what I'm saying? People still get sick. People still can be susceptible to transferring it. But to answer your question wholeheartedly, hell no. The best thing that ever happened to us was technology, bro.
Okay.
Being able to sequence the pathogen and getting that information around the world saved us because there was thousands of people dying a day, bro, or more. Yeah. Remember, we were seeing one instance, we were seeing 2,000 and 3,000 deaths in a month. Nobody could stop it. It's a foreign pathogen. So that whole natural immunity bullshit went out the window because every last one of the million people that lost people to COVID, they had a vaccine. It was people that was deathbed in Alabama way after the vaccine stuff rolled out, bro. I'm talking summer of 2021 on a deathbed talking about, can you give me the vaccine? It's too fucking late.
Yeah. My understanding of natural immunity is not like how you say chicken pox parties. To me, that doesn't make sense to that doesn't make a logical sense to put yourself in harm's way like that. But my understanding of natural immunity is if you get sick, right? You never took the vaccine, and then you get sick, you recover from your illness. Why would you still need to to take the vaccine after that? Because my understanding also is that because you spoke about the
Now,
virus
hold on,
mutate.
I can't let you go too far. I can't let you go too far. So the reason for
Okay,
that
let me
is
just make this. No, this point. This is going to add on to it real quick because you said the vaccine mutates, but from my understanding, with natural immunity as well, and you can correct me if I'm wrong. Like the virus mutates. Excuse me. Um, from natural immunity, that even though the virus mutates, uh, your natural immunity still recognizes it. So even though it mutates and it's a different form, it still has a way of fighting it. Is
no,
that correct or not?
natural immunity is not training your immune system to recognize the foreign pathogen. What we learned about COVID-19 is that the body was not learning the foreign pathogen. It was not. It wasn't susceptible of creating and duplicate or replicating protection. That's how we know, because we had instances earlier on in the pandemic for those people who did test positive for COVID. They had 2 or 3 cases that was well within 4 or 5 months of each other where they've been reinfected. So we began to learn that the people who had mild or moderate infection, their protection didn't last long. It didn't. They gave it away.
Wasn't that also the case for the vaccinated? Because I've seen and heard of stories of people
That's why I said you
who
got to slow down. No, the straight answer
so
to your question is no,
so
because
those people who said
hold on.
you cut me off, brother. Go ahead.
No. Because I can't let you go. The virus protection didn't last long. They measured natural immunity, bro. They did a whole study of natural immunity. Natural immunity. Hold on.
I'm not talking about natural immunity. I'm talking about vaccinated.
I know what you talk. I'm giving you the test. I'm giving an example of it. They test natural immunity versus vaccination. Okay, this is what I'm telling you. They learned earlier in the pandemic that vaccine protection lasted longer than natural immunity for mild and moderate cases. They learned that severe COVID cases, for those who survived it, lasted just as long as the vaccine protection. And then they found out that infection plus vaccination lasted longer than all of them because of studies. So the best,
I heard that.
yes, the best.
Okay, now you answer my question. You answer my question.
So
You know where I was going.
That's why I say hold on, because I wanted to walk it down so that you can see, like, based. This
so
is
now let me
speculation. It's all evidence based.
Right. So now let me again. That's why I'm glad that we have to be involved in everything. You know, and this is and before I continue on, I want to tell you something, brother. You got to be patient with us. You got to be patient with people like me that don't know these things. You got to be patient with us, and this is what you have to understand. Everybody, listen. Hold on. Let me finish my point, bro. Everybody don't have. Everyone don't have your talent, right? Everyone can't be a police officer. Everyone can't be a judge. Everyone can't be a scientist. A nation needs these different people in these different fields. So this is your talent. This is your thing. You have the inclination for this. So you gotta be patient with people like not the ignorant people, fuck them, but people like myself. You gotta be patient with us. But anyway, go ahead, brother.
Yeah, so the BU real quick for the chat, the EUA is not, it begins with a B. It's the BUA that gives you full authorization. The emergency use was because we was in the middle of a damn pandemic, so we had the vaccine for emergency use. But the BUA allows for full authorization, and we had both vaccines show enough proficiency in their evidence to get fully authorized.
So how would you explain someone like myself, right? I live in New York City. I was considered an essential worker. So during the pandemic, I was going back and forth to work. Have not been vaccinated for the COVID vaccine at all. My wife hasn't been vaccinated. She worked in the hospital. She was a surgical tech. She's not vaccinated. I'm not vaccinated. I have 4 kids. None of us are vaccinated. So now is May 2023 now. How would you explain something like that?
Hold on, say that again.
How would you explain, right? Me out during March 2020 when COVID first hit, I was considered an essential worker. So I wasn't one of the people that was working from home. During the height of it and throughout it, I was going back and forth to work. I live in New York City. I was riding a train. I was going back and forth to work. I'm not vaccinated. My wife is not vaccinated. She works in a hospital. She used to work in Montefiore Medical Center as a surgical tech. She's not vaccinated. Neither of us took the vaccine. I have 4 kids, ages 15 to 2. None of us are vaccinated. Now it's May 2023. How would you explain something like that?
And how many times have you tested positive for COVID?
None. And I had to take
No,
hold on. Wait. You asked me. You jumping. Let me
because I need you to understand what I'm saying before you answer. I asked how many, you said none. My question is, how do you know?
Because in order for me to go to work, it was a requirement for me to take a COVID test every week. I had to take a COVID test every week. I took the I forgot the name. They swab your nose. It's not the fast one. It's the name them so I could tell you. Just name them to me real quick.
It does. You just said they swab your nose. Who swabs your nose?
I went to the lab and they swabbed your nose.
All right.
I forgot the lab.
Did you wear a mask?
No, I didn't wear a mask. I personally didn't wear a mask.
All right, but your wife did.
She was required to wear one, and then eventually she was terminated because she wouldn't get vaccinated.
Right. Rightfully so. Not saying that it's right, but in the middle of
I know they did what they had to do. Everyone got to make their choices. So
right. But she working now though, right?
No, they didn't call her back. They didn't call her back. So I forgot is it the PCNR? I forgot the name of it. I have the
PCR test.
Say it again.
It's a PCR test. So
yes, I have all of the emails. I have everything because they would email you if you was negative or positive. You know what I mean? And then I would have to. It was a requirement. I couldn't go to work every week before Thursday. I would have to have that test, and it would have to show negative in order for me to work.
All right. So real quick. So now here's the beauty about COVID. You probably had it, and a test didn't even get it and recover it, because there's been instances where people had COVID, right? Because the PCR, depending on which type of test you take, there are reluctant to errors. All of that shit was new. You have to remember that the test didn't get better until they began to acknowledge when something wasn't right. So they improved upon a lot of those testing. So what I'm saying to you is there's no way. Well, there is a way. How many people was in the public transportation system during the earlier onset of the pandemic when you had to continue to go to work?
In the beginning, it was normal, but then after they shut down New York City, it was in the morning time. You would just see people like construction workers. Yeah. If you're a New Yorker, you know it was.
I know what you mean. Yeah. I know what you mean specifically, because
right. So it
wasn't as packed as what it normally would be. So the
absolutely not. Right. Right.
Yeah,
Put it this way, I could always get a seat, and normally in New York you can't get a seat.
there you go. So that's what I meant by that. The reason that I asked that is because susceptibility is very low when you look at that when those shutdowns take place. It's similar to China, right? If we go and we look at China and we wasn't seeing outbreaks like that. Now, mind you, right? I can't speak for why you didn't have something, because I guarantee you that you had COVID.
So let me add this. Can I add this real quick?
You've had it.
So let me say this. So March is when it came out officially, but I've heard like on the news they said it could have been here like since 2022, right? So let me add this.
2019.
I'm sorry, go ahead, bro. What you said?
2019.
Okay, they said it could have been here as early as 2019.
November 2019.
Oh wow, okay, I didn't know that. I heard 2022 for sure, but I was gonna say in February. I mean, not 2022. Excuse me, November of 2019. I'm getting the dates mixed up. My bad.
Yeah.
But February. Now let me add this. February of 2020, I was sick, right? Runny nose, mucus, and usually for me when I get sick, it only lasts a couple days, no longer than a week. No longer than a week, right?
That's longer than
This
that.
shit. This shit lasts a whole month. I was like, yo, what the fuck is going on? And I was like, you know what? I'm about to go to the doctor because this shit is lasting too long.
They didn't know what it was.
And then next thing you know, after February, I got better. But then in March, then the COVID hit. So I'm assuming that maybe that was it.
Yeah,
That was it. That's what I'm assuming. But
named it in
I'm sorry.
March. We were in March. The thing about March is that it was recognized as a global pandemic by the president in March.
Right.
It existed in November 2019. The thing is that, hold on, because this is fun. For me, it's fun because we didn't have an answer for what it was in 2019. We didn't. We knew something was happening to certain type of people that could be respiratory. Trust me. I knew people that were sick late 2019 that would go to the doctor and there was no explanation for it. There was no explanation in January. There was no explanation really in February outside of the fact that we've recognized that something has happened in China and it could be spreading very rapidly. So earlier in it, that's why I said I guarantee you at some point you had it, and I bet you that's what it is, and you had long COVID. So
yeah, I assume that's what it was in February.
Yeah, I'm saying you probably had mild COVID, but you had behind that your symptoms was long COVID, which means that after that grace period, 10 days or whatever the case may be, you just continued on through that. Now, if you had it then and didn't have a name for it, especially the earlier onset of it, that's the beta variant or the alpha variant, one of them variants around that time that would make you susceptible of having some level of protection against it. Now, mind you, when things began to heat back up and people began to do everything else, you would probably get a reaction, but you would treat it like the common cold. And we don't go to the doctor for a common cold.
Right.
How many times your nose run or your eyes are watering or you can't, you stuffy as hell or you got a bad cough? How many times you just turn around and say, man, I need to go to the doctor?
Right.
If it ain't severe, we ain't going.
No, that's a fact.
That damn leg gotta almost be going getting cut off. The thing is, the thing with that is that that's some of the symptoms that has been earlier tracked and gone down the road. So that's why I said what I said, man. In some instances, bro, I guarantee that you probably had it, whether it's early on or somewhere down the middle. Now, even when things heighten, especially for New Yorkers, even when things heighten, when we get these other things for us, we get mild reaction and we treat it like a common cold. But that was the goal of science's job earlier on, was to get this thing to work just like that, function as the common cold, because they ain't got no damn cure for the common cold. They don't.
You from New York, brother?
Nah, I done been there. Yeah.
Okay, so I was going to ask you if you're familiar with LabQ. Are you ever heard of them, LabQ?
Yes, I have.
Okay, so that's where I would get my I would go
Test.
through them to get my COVID test. And I also went to CVS a couple times to get my COVID test.
Cool.
I would try to switch it up. I wouldn't always go to the same place. I'll go to Brooklyn, Manhattan. I even went to a place in Westchester County, which is outside the city, but none of them ever came up positive. So it's, I don't know, that's just a little, and I'm just one person, but at the same time, it's a little peculiar to me that this whole 2 year period, I'm going back and forth to work and I have to get a test every week in order to go to work, and it's not showing up positive. So I can understand if maybe I was going to the same place and maybe that test was faulty, but then if you go to different places, different and it's not coming back. So, that's my only thing. And I could only judge things according to what I know and what I'm going through. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? That's why I tried to say, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No. What I was gonna say is, I need to try to deal with something real quick. So, is there anything else you want to add to it? Look, everything that you asked.
Yes, I need that book. I need that book. How can I get? It's on Amazon. Where can I get that book?
I put the link in the chat, but I'll put it in the chat again.
Is it in the description? Is it, because I'm on the backstage? Is it in the description in on this?
I'll put it in the description.
All right. So two
now.
quick questions. Two quick questions before you go. What do you think? How do you think the vaccine? I mean, not the vaccine. Excuse me. COVID came about because in the beginning they were saying it was in the open air market in China with monkeys and all that, and a bat fell into a pig or some crap. And
it's zoonotic. Keep it simple, bro. Without the confusion, it's zoonotic.
So did it happen that way, or was it in a lab, or?
Nah, no lab leak, bro. The origins of the virus, when they traced the origins of the virus, it was coming toward places and not from. It was going toward. So basically, there's this lake that runs in between civilization on if we're facing north, it would be on the left-hand side. The lab would be on the right-hand side, and the markets would be on the left-hand side as well. Tracing the origins back to the very first instances and things of that nature, they haven't honed on specifics, but according to the evidence, they don't have lab leak evidence. They have those zoonotic markets as evidence because they were illegally selling certain shit in those markets that they shouldn't have been selling in those markets, and they got traces of the fucking COVID or pathogen all over the market in other places that wasn't known to most people. But that information was uncovered 2 years ago, well, a year and a half ago, in the WHO study, but also more evidence has came out recently supporting the other studies that substantiates zoonotic.
Okay, last question.
And we got the evidence in bats.
Okay, last question. Are you familiar with when they were going about the trials for the vaccine? Were you following all the different trials?
Yeah, everything, bro.
So did you hear about the people in Australia that went through the vaccine studies and they end up getting HIV? Was you aware of that?
Nah, that's pseudo. Yeah, I dealt with that claim on one of the shows where people were claiming that that COVID could cause HIV. That was
no. Not that I'm claiming that. It was in the news. This was in the news.
No. I understand what you're saying. I'm telling you that was pseudo. It's been disproven, debunked.
They didn't pick up. That was
that.
Okay, I'm gonna have to go back because I remember seeing this in the news that the people that took the vaccine on trial ended up catching HIV. This was actually in the news, so I guess the news had it right.
Zero.
Okay.
Never.
I have to go back on that.
Never occurred. So hold on. Yeah. So I'm gonna get back to you, Lee.
All right, brother.
Hold on, brother. All right, hold on one moment for me, y'all.
I'm trying to tell this dude, bro, you cannot drop. It's a comprehensive issue. I'm telling you, bro, you cannot drop links in the chat unless you're a moderator.
Right.
You can drop it, but we're not going to see
the chat. He can drop his. He commented in here. He can drop the link right here.
You talking about gatekeeping? Why are you gatekeeping the source, bro? Just put it back there.
Yeah, hold on. I'll be right back. You take hold and show that. Talk your talk.
Yeah, bro. So I'm explaining to you, dog. You can drop a link. Let me say it like this. You can drop a link in the chat. We're not going to see it. Nobody ain't gonna see that but you. You have to be a moderator to drop a link in the chat and it be visible. I explained this 4 times, bro. I don't understand like why the comprehension issue still persists. You talking about you want to get on the we hiding you from the panel. All we asking you is to drop the link in the back chat. Drop a link in the private chat. Nobody gatekeeping. You gatekeeping the source. Why we can't see it? We don't want you to read it. We want to pull that shit up and let everybody see it. This ain't for you, bro. This is, even though you are about to get taught, this is a teaching moment for everybody. You feel what I'm talking about? So drop the link to the source that you talking about in the private chat right here where I just typed that, where Sean just typed that, and then we can see what it is. We can see what it is. We can pull it up. We can put it on the screen. You can read it from there. And we'll all have an understanding. This shit ain't that hard, bro. Should I stop dropping links in the chat once you said it? What are you talking about? Going to give the first link in the private chat. Well, we still waiting. We're still waiting on it. I don't see no link in the private chat yet. Like, God damn. What are you talking about, homie? I want to go. Let me go back to these claims. You said COVID is not zoonotic. That's one. You said PCR tests. You said something about PCR tests. Hold on, let me see. Google the founder of the PCR test, and he tells you that the purpose of the test is not for this purpose. What is this purpose? It's not to. It's not for an antibody count. Man, why you leave, left? Why you leaving, Marvelous?
Hey, bro, where you go?
He just left. He might have dropped out. He might be coming back.
He had the source.
I ain't see. He ain't dropped nothing.
He could have put it right there where he was commenting at, bro. I mean, where he commented at yesterday.
Oh,
right there in the private chat. I had it, man. Listen. I had to pay my water bill, bro. That mother, hey, I had a whole gallon of water. I had to use the bathroom. I've been holding on to that mother for a minute.
Yeah, he must have fell off. He told me I dropped the link back for him again. He done made about 11 claims in the chat. The PCR test ain't for antibodies.
Huh?
That's what he's saying in the chat. Said, hold on, what they comment at? I just had it. If you keep amplifying those tests, you're going to get a positive result. Those are false positives.
Bro.
The link.
Nah, he trying to connect the device. I want the source, bro.
He dropped something in the back chat, but it's a quote. It ain't the actual link to the source. Yeah, we see it, but drop the link, drop the actual link. You ain't technology savvy, are you? You have to get you an unk in some of them classes.
I don't know what he's talking about. I want to see the source, bro. But I ain't even talking PCR test. I'm talking this. We ain't talking about nothing until we talk about this. That's what I want. I want all the smoke. On this right here. By the way.
There you go. He dropped it.
What is this source for? This ain't the source that got anything to do with vaccines killing people. Watch this, y'all. In silico comparisons of SARS-CoV-2 spike protein ACE2 binding affinities across species and implications for virus origins. This ain't got nothing to do with boom, like I said. And you need to update the source, bro. This source 2001, June of 2021. We got way more evidence in 2022 and 2023 regarding the virus origins. Did a show on it, and I got it. And you don't know what you're talking about. So again, this ain't got nothing to do with the vaccine, brother. I need the vaccine, and your device is still not connected. So
he's showing that this is not there is no coronavirus. Hold on. He said, I am addressing here that no coronavirus is zoonotic, nor is there any intermediary host present to show it is zoonotic.
See? Now, you want me to debunk that real quick?
Bro, your device not even connected, bro. What are you talking about? We're not stopping you from speaking. You got to connect your devices first.
Since November 26, 2020. Listen to me closely, ladies and gentlemen. Since November 26, 2020, SARS-CoV-2 has been designated zoonotic as a zoonotic disease. Your device still ain't connected, my guy. You said it's not zoonotic. The pandemic of coronavirus disease 2019, COVID-19 caused by SARS-CoV-2 has been designated a zoonotic disease. 2020. When you study viruses, you understand where they come from. Look what it says. The SARS-CoV-1 emergence in 2002 was similarly defined as a zoonotic disease. So what are we discussing? I'll stop there for a moment. Actually, you know what? Let's have some fun with your source. He fell off again. Let's have some fun with your source. Let's see what your source says. Just because you brought this up. The devastating impact of COVID-19 pandemic called SARS-CoV-2 has raised important questions about its origins and the mechanisms of transfer to humans. A further question was whether companion or commercial animal could act as SARS-CoV-2 vectors. With early data suggesting susceptibility is species specific to better understand SARS-CoV-2 species susceptibility. This is how I know that people haven't been paying attention. They've been looking for shit. So I'm gonna skip all of that. Oh, no, I'm gonna read the whole thing. My bad. To better understand SARS-CoV-2 species susceptibility, we undertook a silico-structural homology modeling protein docking and molecular dynamics simulation study of SARS-CoV-2. Spike protein's ability to bind angiotensin converting enzymes, or the ACE2, from relevant species. Spike protein exhibit the highest binding to human ACE2. Of all the species tested, forming the highest number of hydrogen bonds with ACE2. Interestingly, Pangolian ACE2 showed the next highest binding affinity despite having a relatively low sequence homology, whereas the affinity of monkey ACE2 was much lower despite its high sequence similar to ACE2. The differences highlight the power of structural versus a sequence-based approach to cross-species analysis. ACE2 species in the upper half of the predicted affinity range, monkeys, hamsters, dogs, ferrets, cats, have been shown to be permissive of SARS-CoV-2 infection, supporting a correlation between binding affinity and infection susceptibility. These findings show that the earliest known SARS-CoV-2 isolated were surprisingly well adapted to bind strongly to human ACE2, helping explain its efficient human-to-human respiratory transmission. This study highlights how its silico-structural modeling methods can be used to rapidly generate information on novel viruses to help predict their behavior and aid in countermeasure development. So what he using this for? That is to show that it's not zoonotic, but it's showing, it just talked about that. So it could be a comprehension thing? Do you think? Because this ain't saying that it's not zoonotic at all. Not even in the summary.
He connected now. Let me let him on.
Yeah. If he got that source for what you mean? Why am I reading the abstract? Because that's what the first thing you're supposed to do is read the summary of the article. All right, bro. So where's the source regarding viruses have killed and harmed more people in the last 100+ years, more than any so-called foreign pathogen?
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we hear.
Great. Why you ain't read the rest of the source, the first one? Then we'll get to that second claim. That's why I put it in quotes. It says, hence, even if SARS-CoV-2 did arise from a bat precursor virus, which remains unproven, it must have spent considerable time in an intermediate animal, same source you didn't read fully, host to allow it to adapt its S protein sufficiently to then be able to bind human ACE2. Listen carefully. There are currently no explanations for how or where such a transition could have occurred to generate a SARS-CoV-2 spike protein optimized for human ACE2. Evidence of direct human infection by bat coronaviruses is rare, with transmission typically involving an intermediate host. To date, a virus directly related to SARS-CoV-2 has not been identified in bats or any other non-human species, leaving its origins unclear.
All right, now what year's the source? Read it again. What year's the source?
Hold on, because you attempted to say that the source didn't
I didn't
say
attempt
that.
to say anything.
You did.
No, I didn't attempt to say anything. It is not proving your claim because
it is cool. Hold on. You asked for a source, and my source said what it said. There is no evidence.
Well, I asked for a goddamn source for what I put on the screen. Have I got that source yet?
Hold on.
No.
There was a few things asked for that. This is the first one. You said that it was zoonotic.
No,
I said it wasn't.
The first thing. It is zoonotic. So
it's
now
not zoonotic. In order for
let me demonstrate. Thank you. I don't need you to say shit. That's all I wanted you to do. Introduce something that you don't know nothing about. That's it.
What are you talking about? I just read it. There was many claims put in it. Go ahead. I'm gonna let you go ahead. Speak.
You said it's not zoonotic, right?
It's not zoonotic.
That's what you said. According to what source? According to what source?
In order for it to be zoonotic, it has to have an intermediary host.
According to what source? brother. It's been zoonotic since the beginning of the pandemic.
No. It's been speculation. That's what I'm telling you. It has not been.
It has
In order
not.
for, all right. So for a virus, for a virus to be,
speculation.
For a virus to be,
it has not been speculation.
You gonna let me? You gonna let me speak? For zoonotic? For
I let
go
you
ahead
make
then.
the claim.
I let you. I made the claim. For a virus to be zoonotic,
got
it has to.
Claim on the screen that I told you to come on here and talk about.
And I just it has to. In order for a virus to be zoonotic, there has to be an intermediate.
Read, brother. Read. COVID-19 lessons for zoonotic disease. Disease emergence is driven by human-animal contact and global viral ecosystem. Read, brother. March 2022. I got the whole entire study of what they did, not only on the bats that I don't feel like going in my notes to pull up, but other information that shows you that it jumped from animals to infect humans.
So show me in that source where it says that. Show me the science for that. Show me where it says that. Show me where they showed the science and they did the study to show that it went from bat to human. In this source, read it to me.
Listen, read it.
No, you read it. Read it. There should be a methodology, and
the COVID-19 pandemic is an unrelenting demonstration of the devastating impact of zoonotic disease, whereby viruses jump from animals to infect humans. What are we talking about?
So that study. So that
no. Hold on. Although there is rightly an urgent focus on the development of vaccines and antivirals to limit the spread of severity of severe acute respiratory syndrome, coronavirus 2 infections, it is essential that this once-in-a-generation experience is used to determine the factors that drive zoonotic disease emergence and identify where gaps in our knowledge lie. By understanding why and how zoonotic disease emerged in humans, as well as the barriers to this process, it is possible to be better prepared to prevent pandemics like COVID-19. So when you begin to read your article from 2021, brother, yeah, they was arguing that shit in 2021. But like I said, even still in 2022, you got to update your material because there's information that is showing that.
Your source doesn't show how they deduced that. I gave you a whole source where they went through each animal to show you how they. Hold on, man. At least y'all, if you're gonna be, y'all said y'all not biased, so stop cutting me off respectfully.
No, nigga, this platform. I can do
I'm not saying that to be
evidence. You came up here with a 2021 source, yo.
Hold on, but my source
ain't no fucking hold on. You on a 2021 source, yo, where they arguing about the origins of the virus. But then you're gonna sit here and tell me that I'm not showing you no shit when I already know the answer to the question. I ain't gotta do all of that. You know why I ain't gotta do all of that? Because I wrote about the shit in my goddamn book and I got 50 fucking sources that tell you the shit is zoonotic, my guy. All I gotta do is bring that up. But I'm not trying to do you like that. I gave you a chance to present one of your bullshit ass claims that you don't have evidence for. You got a 2021 article, and I just told you niggas yesterday that science is consistently changing, meaning that you can't use a source from 2 or 3 years ago to try to argue some shit because the shit has already been updated. It's constant change. You can't use that. So again, I'm gonna give you another damn source, right? I'm out of patience with you niggas because you came up here and you made a claim. Let me take my background off. You came up here and you made a claim, and I told you, do not come on my panel unless you got evidence for that shit that you claimed that I got on the screen, and I still ain't got information from that. SARS-CoV-2 origins, bonus material. So since we want to talk about evidence, I give you evidence. I say it clearly, the origins of COVID are still being investigated. However, a very shaky hypothesis has been regurgitated by non-scientists. I state all of that right here, bro. When I wrote my book, I state all of that right here. We got the WHO documents as evidence. And I'm going to give you more because I'm going to pull up the goddamn study. I'm going to pull up the study. So now you want to talk about what they done tested it against and all of that. You don't even understand it. So the genetic, I said this earlier nicely. I said the genetic lineages of SARS-CoV-2. There's 2 lineages. There's lineage A and there's lineage B. This is proof. This is also in the study. This was 2021 shit. Then in 2021, right behind that June shit, we had a whole nother study that came out. The whole other study that came out provided us more insight. It says here in a Cell, published in Cell, 4 related novel coronaviruses found in bats, more specifically, the rhinolipid bats, which were found in several different parts of Asia. The discovery of the animal coronaviruses related to SARS-CoV-2, the evolutionary origins of the virus are elusive. We described a meta-transcriptomic study of 411 bat samples collected from a small geographical region in Yunnan province, China, between May 2019 and November 2020. We identified 24 full-length coronavirus genomes, including 4 novel SARS-CoV-2 related, 3 SARS-CoV related viruses. Come on, man. We know how this shit go, bro. We know how it go. Just to stun on you real quick, and not to be a whole asshole, but just to stun on you real quick. You can't talk to me about viruses, bro. You can't. Somebody else got to come do that. You can't talk to me about them. Read them closely, brother. Read them closely, brother. These are books talking about viruses. I know virus origins. I even got I even got pencil markers in there and all of that, so I know where I can go over and kill certain arguments and all of that shit. You can't talk to me about that, bro. We got the studies. Now I can bring you some 2023 shit, however you want to play it. But I'm being real with you. I don't want to hear shit about no virus origin from you. I want to hear about these vaccines killing and harming people. I done did a whole show on virus origins. I don't need that. You want to argue with it, I'll give you the show and you can go get the sources up out of it and you can update your information. I'm not entertaining that. So again, drop your source to vaccines killing and harming people in the last 100 years. Show me what viruses have killed and harmed more people in the last 100+ years than the so-called foreign pathogen. Give me that. That's what I want. We beyond Zunati. I just said that 3 times. I'm not talking none of that no more. You don't even know what the ACE, brother, do you know what the ACE2 is? It's the receptor binding domain. Do you know anything about the receptor binding domain? Do you understand what the ACE2 is? Do you know where that site location is? Ladies and gentlemen, this is how we know the virus origins is natural, okay? This is how we know the virus origins is natural, because they tried to recreate it and they couldn't recreate it. So at the receptor binding domain and at the ACE2 site, they realized the virus's origins as natural back in 2020. What are we arguing here? Thank you, Chavis. You didn't have to put it in the chat, even though you know I already had the information. So I didn't understand why that he would think that we wouldn't have a 2023 source for the fucking virus origins. We're beyond it. He ain't beyond it, but we are. So what are we talking about, bro? Because we read this. And this is why we kept on saying what we kept on saying, what we kept on saying. We kept saying this. And I already shared this source. The damn source is on my Science with Sean shit. Look at that. And they even updated this. And I just told you that. It was all over the damn media, bro. All these pathogens that we talking about are zoonotic. All of them. If you don't know virus origins, you can't talk to us. Oh man, what are we doing, bro? I can't believe that we're having this conversation. He ain't even a virologist. You need to seek information from a virologist. And I sit here and I told you that WHO also addresses new information as well. We already did that. They kept the whole lab leak thing open just to suit political pundits, which is an issue. Then they had some other stuff to go on, like, yo, we do this, bro. He ain't on here right now. And he not coming back. Not until he got a motherfucking source for what he claimed on the stream. Cause I'll let him talk all day if he got a source for this shit. Cause I want to hear what he got to say. I don't want to hear nothing about no virus origins, bro. You don't even study virology. So you can't even talk to me. No, you don't. How? My nigga, we have 2023 data. In 2022, hold on, let me show y'all something. Let me pull it up. Hold up. I want to show y'all something. Let me show the images. We gotta have storybook time. It's a goddamn shame. Look, you don't even know what you talk. Listen, bro. Listen, real quick. All right, real positive, like, without frustration or anything like that, brother. You don't know what you're talking about. So, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, what do y'all think is happening right here? Damn, Amy. What y'all think is happening right here? Here go the virus right here. What y'all think is happening right here? Anybody know what's happening right here? To the brother in the chat that's talking ACE2 shit, what's happening right here? Do you know? Do you know? Yes or no? Do you know? SARS-CoV-2 spike protein binding to ACE2. Do you know? If this is the virus, here's the H2. This is how it enters the cell, bro. So this little spike thing out here, the spike protein, is relevant in this discussion. Down here, before it gets to this lining right here, you can call that the receptor binding domain. It is at this site here, where I'm circling here, that they can tell a virus's origins are natural and not lab. But up here, where this ACE2 connects to the spike, right? The reason that this is evasive is because in different viruses, different variants, my bad, different variants, the spike has different functions going on up there. It's not the same consistent spike. This allows it to evade and enter into the cell. Attach to your ACE2, evade and enter into your cell. There's so many things that are actually going on with it. So for the smart guy that thinks he knows something, he doesn't know. So now let me take y'all to the show where this shit is old. It's old to us. And we stood on the shit, Chavis and myself, and others, Sutek and more. But me and Chavis was on Facebook arguing with a dude about the same thing. And he was like, well, they ain't got all the evidence for the whole lab leak shit, yada, yada, yada. Here go the show right here. Look at this show. It says streamed 2 months ago. 2 months ago. What was 2 months ago, y'all? Huh? What was 2 months ago? So for the brother to be like, ain't no sources, well, there's a source, there's a source, there's a source, there's a source, there's a source. Here we go. Let's just keep it on a basic level. Basic level. Lab leak theory, what we've learned. This was back in February 2023. Bro, like you ain't got this, you ain't got that. Bro, listen. They tested this motherfucker against all kind of animals, bro. When I told you the Wuhan lab, they found them things in different spots. As a matter of fact, as matter of factly, right? I don't even want to use this. As matter of factly, let me do this. Let me pull up the Wuhan stuff. COVID origins data from Wuhan, which is the same source that Chavis already put up, but I'm gonna go in there to get an image for y'all. I need to show y'all what I'm talking about. Cause y'all ain't gonna watch the video. Well, I know he ain't gonna watch the video. He's just gonna talk. Just so y'all know, I am actually I'm trying to find the images that I'm looking for. Let me share my screen so y'all can see what I see. So ain't no hiding nothing. All right, so I'm looking for the images. So don't mind me being in Scientific America. Look, y'all, they were selling shit like this, which is in close relationship to a lot of bats. Look what it says right here. Swab data provided concrete evidence that wild animals were being sold at the Hunan seafood wholesale market in Wuhan and confirmed early reports and photographs. The international report authors and other researchers say the finding animal genetic material in such close proximity of SARS-CoV-2 offers further evidence favoring a natural animal to human transmission of the virus at the market. The findings are not a smoking raccoon dog, but it is pretty indicative. Come on, man. What are we talking about? Now, you can say, why you ain't reading the whole source? Because I already read the shit. And I already said it without having to read any source. But I'm looking for these damn pictures. So I'm taking y'all on a journey to see if I can get these pictures to pull up. Unless I have to email myself the other images. That man said, why you read the abstract? Because that's what they tell you to read first. Man, I need the images inside the market. This is all the stuff that he's looking for. You know, that he was talking about, but you ain't got the animals. You ain't got the animals. There they go right there, bro. There they go. They go the animals sold in the fucking market. Live mammals traded at the Hunan market in November and December during 2019. Look what it says. ACE2 binding assays. Based on live susceptibility findings or serological findings or ACE2 binding assays. Don't tell me you can't talk, bro. You can't. Go get your teacher. You can't talk to me about no motherfucking pandemic. Here we go. So, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Damn, my bad. All right, so this is the market. This is the west side. This is the east side. Okay? The lines that got these little circles right here, those were cases where cases been identified. Okay? And the susceptibility is between 0 to 5. And as you can see right over here, you got raccoon dogs, unknown birds, pictures of those animals. It is right here where they're telling you where these positive samples were found. And what's even, let me zoom in a little bit more. What's even more sophisticated about these studies is when I was talking to Lead, and I told Lead there was 2 lineage lines. The lineage lines, and I talked about how the markets was over on the left-hand side and the lab was over on the right-hand side. And I said the flow of the lineage lines was going toward the the lab area and not coming from the lab. Lineage A, which you heard me read in the book, and lineage B is on this page. Lineage A was a positive sample found right here. Lineage B, positive sample found right here. So they got both lineage markers, which is indicative to the evidence that we had been having since 2020. Right here. Here. They're showing you the lineage lines. You don't believe me? Go read the WHO study. I don't want you to believe me. I got a ton of evidence on this shit. Bro, I've been doing this shit since the beginning of the pandemic. Slowing it all the way down. We've been doing shows, man. I got about 100 shows on this shit. Or more. But he got me talking about the virus origins, and I'm supposed to be talking about how the virus is, the vaccine is killing people. I can't make this shit up. So again, this is what I wanted y'all to see. The pictures. And it's more. It's more. This ain't got all of them in there. There's a source out there that got them all in there that I got in my drive that talks about all of that. This is how we know that it's zoonotic, my guy. The evidence supports zoonotic. So for you to sit here and say that it's not zoonotic, trying to argue with me with a 2021 source that ain't really saying that it's not zoonotic. Because if I go back to your source, let's just go back to your source. Let's have some fun. Let's go back to your source. Since you was like, keep reading, right? Keep reading, right? Keep reading. The results of the docking the receptor binding domains of SARS-CoV-2 protein and ACE2 of various species using the HDoc server refined by MD simulations are summarized in tables 1 and 2. The calculated binding energies of the interactions are summarized in table 2 with the MMP BSA binding energies list for comparison. These are also presented graphically. The energies calculated by EQ1 and those of the MMP algorithm were strongly correlated with the R0 This is a frequency, all right, of transmission, R0. Now, the Kendall-Tar rank correlation with the two methods of calculating binding energies is 0.94. Interestingly, calculated energies correlated poorly with a degree of ACE2 sequence similarity, suggesting the ACE2 structural rather than sequence-based features have dominated effect of the S protein binding. Notably, docking MD simulations allows binding affinities to be inferred. The 3D arrangement of the amino acid determines the bindings of two proteins with contributions from a broad range of surface features, including spatial and physiochemical, electrostatic, and lipolytic features. The present study integrates analysis of these features to determine and predict binding affinity. Given a large number of models involved, with the exception of the S protein complexes with human, monkey, and pangolin ACE2, we did not analyze the individual molecular interactions contributing to the overall binding energy in each complex. The key interacting residue of ACE2 and proteins identified in our study by inspecting the converged 3D ACE2 S protein complex structure from MD simulations were broadly consistent with other studies. Interacting residues were identified using the UCFF Chimera fine contacts, and then a whole bunch of key S protein interact residues that were conserved across all species of ACE2, including the PH28, the ASN, the LYS, the ARG3, 57, and other protein interacting residues of the ACE2, namely the TYR, LYS3, the ALL386, and the RG2393 were conserved across all ACE2 species, except bats, mice, ferrets, and pangolins. S protein interact residues with king cobra ACE2s were least conserved with human ACE2, consistent with the low sequence similarities of snakes and human ACE2. This is not ruling out zoonotic anywhere. So the ability to ascertain the species are permissive to infection could help identify potential intermediate hosts through which the SARS-CoV-2 virus crossed from speculated, hold on, the ability to ascertain which species are permissive to infection and could help identify potential immediate hosts through which the SARS-CoV-2 virus crossed from a speculated bat source to humans. Although SARS-CoV-2 S proteins has only 72% sequence identity of SARS receptor binding region, like SARS-CoV-2, human, civet, and bat SARS viruses all use ACE2 for cellular entry. The closest known relative to SARS-CoV-2 identified so far is the bat RATG13 virus. However, the RATG13, which is in the study that we got from the virologist Rick, has a different S protein to SARS-CoV-2 when it lacks a polybasic furin cleavage site and has more amino acid differences in the RBD, the receptor binding domain, that at the sequence level is most similar to the RBD of Pangolian code. This has led to the suggestion that Pangolians might have served as the original host of SARS-CoV-2. This is not saying that it was not zoonotic. Notably, our structure-based analysis of the species specificity of SARS-CoV-2 reveals some surprising results that differed from those from purely sequence-based analysis. Conspicuously, we found that the bindings of SARS-CoV-2 S proteins was higher for human ACE2 than any other species we tested, with the ACE2 binding energy order from highest to lowest, being human, pangolin, dog, monkey, hamster, ferret, cat, tiger, bat, civet, horse, cow, snake, mouse. At its extreme, this ranking accords with experimental observation that humans are highly permissive to SARS-CoV-2 infection, whereas mice, on the other hand, are not susceptible. This is why they clone mice. They cloned mice and made them susceptible to infection in the beginning of the pandemic. This is why. So again, brother, the source is not arguing that this was not zoonotic at all. It is arguing the receptibility of the H2 in according to specific animals. That's why they kept saying pangolian, 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 bat, pangolian, pangolian, raccoon dogs, because of the environments that the damn viruses was living in. I mean, the animals was living in was conducive to shit like this. You kept saying that was not zoonotic, but this isn't saying that it is not zoonotic. And if I continue to read it, you're going to get furthermore embarrassed. Because the last shit that I just read was telling you. And there was the whole argument about the virus origins. Was it really bats or resurrect pangolians? All of that shit was happening in 2021. And then the study of the bats dropped, published in the Cell. That's why I read that. 441 bats. They had a 97% hit on that joker off them bats. Then they turned around and said, hey, we missed evidence earlier on regarding Wuhan, but we had the shit. So we got the animals that these motherfuckers were selling during the onset of the pandemic. I ain't going around nothing. What are you talking about? Listen, brother, listen real quick. Because now what you're trying to do is you're trying to negate this source. And you can't. It does the same shit, brother. Look, it does the same shit. It has an abstract. It has results. It has the method. All of these are scientific sources. What are you talking about? This April 2023 is the same shit, brother. What are you talking about? You just talking out the side of your ass. This is the same type of source, brother. It has an abstract at the beginning. Abstract. It has the introduction. It has the results. It has the methods. It has the evidence. What the fuck are you talking about, brother? Look at this. These include domestic cats, dogs, and ferrets, and captive managed mink, lions, tigers. You said that I didn't show you shit to do with animals. It's already in here, bro. I just didn't scroll down because I don't have to scroll down and show you no animals testing and this, that, and the third. All of this is known information to me. Look at the methods. What was the methods? Captive, managed, farm, non-domestic, or peridomestic wildlife species are mostly from the rodent, primate, carnivore, herbivore, bird, or betta taxa, and are most important for the perspective of zoonoses and EIDSs. What are we talking about, brother? You can't sit here and try to say, oh, with what I showed, what I came up here and showed you, bro. They was already talking about the probable animal origin. This article is from 2020, bro. 2020. What are you talking about? All these motherfucking scientific sources read the same. You can't negate shit. You can't say, well, you see how this source reads? No. All of them reading that. So again, to go back to it, hold up, my bad. Y'all couldn't even see the damn source. I was just rambling. Boom. So let me go back. All right. So when I showed him this source right here from 2020, ladies and gentlemen, this is the source. COVID-19 zoonosis or emerging infectious disease. This tells us all about the animals. Okay. Probable animal origin in 2020. They're looking for the spillover. Everything that he's trying to say, one source is saying, every source that I show has the same information in there. He can't rewind and say it doesn't. I'm giving you everything, brother. All of that. When you talking spillover, you talking from how it jumped from animal to human. Now, to Lee's point, Lee, you're correct. I can't expect for everyone to know this information. But this brother was in the chat typing 1,000 miles a minute, and he was saying that the virus was not zoonotic. The evidence, and I said this, that in 2020 said that it was zoonotic. And he said that it wasn't. So he brought a 2021 up. It's been up for debate since then. All virus origins go up for debate. But if you study virology and you understand viruses, then you would understand why Chavis and myself argue with everybody that the shit was zoonotic because of other evidence. So, in this same source that he said that it ain't got this and it ain't got that, yes, the fuck it do. It's got the testing of the animal swabs, the bat swabs, all of that shit. Look, while he's trying to say something when I very first showed it, what the fuck you think this is? This is animals, zoonosis, infections acquired directly, indirectly from animal reservoirs that cause clinical diseases. And then it goes down to emerging infectious diseases. And then you get SARS-CoV-2, zooanthropomosis, reverse zoonosis right here. Oh my gosh, this is saying the same goddamn thing that the fucking other articles are saying that we had on the screen. So, brother, Kill Bill, go give me the source for this bullshit that you was claiming. Go get it. Go get it. What else, Sam? I don't throw no methodology out the window, Sam. I'm going back and reading your messages, Sam. No, methodology is not. Sam, because I know you came in late, but my book right here, Sam, all the studies and everything that has to do with shit is in this book, Sam. I already did the work. I've been doing. I know you wasn't watching before, But since 2019, I already was doing the work on this shit. I already was doing it. This ain't new to me. Like, I've been doing it. Now, let's see. This brother in the chat, he said viruses have killed and harmed more people in the last 100+ years more than any so-called foreign pathogen. I've been waiting on this shit for 2 hours. Me and everybody else. We've been waiting on this. He done did all that typing in the chat. All the typing in the chat. He done came on the panel to start trying to talk virus origins. And I told him I wasn't talking about that because we already had the evidence. We knew that it was zoonosis. They done deemed it zoonosis back in 2020, stood on it since 2020, and they've been doing nothing but providing credible sourced information to support it. And he was not privy to a study that was published in the same journal that he tried to use for a source from 2021, 2 years ago, to argue, brother, you got to update your information. You did not know that this was a zoonotic disease? Are you fucking kidding me? With all the evidence out there, you keep talking? But I want this source. Where is that? Go get this shit. Because you talk a lot. Go get this. Then you try to say, oh, well, you didn't read. No, I don't have to read. I know you trolling, Tyson. You don't have to read it your way. You read the abstract. You can read the results. You can read the methodology. Then you can go read the study. I said this yesterday. But why am I going to do that when I already have the most recent and updated scholarship on the subject matter from 2023 telling me about the virus origins, substantiating a 2022 position that was taken by all virologists? The only people that said anything about lab leak and had any other speculations about it were politicians. They were not immunologists, virologists, or epidemiologists. Even epidemiologists trace and track it and go back to that. Oh, I got sources from epidemiologists too. So that shit you kicking, brother, I hope your feet ain't hurting. Because it ain't nothing but rocks. Where's the evidence for this shit? Those politicians didn't use no motherfucking scientists. Listen, what epidemiologists, what immunologists, and what virologists did they use? Name the virologists that the politicians used that support the lab leak. Bruh, go get the epidemiologists, the virologists, and the immunologists that politicians use for their claim. I'm giving you something else to talk about. By the way, the 2023 article did do what you said that it didn't do. It shows evidence of the animals. Everything that I put on the, yeah, Sutek, you're right. Where you at, Sutek? You still applying for some shit?
Yeah. What up?
No. You're right. He didn't comprehend because what I just showed in the science article, right? That science article was 2022. Chavis dropped the 2023 article. This dude is saying that the 2023 article doesn't show anything about animal testing. Where the hell did you think that they got the DNA from?
I'm telling you, bro, it's a fundamental a comprehension issue with a lot of these dudes. That's why I don't be understanding what's going on. Why would you use a 2020 source anyway? Like that, it just, you're not scientifically literate, fam.
He trying to sound smart, but he sound dumb. You just got the right people, bro. You just ran up on the right people, bro. You can get around with that shit to Real Rap and all of them other motherfuckers. That shit don't fly over here. We don't do that type of business. What do you talk, brother? Brother, all right, so how do you think that they got the DNA to prove that the lineage? Hey, listen, you slow. As a matter of fact, you this slow. Peace. Because you just typing in the chat. And the reason that you just typing in the chat, is because you can't prove your initial claim. You can't prove this. Now you typing in the chat. Was typing in the chat because your ass ain't typing no motherfucking more. You was typing in the chat saying the dumb shit that you was saying because you didn't have the evidence for it. You trying to say that something is not showing testing? How? Okay, so think about this logically. How did they identify lineage A and lineage B in the market? Lineage A and lineage B is showing you two distinct locations of this virus moving and operating in different areas. They would have had to test. They would have had to test, y'all, to get the answer to that question. They swabbed animals. They went back and swabbed these reservoirs where these animals were. They extracted this shit. It's just like a crime scene, y'all. Think about somebody who just brutally murdered 50 people. Think about that in your mind. One person brutally murders 50 people. Think about that. They're going and picking up evidence everywhere, swabbing, throwing, all of that. Think about the forensic team. That is what happened. They had a lot of, they even went through the drainage system to try to collect DNA samples. Faucets, sinks, cages. What's the damn name of the machine that they use to trim up the animals down to meat and all of that shit? All of that. Everything that you needed, they had that. But he could never prove this. So he went on to try to argue everything else, and he's inaccurate in even trying to argue virus origins because he wasn't aware of a 2023 article. So I don't even know how he could refute something that he ain't even read or even familiar with. And I gave you a whole show, bro. You can go watch the show. I got that shit in the show. But I hope you gone, because you ain't welcome here, bro. You did exactly what I thought you was gonna do. On some hard shit. I said, where you at, man? Pull up. We ain't gotta argue, debate nothing, man. I want you to pull up. If you're still in the chat. Pull up, man. You ain't doing nothing. You ain't doing nothing but on YouTube line. Yeah. Sutek, I ain't that dude can't even. He wasting his time. He come back over here. Unless he got a source for that claim he made. What is that? What is that? And Mika, don't ever come back in my chat. I don't even care if you watch a live stream ever again. Don't come back over here. If somebody else live, more power to you. If I'm live, don't bring your dick riding ass over here because you want some attention. Go over there to Garfield and Sonetta. Go live in Pseudoville. Don't bring your ass over here. I don't need your agitation. Why wouldn't you let the brother talk? The fuck I need to let him talk for? He wasn't scientifically literate either. Fuck out of here. You can go with that nigga. That nigga OJ was in there talking about let's be scientific. Man, we already answered the question. What the fuck we need to do that for? Arafat, that's not true. They did isolate the virus, bro. I'll show you that. How do you think that we got the ancestral name D614G? Because they isolated the virus. And that's in my book too, because somebody that's into conspiracies claim that shit. Conspiracy theorists claim that the virus was never isolated. So if you're still in the chat, Arafat, that would be incorrect. You should know better though, because you be on Science with Sean, and you know I done did shows on that shit, debunking the hell out of that. So fact check, SARS-CoV-2 has been isolated and its complete genome has been sequenced. He questioned the existence of the coronavirus by saying they've never been isolated. So this is the guy that started all of that. He said it never been isolated. So long story short, the claim is false. There are numerous examples of scientists isolating SARS-CoV-2, the virus that causes COVID-19, and sequencing the genome. The argument about purification relates to 19th century microbiological theory that does not apply to viruses. The novel coronavirus has been proven to exist and has caused millions of deaths worldwide. There you have it. Just real quick light work, bro. But OJ, don't ever be like, let somebody talk. I'm not. I just showed. All right, hold up. I don't even know if you're in the chat. You could have left. I don't even care. Just know this. The experts don't even let you talk without a source. Him talking and all of that, his source don't even agree with you. Free real information. What up? So the whole notion, right, that his source was saying it wasn't zoonotic is a lie. Nah, I ain't eating no chicken. I ain't eating no chicken salad. I was eating if you've been on my Facebook page, you would have known what I was eating. But nah, right now I would eat chips. I was eating the ketchup and mustard chips from Doritos. The ketchup sweet as hell. It don't taste like ketchup, but it's got like a sweet tangy flavor. They go good together. Excuse me. The mustard tastes like the Doritos mustard tastes like spicy mustard or some shit. It was cool though. But no, so again, OJ, you talking about letting somebody talk, bruh. I told y'all, even Sutek, I said it. I'm not letting him on my panel without the source to this claim. Did he come on my panel with this source? No, he didn't. So hell no, I ain't gotta let him talk. What I'm gonna let him talk for? We ain't talking about the shit he claimed. You can do that. I ain't gonna watch it, but you can do that. I ain't gonna hold nothing against you. But you can do that. He can go somewhere else and do all of that. Wasn't no claim verified. Fuck out of here, Church of Finance and Investing. What claim was verified? Ah, that's dude. You a lie. Didn't say that. Your source don't say that, brother. Because they put it back on Pangolian. It didn't rule out that it was not zoonotic. So I don't even understand why you did that. You wasted your time coming over here with that shit. Nothing that you said was verified. You had no evidence for nothing that you said. The article that you tried to use don't even support you. So I don't understand what you came back over here for. If you had no evidence for it, updated scholarship in 2023 has evidence for the zoonotic. I told you in 2022 they had already deemed it zoonotic. You don't know nothing about virus origins. You've never taken a virology class. You're not even subscribed to virologists. You can't name a virologist that even would argue or agree. So I don't even know what you came back over here for. Yeah, he got a whole bunch of accounts. So all you was doing is causing confusion. But yet and still, my nigga, while you creating all of these accounts to come back in the chat try to argue your point, you ain't never show shit from vaccines killing people. I want to see the vaccines killing people. Because you claim now you put viruses and then you turn around and corrected yourself. I should have captured your correction. You said vaccines have killed and harmed more people in the last 100+ years, more than any so-called foreign pathogen. So I need that information. Free real information. It's a long story. No. All right. So real quick, let me make myself clear. OJ. His claim was vaccines killed and harmed more people than a virus. Don't tell me that I didn't let this nigga talk. Because I told y'all from the onset that he can't come on my panel unless he got evidence for his claim. That was not his argument. I did not let him on a panel to talk to me about virus origins, which he don't have evidence for. So it's for you to sit here and say, I didn't let the brother talk. The only conversation that I wanted to have with the brother was that vaccines have killed more people than a virus. Because that was his claim. And that was the only thing I wanted to address. Because I knew that he didn't know what the zoonotic emphasis was. Because I already showed on the screen where they deemed it zoonotic. And the Journal of Nature doesn't say that it is not zoonotic. And it doesn't argue that it is not zoonotic. They even updated the scholarship, published work in the Journal of Nature, showing the same shit that I just showed in the Science Journal. Of the virus's origins, the lineages, the whole 9 yards. Where it could come from, and even the other one from 2020 that argued this shit 3 years ago. So no, I'm not going to entertain that when I know I have supportive evidence for that. I wanted the evidence for vaccines killing people, harming and killing people more than a pathogen. Where that at? Respectfully. That's what I wanted to have a conversation with. I don't care what you wanted to hear. You know what I'm saying? I appreciate you coming and tapping in and tuning in, but that didn't have nothing to do with the price of tea in China. The conversation was to be had about vaccines killing people. And Teddy, he did cherry pick. He did cherry pick, because if he would have kept on reading, bro, if he would have kept on reading, he would have went down there, and guess what? Guess what he would have found? I'm gonna put it on the screen for y'all. It's sad. Guess what he would have found? What the rest of the conversation is saying. Hence, although our model supports monkeys being permissive to SARS-CoV-2, it would predict that they would be less susceptible to severe clinical disease than humans. This marries well with the experimental data shows that monkeys are amongst species reported to be susceptible to SARS-CoV-2, along with, look at this, macaques, hamsters, and ferrets being utilized as models of infection. Those are animals, ladies and gentlemen. However, infected young cynomolgus macaques, monkeys, while they expressed viral RNA in nasal swabs, did not develop overt clinical symptoms, with the aged animals exhibiting higher viral RNA loads. When I told you that his article that he used is not dismissing zoonotic, y'all wanted to entertain that shit. I didn't. And then he wanted to sit here and talk about the validity of this 2021 source, and it's not ruling out nothing that I talked about. Now he's saying, but the other sources didn't do shit like this. Bruh, are you aware that when you're talking about the origin of a fucking virus, you need all kind of evidence? Watch this. The same shit that I just said. This information right here is in a whole other source. Y'all remember when I was reading earlier? This is in a whole another source that I actually showed. That's suggested as the original host. Y'all heard me say this. Species of SARS-CoV-2 infections in the humans. Then it goes on and do all of that. We don't have to play this game. I don't have to play it. I don't. A coronavirus isolated in the Malayan pangolins. I don't have to do none of that. Does high human ACE2 binding affinity represent a recent gain of function mutation? No, I don't have to read none of this stuff, because I already know. I've been studying all of this, bro, to know exactly what's being argued and what science has said. I don't care nothing about humans. What does the science say? You don't get to virus origins without evidence. He provided zero. He provided no evidence for vaccines killing motherfuckers. Natural pathogens versus synthetic inoculations. OJ, we never got to that. We never got to that, OJ. We never got to the vaccines killing people. That's what we were supposed to discuss. He made the claim that vaccines had killed and harmed more people than a pathogen. And he would be inaccurate as fuck. So do yourself a favor, ladies and gentlemen. Look up life expectancy, or better yet, you could type in the question into Google and search it for yourself. The question would be, have vaccines increased our, or better yet, you know what? I don't need y'all to do nothing. You might be texting. I don't need you texting and driving. I don't need you texting and driving. I'm going to do it for you. All right. Boom. Boom. Watch this. Have vaccines increased life expectancy? Now, I ain't going to click on that. Y'all going to have a problem with the NIH. Going to say that's government, yada, yada, yada. But we can read every source on this page. Every source on this page till we get to the most recent scholarship. This was updated in May 8, 2023. Life expectancy and vaccination. How disadvantaged bigots disadvantage. We can read this. And I'm telling you right now, ladies and gentlemen, life expectancy has increased. The overall association between life expectancy at birth and total vaccination coverage is strongly positive. But we also see two discontinuities caused by China and India. These population giants are pulling up the population weighted regression line, not only because of their large populations, but also because they outperform their peers on total vaccination progress. Much of the positive association at the country level is due to the variation in income levels. So they talk about all of that. We don't have to play games. Our life expectancy has increased since we have received vaccines. And then they talk about poor countries and money in the whole 9 yards. But I don't, I know I'm talking to people that don't study this shit. And I get all of that, right? I get all of that. Totally. Right? But you can't make a claim in the chat and then you ain't got evidence for it. Shit. This is even key. Our life expectancy took a hit because of COVID-19. And that came out last year. But we knew that before October 22nd of last year. Because virologists were already talking about this and epidemiologists were already talking about this. We estimated life expectancy changes in 29 countries since 2020. We ain't got to deal with all of that. So the truth of the matter is this. Vaccines have increased our life expectancy, whereas old boy claimed that they have killed motherfuckers. So I need that evidence. Life expectancy did not improve due to no fucking sanitation. Ain't no goddamn vaccine stopping a heart attack. No, it did not. You dumb nigga. I just put it on the screen. Bro, go get your other page. Go get your other page, bro. What are you talking? This nigga don't even know what methodology is, bro. Yeah, I know that he, Teddy, I know that he doing the nasal spray shit. I got the notification. But my whole thing is this. Why does he keep on talking about, what did he say? He said, ask him, how come you don't have heart attacks, diabetes, and none of these disorders before vaccines? Nigga, they had heart attacks. They were doing heart surgery in Egypt. What are we talking about, man? What are we talking? That's I deleted this comment. He said, ask him, how come you don't have heart attacks, diabetes, and none of these diseases before vaccines? That's what he said. He's just talking, bro. Cardiothoracic surgery in Egypt. Look it up and read it, nigga. You keep on trying to say why sources don't have studies. They do have. They all have abstracts, results. They also have the damn. Come on, man. The method. What are we talking about, bro? You don't know how to read scientific sources. I've been doing this shit for fucking too long to not know how to do something. Yeah, we all know the multiple counts is suspect. But he's asking dumbass shit. Thoracic surgery in Egypt. Come on, man. General thoracic surgery of operations in Egypt are performed mainly by cardiothoracic surgeons and less often by dedicated thoracic surgeons and general surgeons. I ain't going through all of that shit. Bro, motherfuckers are doing all kind of shit. Brain surgeries, heart, dealing with your heart, doing all kind of shit. That's why they call the heart ill, nigga. And I still ain't got evidence. I don't care how many accounts he got. I still ain't got evidence for his initial claim that vaccines have killed more people. This fool says sanitation, brother. Sanitation can be, you can include sanitation. You can't take away vaccination ever in your life. Our life expectancy increased with vaccination. I put it on the screen and it had charts. And it's in my book. And it's in my book. Come on, man. Let's go. I'm gonna go 2014 all the way up until recent. If we can't take the pandemic and prove this shit, I don't know what else. I don't know what else to do. Vaccines dramatically reduced the incidence of infectious diseases that historically killed hundreds of millions and made a substantial contribution to life expectancy that during the last century in the development of countries increased from 47 years to 80 years. Vaccines, science, health, longevity, and wealth. God the fuck Lee. The history of vaccines confirmed that vaccines have been the medical intervention with the greatest beneficial impact on human health and longevity. Not no motherfucking sanitation, although that helps. But vaccines have been the medical intervention with the greatest beneficial impact on human health and longevity. He didn't say sanitation was harmful. He said sanitation was the reason for our life expectancy going up. What was the main ailments in America's pre- and postmodern medicine? Free real information. Can you provide more clarity? I think OJ might be agreeing with you about the number of accounts. But I don't know. I don't want to speak for nobody. The basketball game is on and it's getting good.
Vaccines cause heart disease and heart attacks and shit. That's what he's saying.
I don't know what the fuck you talking about.
He said, ask him how come you don't have heart attacks and diabetes, none of these diseases or vaccines. So basically, trying to attribute it to vaccines. So where's your quit? Fuck all these questions, man. If you're gonna make a claim, make a claim. Stand on that shit. Just know you gotta have the evidence to substantiate it.
Man, he ain't got none. He still ain't showed us how vaccines kill motherfuckers. He did all that typing and he ain't got a motherfucking single source talking about goddamn vaccine killing a motherfucker.
That's crazy. Subliminal ass claims and shit. Is the Lakers playing tonight? Or is that tomorrow?
I told you, OJ. I told you that OJ. He agreed with you. I think that OJ Lucky. I said he agreed with you. Oh, nah. Philly and Boston playing right now, and Philly is up 45-39 with they up 7 points with 5 minutes left. And I think the head coach must have got kicked out of the game or something because they got a black dude coaching them now. But yeah, no, I knew it, OJ. I knew what you were saying. And yeah, they do. But that's why I didn't want to talk to him, man. Like, okay, all right, let me be honest. Let me take this off the screen. Let me be honest. Okay? When he came in the chat yesterday and he just started typing and 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 typing, and it was constant. That let me know that he had an agenda. And then he was saying so much that him and Sutek arguing in the damn chat the entire show. Not the entire show, from the time he came in till we basically ended. And the things that he was saying then, those are red flags. So that would immediately make me not really have any respect for him. Now, OJ, you're correct. I did let an Aboriginal come on here, and I did let an Aboriginal sit here and talk, right? Root words. I let him sit here and talk, and I listen to other people and let them sit there and talk, and I let Lee come on and I let Lee build, and he was speculative about the viruses, the whole 9 yards. But you can sense a genuine person or someone that lacks a certain level of information that's just trying to get answers to questions versus someone with malicious intent. And I sensed that yesterday in the guy, that he was very malicious in his intent. And shit, he couldn't even be honest with Sutek in the chat. about nothing. He just kept on making claims. So now he would have to provide information that would be susceptible to us even reviewing. Free will information. No. I asked you to be a little bit more clear so that I can understand exactly what it is that you're asking. I wasn't understanding your question, the way it was phrased. Facts. Let it go, bro. You just making troll accounts. You just be trolling. So I'm looking at it. I'm looking. Oh, where she go? Let me see. Maybe I'm slow. What was the main ailments in America pre and postmodern medicine? Okay. So you're saying, all right, so this is why I asked you to ask it again. So you saying what were the main ailments, right? Oh yeah. I have given you an opportunity to speak. Yeah. It's just been a while since you've been on the panel, but I have given you an opportunity to speak. But okay, so the main ailments that was here before Europeans. You see what I'm saying? So I'm trying. That's why I'm asking so that we can be specific because they call certain diseases old world diseases. So let's pull it up and let's see if we can answer your question. Damn, I got a lot of shit up. Hold on, let me close some of this bullshit. Hold on, I'm about to close. I'm trying to close some of this stuff. I need the papers for Coop and Gigi boy. He grabbing him tomorrow. I got him. I got all the paperwork on the puppies. All right. So I answered that question for my brother. Hold on, y'all. I'm still trying to eliminate some stuff. Like he said the stuff about the archaeological evidence of the Bering Strait, but he didn't have anything. Philly up 10. Boston in trouble, yo. Boston's supposed to be doing the do. But it looked like Embiid is killing their ass. We just sold 2 dogs. Somebody got a fun girl. Somebody is finna buy another dog. So that's cool. All right, so let me share my screen and let's deal with free will information question. But hold on, before I do, let me see what you said. You said what I was asking is what were the main causes to diseases in America pre-modern medicine? Well, that's the reason that I asked. So let's look. New World, right? New World diseases. What were they talking about in the New World before Columbus? Look at this list. Diseases such as trichomoniasis, tuberculosis were already present in the New World, along with diseases such as tularemia, giardia, rabies, ambic, dysentery, hepatitis, herpes, pertussis, poliomyelitis, although the prevalence of almost all of these was probably low in any given group. But it was the old world diseases that were not present in the Americas until contact with the bubonic plague, measles, smallpox, mumps, chickenpox, influenza, chlorea, diphtheria, typhus, malaria, leprosy, and yellow fever. Indians in the Americas had no acquired immunity to these infectious diseases, and these diseases caused what Crosby referred to as the virgin soil epidemic. That's a good name. In which all members of the population would be infected simultaneously. So all those think about this. You don't know nothing about none of this stuff. All right, so look. Your body don't know nothing about none of these diseases, and you meet a European that has had all of these diseases. What you think happened to you? What you think happened? You sick as a dog. They got you right where they want you. You gonna die off. It's easy for you to die off, especially if it's a whole lot of y'all, and now your water is contaminated, right? Because they're bathing in the water. They nasty asses bathing in the water. Then they turn around and if they were killing you or you died or something, they throwing your ass in the water. Now you can't even drink the fresh water no more. It's crazy. But as far as your question goes, what was the main ailments in America? That's the main ailments. I just showed you pre, and then I showed you post, and that's how that went. So now you know what ailments were here, and then what was brought here, and it was a larger list of ailments that was brought here. Now they used why come I can't think of this thing for shivering? Hold on 1 second. I'm having a brain fart. But I introduced it because the Jesuits paid attention to the natives, and they realized that the natives was using something as a prevention to like shivering and stuff like that. And then that's when they figured out that, well, from this little bush, they wanted to use it as a remedy for something. They tried it, and next thing you know, it helped fight malaria. What's the name of that stuff, y'all? I can't think of the name right now. Oh, it's a weird name. Hold on, I'm gonna find it. I'm gonna get you the name.
You start with a Q.
Yeah, quinine. Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah. That's that shit. Start with a Q. You're absolutely right. As soon as you said Q, shit, I was about to do the alphabet. Usually when I can't remember nothing, I start saying the alphabet in my mind. So I get to the letter, then it pop up. But that's what helped them. That's it, Zane. Yeah. You spelled it wrong, no Vasa. But Zane spelled it right. This is what got them into the interior of Africa. Oh, okay. Yeah, so well, the reason that you want to research it from a historical perspective is because you want validity. You want validity to the claim that old world diseases could kill off a population. I'm gonna say that again. In order to understand what happened in the Americas, you want the actual evidence of a disease or diseases being able to wipe out a population. What were those diseases and what was the rate of being able to do those things? And you need to know what diseases was here, and then you need to know what was not here. And once you've identified what diseases were not here, now you can look at the Americas differently, and you can look at the people who populated it that was already here, present, right? And they were susceptible to all of those diseases. No treatment, no cure. They were susceptible to it. And they would get that shit real bad. Now imagine how dirty, filthy, unsanitized Europeans were. Coming off a boat from a long voyage across 4,000 miles of oceanic water, and then they land on the doorstep of some people who don't know who they are, right? And what diseases do, go back and look at the pandemic to get a better view of how quickly a virus, right, can spread. And that's what happened. That's what happened. So now, by understanding how viruses work, you can see how a population could immediately be affected and can be wiped out by things that they had no protection against. They had no type of immunity against them, or they didn't know how to treat them. So like whooping cough, like whooping cough and all of that, there's a vaccine for whooping cough, right? But prior to the vaccine for whooping cough, it was doing a number on people severely. Yeah, I would agree with that. But free will information, I mean, that's the way it goes. You know what I'm saying? You got to look at it like that. What we want to do is we want to falsify the claim that Europeans killed off a population of people in the Americas. And in order to do that, we need evidence. So, could old world diseases wipe out populations? Once you've seen the list of old world diseases, you can understand it. This is why you study virology and how viruses behave, right? You see how all of this shit start marrying each other? History and then the different levels of sciences, they start marrying each other because someone says that this happened in history. Where's the evidence to support it? Then they say, well, this many people died off. What the hell did they die off of? These pathogens that they were not familiar with. How do you know that they were not familiar with them? Because when the Europeans got here, they were susceptible to these diseases. Now, the key question to all of this shit is this. What were these people writing about? What did they know? What did they not know? You can't find any of the old world diseases in any of their literature. But you can find some of this other stuff that they're talking about, you can find it in their literature because they were coming up with methods and ways to treat and ail those illnesses. Well, my main contention when I studied Europe was scientists credited the spread of the Black Plague to rats when that wasn't valid. So gave me something to look into here. Okay, cool. Your background funny. Yeah. Thank you.
So shit, what started it? Because I thought that was what it was too.
I would say it's a multitude of things. When you talking about the Black Plague, that's what she's saying.
Yep.
I'm gonna say it's a multitude. Let's pull it up. Even though it ain't got nothing to do with us. Let's look at its origins. Let me see if I can find the PDF doc. the Black Plague, the Black Death. Let me try to find something credible for us to use that's outside the normal. Tyson, you getting on my nerves, bro. Carson Newman. They got an article. I'm gonna put it on the screen. Nope, this is an interview. I don't use it. I mean, we could use it because it's documented, but I want something a little bit more good for us. Hold on, I'm finna let you in just a second. What's up, Thomas? Free real information that's real rap. Real rap. I ain't talking to you right now. You talk a whole lot. Hold on 1 second. Yep, the Euros brought over all the diseases of the old world that mutated in Europe. They brought dozens of Yep.
Yeah, they both exchange because it went both ways. But yeah.
Right.
Europeans brought some over to the Americas. The natives gave some to the Europeans, and they took that back to Europe.
Yeah, that they were unfamiliar with. So on the screen, you can see the Black Death, Europe in the 14th and 15th centuries. I ain't letting you talk all day, bro. So real quick, so here's the source. We can go through it real quick. All right, so overview of medieval Europe, dramatic Asiatic invasions, Viking and Islamic invasions, the Middle High Ages, the 1300s, 1400s, another age of economic. This is a slideshow, by the way. The Black Death.
Yeah,
we all know about it. Global environmental changes, a cooling phase began. Ecological changes led to the spread of disease. The short-term results: population decreased, the economy stagnated. Literature and art shows an obsession with the macabre. Paranoia and superstition increased. Witch trials, the Inquisitions, and then you have the long-term consequences going through. Look, you even got people's favorite thing to talk about on YouTube: the beginning of decline of medieval papacy, the Avignon popes, the rise of patriotism and nationalism, yada, yada, yada. Decentralization of government, armed outlaws, unemployed, mercenaries, plundered. All of this is a part of
stop
this.
Right. Go back up a little bit, and I appreciate you letting me up, Mose. Right there. Like there's a famous picture that's similar to that. It's called the Tapestry of the Wall Man in the 1400s, same era, and you could tell that they whitewashed that. That's whitewash. I'm not saying it's not your fault, but just real quick.
Yeah, I don't care about no pain.
Yeah, no. What I'm saying is, I was the one that brought up the contention. So, like what you just said, like what you just read, it was something dealing in. It started with that E word, like with the ecosystem, or yeah. Go back. I appreciate this too, bro, because I'm trying to get clarity.
You talking about economy stagnant?
Ecological changes right there. Ecological change.
Yeah, the ecological change, the environment.
Yeah, right there. Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. It wasn't spread by rats. Like that's something that the History Channel and people with an agenda like to push. Like it was spread by humans and like I'm. Mm-hmm.
My bad. Well, I was about to say what they say is the fleas from the rats.
Bro, that's no. Like I know what they say and I know what you're repeating, but no, bro. Like it's like even his information is saying ecological changes led to the spread of disease. That rat story is a narrative that didn't rats don't. So are you going to tell me rats coordinated across from East to Western Europe in a coordinated fashion when they had the Silk Road and all these other trade routes where people were traveling? Is that what you're saying, bro?
Well, the model is I'm saying what the model says. The model is that they traveled on the ships. They wasn't walking
Okay,
the road.
so based on your logic, you can't have it both ways, bro, because they say that the rat traveled, that the rat made its way with the flea point. They try to get that off, that it made its way across Western Europe into Britain and into at that time it was called Armorica. And I'm not gonna be long winded, Mosey. That's a one time thing. I was trying to get clarity and I was building with y'all for the first time. Pardon.
You do know it could, two things can be true.
No, I know we base research and cross reference to be true, and we get rid of that pseudo story time.
Listen to what I'm saying. You are aware that two things can be true.
By your logic, sir, you're saying okay. Hold on, sir.
Not by my lot. Listen to what. Hold on. Don't be contentious. Listen to what I'm
not
saying.
being contentious, sir.
All right. So listen to what I'm saying. I'm saying two things can be true, right? The ecological change in the climate, right? Because we're talking differences here in the atmosphere. Something can trigger something else. That's how pandemics happen. Right?
You're gonna have to walk that down with science, though, bro. Like we big on research over here. If you want to have a conversation, I can have a conversation.
All right. So the nature of the bubonic plague, is what? The single most significant disease ever to strike Western Europe. Do you agree with that or no?
No, I don't, because there's other pandemics that aren't talked about in mainstream academia that were just as great, if not greater.
The Black Death wasn't the single most.
Look up top 10 pandemics in Europe, and you can see for yourself, bro.
I already did that. It's gonna show up, bro. The top 10, right? Pandemics in human history.
No, not human history. Europe, not human history. Europe. Look up specifically Europe. I haven't did this for a while. I haven't look. I used to study Europe. Look, bro. I just want to say two sentences, bro. I haven't studied Europe in a very long time, but when I did, I put my feet in it, down to my knees. I was in my knees of research, and I'm telling you, it wasn't spread by no rats. It was spread by the Caucasian coming out the woods. That's why I asked the brother Mosey to look up that wild man tapestry of the 1400s.
What you think they contracted in the woods? What you think that they ran into?
Hey, look, bro. Look, Sam. If you don't have access to the British Library like what I have, bro, then it's gonna be hard to put two and two together, Sam. Because you got to go to the British Library. Listen, bro. I'm letting you speak, bro. I'm giving you back conversation. You're gonna have to go.
I'm not listening to none of that. I'm asking a simple question.
Who am I talking to? Am I talking to Mosey or am I talking to the other gentleman?
I'm talking to Sean Mossy.
Sean, all right, look, Sean, because you got questions. You got questions, bro.
Hold on.
I'm not trying to talk over you, bro. I'm not trying to talk over you.
I know you're not. Just listen to what I'm saying. Listen closely to what I'm saying. I asked you, what do you think that they encountered in the woods when they came out of the woods? This is significant.
Look, the same example. I'm gonna give you the same example that Brother Mosey made. The same example, bro. Like, if you would allow me to finish, bro. When I did my research through the British Library, bro, they have it in the archives how these people were living. And honestly, that Caucasus Mountain story is more accurate than what I thought, because I was trying to debunk it. And honestly, like they like, there's a book. It's called the Cambridge Medieval History of the Saracen Western Empire, Volume 2. Once I get to my, well, I don't know how long y'all gonna be live, but I can show Mosey how to pull it up. And it's a 1,000-page book.
Oh,
I've been studying that book for over a year and a half. It's over 1,000 pages. It's over like 1,300 years of information pre-Justinian, because Justinian, there was a plague known as the plague of Justinian. All right, and it goes all the way through the Black Plague, bro. So I'm telling you something from what I've studied and empirical data, bro.
Yeah, but you're not understanding my question. So what I'm asking you is to see if you have understanding. When you said that they came up out of the woods, I asked you, what did you think that they encountered going up in those woods? They would make themselves susceptible.
Well, look, bro, when you don't bet, okay, so look, when like
hold on. Making
answering the question.
I'm making a point about how viruses travel.
Right.
When
So
you
let me.
go
So look. Mm-hmm. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
When you go to these places or you travel up into these places, these uninhabited places, you are susceptible to encountering a pathogen that you wouldn't have encountered unless it's been introduced to you via someone else. So what I'm saying to you is that's how viruses work, right?
So hold on, before you go to that, okay, with that frame, and okay, no problem. With that frame of thought, how would the virus originate pre-pathogen to contact? Because I'm gonna give you an answer to your previous question, but that's my question. What's the origin pre-pathogen?
The answer to your question is all of these viruses been existing.
What's the origin?
I just told you they all been existing.
No, you can't say they've been existing. There has to be an origin. There has to be a variable to how a disease got to where it got to, bro.
Do you know how many viruses that are captured in ice?
I'm just asking you, bro.
No, listen to what I'm saying. No, I'm trying to show you how viruses work, and you're trying to push back with
I'm not pushing back.
So listen to what I'm telling you.
And you're not providing any sources, so please don't say I'm not providing sources, sir. Please don't do that.
Okay, I can demonstrate because I've already wrote a whole chapter on how fucking viruses work, bro. What I am telling you is this really simple. We have not encountered every single virus that exists on this planet. They outnumber us, bro. We're not the single most important organism on this planet. Viruses are. We evolved because of fucking viruses. So the thing about all of this is this. When people go into some places, we don't know what they eating. We don't know the diet. We don't know if they've been bit by something. We don't know none of that stuff, right? Because these viruses in nature naturally attach themselves to places where they can continue to spread. Rather, they can live on animals that humans go and hunt and kill and eat, and then next thing you know, we're susceptible to that. One of the viruses that humans have in them is a form of the herpes from the herpes family, and every human gets it. How the hell do we get it? Because some living being killed something, ate something, and has passed it down through motherfucking DNA. And you don't have to believe that. You can look that up to confirm that. And I'm not telling you nothing that you won't be able to confirm. So what I'm saying is, when we go do, when I say we, I'm saying Homo sapiens sapien. I'm not breaking it down to Europeans. I'm not doing none of that. When Homo sapiens sapiens venture into these wooded areas or these uninhabited places or in certain type of water, or when, for instance, if an ice cap melt in Antarctica right now, we don't know how many more susceptible we don't know how many more viruses would exist. We wouldn't. So we know that we would see that. Or if we keep drilling in the ocean floor, we don't know how many viruses that we could bring up out of the ocean floor. All of this stuff is ecological. That's why that word is in there. But to add to that, you have to show evidence, right? And I don't care nothing about Europe or anything like that, but you would have to show evidence, right, of those not only fleas, because they can carry diseases, or the infected rodents. You would have to show that it's something else. So it could be a mix. That's why I said it could be two things could be true, right? It could be the rodents and the fleas, but it also can be the goddamn the fact that these Europeans probably was eating motherfucking rats. They ain't had nothing else to eat.
See, but you can't do that though, bro. You can't do the probablys and the could be's. They could be eating rats. But you did though, bro. You did.
I said two things could be true. Is all
No,
I said.
that's fine. But then you double down and said they could have been eating rats. You can't do that.
What if they were eating rats? What if we got evidence?
You can't do that without the evidence and the source.
What if that's a part of their diet?
Like at least look, even though I don't agree with it, at least Mosey got a source up. You know what I'm saying? Which
person with the source up, bro. You talking to me?
And it's gonna get stalemated, bro. That source is garbage, bro. I'm not saying nothing against you, but what you're doing, this the problem, bro.
No, hold on. Let's be
no
clear.
disrespect to you. I'm not disrespecting you.
You don't know. First, you don't know who you're talking to. You're talking to Masi. I am Masi. You're talking to Masi. You said that this source is garbage, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. So, so let's disqualify the source. Now, show me what evidence you got that can disqualify a source that was last updated in January 2023 regarding deadliest diseases.
Is that going back? So this year, 2023 is going back.
This year of January, it was updated, and it's going down one by all the way. The number 6 is Black Death.
Now, is this science? Is this history? Like, what is this website?
It's on livescience.com. Worst
no problem.
epidemics and pandemics in history.
No problem. So, like I said, I'm gonna acknowledge your point. I'm gonna state this for the record officially. You stated that more than two things could be true. I'll subscribe to that. Whether or not I subscribe to the rodent theory or not, because that's still a theory, I don't have an issue with that. So for me, what I stated back to you, and yes, I have access to the British law. I have cousins that live in the UK. So when they go over there, we video call, and I'm able to pretty much like get the same experience for the most part. So that's how we were able to find, not like I found the tapestry before ever doing the process, but there's a lot of information within the British Library that tells you how these serfs and Slavs were bringing disease and pushing disease coming out the east and moving west. And that book that I referenced, that book clearly states that there's a lot of different tribe names. I don't have them off the top of my head, but that book that I'm referencing, the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 2, it's a 6-volume series, and I'm on number 2. So I'm basing it off of the British Library, basing it off of book source, and I'm basing it off common sense, bro.
You can't use common sense.
Okay.
Because it ain't common, bro.
But you were just saying respectfully, you were just saying probablys and could be's.
I understand that. No, I understand that. I'm just saying you can't use common sense.
No problem.
So here's the thing, right? So in 2018, the argument of 2018 was maybe rats aren't to blame for the Black Death. They said maybe. And the reason that they said maybe is because of this. Okay? All right. So let me pull this up because this is the study. Human ectoparasites and the spread of the plague in Europe during the second pandemic. This source was written in January 16, 2018. It says the plague, infamous cause of the Black Death, later second pandemic, 14th, 19th centuries, when devastating epidemics occurred throughout Europe, Middle East, and North Africa. Despite the historical significance of disease, the mechanism underlying the spread of the plague in Europe are poorly understood. While it is commonly assumed that rats and their fleas spread plague during the second pandemic, there is little historical and archaeological support for such a claim. Here we show that human ectoparasites like body lice and human fleas might be more likely than rats to have caused the rapidly developing epidemics in pre-industrial Europe. Might. Such an alternative transmission route explains many of the notable epidemiological differences between historical and modern plague epidemics. Plague, caused by a bacterium, Yersinia pestis, can spread through human populations by multiple transmission pathways. Today, most human plague cases are bubonic, caused by a spillover. This goes back to the argument. Spillover of infected fleas from rodent epizootics, my bad, or pneumonic caused by inhalation of infectious droplets. However, little was known about the historical spread of the plague in Europe during the pandemic, including the Black Death, which led to a high mortality and recurrent epidemics for hundreds of years. Several studies have suggested that human ectoparasite vectors, such as human fleas or body lice, cause the rapidly spreading epidemics. Here we describe a comparable model for the plague transmission. All right, by a human ectoparasite vector. Using the Bayesian inference, we found that this model fits mortality curves from 9 outbreaks in Europe better than models of pneumonic or rodent transmission. Our results support the human ectoparasites were primarily vectors for plague during the second pandemic, including Black Death, ultimately challenging the assumption that plague in Europe was predominantly spread by rats. Okay, so then they go out and they lay their argument for that under the assumption that might. The historical data shows we use data on the daily, weekly disease-induced mortality of 9 plague outbreaks during the second pandemic. The data were publicly available in secondary sources, including published articles, books, and government reports. We digitized the epidemic data from the printer tables and graphs using the entire duration of the outbreak, apart from the EM, which 2 mortality peaks. So now, before I go any further with this, were you claiming that it was not rats and fleas, but it was lice and all of this stuff that this article was saying?
No, I'm not claiming that either. And what I like to ask, bro, this disease, was it an upper respiratory disease? Because that's what my research was showing back when I was researching this, that it was affecting the respiratory disease of the Europeans that it was being affected by. That's my point of contention. And I'm not saying that it was spread by rats, fleas, lice, or anything like that. And lastly, before I land my plane, like I said, in that book that I'm reading, it started, I believe the Justinian plague was in the early 100 period. If you can Google that, I'm driving right now, bro.
No, I heard it. So
what I'm gonna do is be able to tie. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Is the answer to your question is regarding pneumonia. So it's pneumonia-like. So it would be respiratory-ish. It could get in your lungs, right? Pneumonia gets in your lungs and do all other stuff, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that's what it is, giving pneumonic vibes. That's what it said.
Well, that's what I know it to be, because I know it's an upper respiratory infection. Like, that's why all of Europe didn't die. A lot of Europe, excuse me if I say it wrong, but developed antigens and antibodies. Pardon me. Yes, antibodies, and that's why, like, I have a hard time with the when they came here to the shores of America, when they tell you that they gave smallpox blankets and all that, they pin it to smallpox, but smallpox isn't an upper respiratory issue that I'm aware of. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Bro, have you ever seen smallpox?
I got the smallpox shot when I was in the Marine Corps. Yes, sir.
Right. But you got the smallpox shot. So you don't know the severity of smallpox. Right. So this is something that Brother Unc likes to use a lot when he's arguing with people over vaccines. The twin brothers. The brother on the right was vaccinated against the disease. The brother on the left, our left, but his right, was not. And he suffers from smallpox. This shit'll take you out, bro. This will take you out.
I agree, but it's not an upper respiratory. This is my point. My
No.
point is, sir, I just want to say one sentence, Mr. Mosey. My point is this, Mr. Mosey, that the storyline states that the Black Plague was just an upper respiratory ailment, right? Is what killed off most of Europe. And once they got it together and developed antibodies, they're saying that the same, or they were trying to align the same Black Plague, killing off the indigenous inhabitants of America, which that's not what they state. The storyline states that it's smallpox. It's not. So I'm not saying you're right or wrong. I'm just saying that the storyline isn't consistent through the historical timeline.
All right, so I don't care nothing about Europe. What I do know is old world diseases will knock a motherfucker on their ass and take them up out of here. An example of that is we didn't have an old world disease. We were exposed to a new pathogen and it killed, what was it, hold on, how many millions of people died from SARS-CoV-2? In the world, yeah, I was saying 7 million. So it's 6.9. So I can round up. I'll just say 7 million people die from that. So what we're talking about, right? In an instance of a population encountering a foreign pathogen is the susceptibility of them dying at high levels. Those old world diseases had a major impact on people who've never encountered them. You are not going to be able to get around that argument to prove anything, no matter if it's an upper respiratory disease or just from the pain of something and not being able to treat something, which can trigger and cause other problems in your body and with your health. One thing can lead to another thing, which can lead to another thing, but it all can be triggered from something of significance, right? So we have to be honest and have integrity in that to understand. That's why I said that understanding the virus origins is significant in history. Because if we want to substantiate and validate a claim made about the new world, we got to understand virus origins because that was something significant. Did it really wipe out half the population in North America, North Central and South America?
Great question.
Or who was primarily?
Yeah, who did it affect? Yeah.
Right. So now we know that it was some islanders in the Caribbeans. We know there was some parts of Mexico, but we do know the most ravaging part was North America, which saw the bigger brunt of it all, which means that motherfuckers wasn't too keen on South America. But do you know why diseases didn't spread so quickly throughout South America? There's something significant in South America that would prevent it from spreading.
All right, give me 1 second, bro. Yeah, my internet was tripping. I'm back rocking now. It's nothing against you. It's something in the chat that I saw. Bro said the story says smallpox. So why are you talking Black Plague? Because, bro, the people that bought the so-called smallpox, why didn't they look like the little twin boy that Mosey just displayed? Why weren't they still being affected by the smallpox?
They didn't have no camera then. Hold up. To be fair, wasn't no damn body taking pictures of nobody when them damn Europeans got here that would have had smallpox.
But they don't account. So hold on, bro. If they're going through something that severe still in the 14 and 50, late 1400s and 1500s, and they have all this documentation going through viruses and all this at the time.
Yep. All right, so real quick, They ain't got none of that stuff that would actually substantiate anything. They're only going to have records writing about certain things. So in order to honestly answer the question, we do know that there was a substantial amount of old world diseases that impacted New World. And we have the communications for that. Now, like I said, in order to understand how this shit goes, you got to understand virus origins and why it's behaving in the manner. People were not susceptible of defending and fighting off any of the old world diseases.
Well, two questions. Two questions now.
Period of time.
Well, two questions now. Number one, you said that, and I believe you, that the Egyptians were doing heart surgery in their ancient time. I'm not trying to align time period, but there was knowledge back then, is what I'm saying, of being able to take care and heal the body. Number two,
feet, teeth, fixing bones. It ain't to where it is today because science.
I mean, you said they were doing heart surgery. Look, I believe you, but you said that they were doing heart surgery, bro. You know how advanced heart surgery is.
What I said, I started naming other things also. Don't stop there. Brain.
Of course. Even yes.
Bones, feet, teeth. They were doing all of that, right? We can live by all of that.
So look, if they're doing, look, I don't want to forget my last question is going to be on the fleas. Don't let me forget that, because I want to know if the fleas were causing this disease. Then how did they get rid of that issue? But before we get there, I want to go back to Egypt. I agree with you. If they're doing brain surgery, all right, then you're gonna have anesthesia. Obviously, I don't. Would you subscribe to that? They did, surgery without anesthesia. Before I continue, because I don't have the information in front of me, but
I don't know specifically what they used for a lot of things that they used. There were certain things that they did to help them be able to go up people's nose and do all of that stuff, contraceptives, all of that stuff. So they would use something to ail in whatever it is that they needed to do. How inaccurate or inaccurate it was at that time doesn't even matter. It's the fact that they had the knowledge to be able to do some of the things and understand the human body at 4,000 years ago. And a lot of that stuff be 3,000 or 4,000 years ago, and that stuff be relevant today and helps in the medical field today is a hell of a feat. So to answer your last question is, and Desmond is doing a good job at answering your question, because that's how you get rid of a lot of stuff. That's why I said you're gonna be hell bent trying to disprove fleas, rodents, and other stuff.
I have an issue with that because they're still living, according to my research, which we should know, even in London in the 16 and 1700s, they're still throwing feces and urine out of windows. So like the Thames River is unswimmable, unlivable. There's a lot of things that I can push back on. If you get rid of the rats, you're not getting rid of the poor quality of life. You're not getting rid of that, and you're not getting over that, because
how do you know that you can't?
That's what no. What I'm going off is based off what their historians, their archaeologists, their scientists tell me of how they were living. I'm not making this up. I'm basing my logic off of what they're telling me, because I didn't live in that time period, sir.
Hold on. Let me help you out, bro. So you are aware, right, that we're talking about eras where they're writing and they're documenting certain things and they're talking about these instances of what's transpiring. So we should have written records somewhere to substantiate your position. That's what
no, that goes against your point, because if the smallpox was still wait, hold on, sir. If the
smallpox in the New World, we got evidence of them talking about these people getting sick and they falling over from old world disease.
My only question is, why isn't it affecting the European that still has it trace or whatever amount? Why isn't it affecting them?
you asking a question that shows that you're not understanding what I'm telling you when it comes
No,
to, brother.
I understand.
You understand that we just went through a pandemic where people continue to get sick from COVID. What you think viruses do? This goes back to my original question, and this goes back to my original point about understanding viruses. Viruses mutate and adapt, bro. They just didn't start mutating and adapting during this pandemic. That shit was mutating and adapt. All of those old world viruses and even the new world shits was mutating and adapting according to their environments. This shit was a reality. So when you're saying why was people still getting sick, that didn't mean that they were not susceptible of not getting sick. You have to generate immunity through in this instance, in that time, you would have had to either vaccinated the 90 something percent of the population to control an incidence like that. If you go look, let me give you a real world example. Not a real, a modern, a recent example of what I'm trying to get you to understand. All right. So there was an island. Where the hell this place at? He dropped off. Anyway, y'all heard me talk about this a lot of times, people that are familiar with this. The measles outbreak in Samoa. The children that died and how it was spreading quickly throughout the island. Why the fuck is measles running rampant in Samoa if a large portion of the adult population is vaccinated? Because the virus ain't went no goddamn where. It's just been sitting there idle, dormanted, finding new hosts. So the children is the new host. They susceptible. They stopped vaccinating against the shit came back. Ladies and gentlemen, if we stopped washing our hands and taking showers, eventually all the shit that we didn't get rid of will re-emerge, i.e., polio is back. Remember, it was eradicated. But the shit is back because motherfuckers stopped vaccinating against it. All the anti-vaccine bullshit. So you have these instances of people in America today with polio being diagnosed with that shit. Now you good, bro. It's all good. But you have to you gotta deal with this shit, bro. Exactly. And there go the biggest thing of it all is that herd immunity. In order to obtain herd immunity, you have to have a large part of your population vaccinated against it or who all have encountered and been infected by it. But you got some work to do on trying to falsify the fleas and the rats, though, bro. I ain't getting away from the fleas and the rats. And I ain't putting nothing past what people eat. Cut the light on, Caleb. Let him out. So that's just a fact, a matter of fact. That's why I said two things can be true. And I just pushed this out there because as a researcher, right? As a researcher, we want to know if it wasn't the rats that we're saying it is, and it wasn't the fleas, then what was it? Did they encounter something through eating out there in the woods? I'm using what you're saying, and I'm trying to guide it somewhere because this is a research question that you would have had to ask yourself or still have to ask yourself in order to answer the research question. That would be a point of emphasis, bro. So if your studies is saying that it wasn't rats and fleas, then what was it? And then you would have to come out with that information and be able to present it. And what I'm saying to you, then one of your questions would have to be the diet of the European during the Black Plague. What was their diet? Were they known for eating these rodents? If you don't know the answer to that, that's something now, because you brought this up here. Now you got to deal with it. You feel what I'm saying? You gotta deal with it. You got to deal with that as one of your research questions, which should overall help you. That should help you. If that don't help you, I don't know what else could, bro, because all me saying the two things could be true can lead you in the area of new research for yourself to help you answer an overall question. That's what the two things could be true was for and about. And then Desmond says, the rats carry the fleas, they carry the disease, so the piss out the window does have anything to do with anything, doesn't have anything to do with anything. Absolutely. What else do rats do? They shit places. You can get sick right now in your own goddamn house. 88, 72, 76ers. 88, 72, 76ers. They up. They up 16, going into the fourth. But like I'm saying, ladies and gentlemen, if you have a rodent problem, if it's a mouse in your house right now, are you aware that if they start shitting and that shit starts sitting there, eventually your motherfucking ass gonna get sick? Are you aware of that? That's gonna be a whole problem. A whole entire problem. Right? And that's how sickness occurs. That sickness can be triggered in the wrong type of person, somebody with a weak immune system. And next thing you know, that person then croaked over and died, and we don't know what it was. The whole time it was mouse poop. Especially if that mud wet. But it goes back to the point. You have to understand the origins of viruses. This is why me and Chavis be laughing at people that don't know shit about viruses. Chavis asked you a question in the chat. He typing in the chat, Chavis. Free real information, that's him. Oh, bro, I'm about to end this shit. You gonna have me on here for, I already been on here too goddamn long. I should have been done. After the DNA stuff, let old boy just sit here and run amok. I ain't doing that no more. How we get on rats, fleas in Europe? You know how we got on it, bro, because he brought it up. Yep. But and that's really all I got, man. I mean, I appreciate the questions, the challenges, trying to say certain stuff, but I don't appreciate motherfuckers making up shit about the pandemic that they don't know about, or misunderstanding the comprehending the source. But it always comes back down to comprehension, and then not having the latest information, which hurts the argument in its totality. But we just got to be smarter than that, man. We got to continue to ask scientific questions and do the work behind it to try to get the answers to it. When we come up with that, man, we be all right. We be all right. We challenge the status quo. We can do that same work, bro. Shit. We ain't got to be out here playing. But we need to get the hell up out of America claiming to be motherfucking Native Americans. For real. That boy Tippin Rock crazy. But yeah, man, I appreciate everybody tapping in, man. Y'all hung in that joker. A lot of y'all hung in, man. Y'all hung in a little bit too long. Way too long. So I'm trying to figure out how I want to go out. I'm gonna do it like this. Nah, I ain't gonna do that. Yeah, I am.
I don't listen to people that I can't learn from. So I don't listen to interviews of artists that don't have no value in what they say. I don't listen to music from people that I can't get no game from. Are
you the smartest one in your team?
Definitely not. I might be the dumbest one.
So we have a lot to do. We must do our business, what we have to do the job. And we are not against anybody. It's not to be against. It's to know more about yourself and more about humanity and try to bring contribution to the world. It's like that. So it's this complex of inferiority is over. Is over. Like to say, I'm doing well, I'm okay, healing me. Heal what? You are not sick. Well, heal for what? You have to do the job. We must do the job. We do well in some in art, in music, in athletics. We do well. We must do the same in business. We do well. We must in politics. We do well. So we must do well in a pure intellect business. We must do well too. Why not? We must learn Medu nature. We must know African language, African philosophy, African spirituality, African culture, African values. Know that very well. Bring that on table. Be proud of that. Because if it's lost, humanity will lose something. So it's good for us to bring this kind of. If they don't study Buddhism, we lose Buddhism. They must study Buddhism. If they don't study Christianity, the Bible, we lose that too. So it's good to study. Everything is a part of humanity, is a legacy. So we study because it's part of humanity. It's not to say we are proud, we did, Kemet, they did. Now we have to build a new pyramid. That's all. New schools, new homes, new families, new community, not people in jail, nothing like that. Be there, do well, and be positive. This is what we have to do now.
I offended anybody. Please forgive me, I'm so not sorry. You won't smoke, just keep it between me and you to get that pronto. They said smoke in the album, now they kept it.